Signed. Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. For settlement order paper. Order, Mr. Brett.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to address factually inaccurate remarks that were levelled at me following the vote by the Assembly on the motion from the Committee for Standards and Privileges. For the avoidance of doubt, I first became aware of the issue of yesterday's order paper when they were published by the Business Office last Tuesday. The first time I became aware of the existence of a complaint against Mr Gaston was when the committee sent out their report last Wednesday. The first time I discussed the business that was before the Assembly and the contents of the report available to all MLAs with colleagues was yesterday. I reject in the strongest possible terms the allegations that I broke any confidences or embargoes and would invite any member to repeat those false allegations outside of this chamber. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Mr. Redd, moving on to the order paper, as member statements. Nicole Calboyle.
John Corley, last week I listened attentively to an emotional discussion on the radio in relation to fatal road traffic collisions in border areas, and I want to commend those who have spoken up about their own experiences, including Laura Ratcliffe, who spoke about the tragic loss of her sister Catherine, and Debbie Mullen from Road Safety Support NI Donegal. The heartbreaking stories shared about the experiences of families who have had to contend with two separate police services on both sides of the border are harrowing. Laura Ratcliffe talked about the current arrangements between Garda and PSNI officers, making the sharing of information regarding road traffic collisions harder because you're hearing everything twice. Not only does this impact on information sharing, which should be done in a way which is sensitive to a grieving family, but it also impacts on the giving back of the victim's belongings. In the case of Catherine Ratcliffe, her sister said during her interview last week that a family member had to go to the border to meet the Gardaí. It wasn't done in a station, it was very exposed and out in the open. This further compounds the grief families are facing. Concordia, there is currently no agreement in place allowing officers to cross the border to deliver messages regarding road deaths, a very practical and insensitive effect of partition in border communities. I know my colleague Padraig McLaughlin, TD, has submitted a question to the Justice Minister in the South in relation to enhanced cooperation between both services to explore whether there are opportunities for exemptions to the current arrangements to allow a more sensitive approach to be taken. Similarly, I have raised this with the Justice Minister here through an Assembly written question. Furthermore, the way in which information is shared and the format in which personal belongings are returned are areas that also need attention. If we can work to improve communication between authorities and bereaved families to be in person where possible, we should. Where we can explore a better way of returning personal belongings to families, we absolutely must. Importantly, common sense and sensitivity should be the cornerstone of the approach taken in these circumstances. I want to commend the good work that is done in terms of cross-border cooperation, but the lived experience of families needs to be reflected on, and change needs to happen to best support the loved ones of those who lose their lives on our roads.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was incredibly disappointed to watch last week's Communities Committee, and especially my fellow South Down MLA Sinn Féin's Cathy Mason, where she shamefully called the Minister's support for Ulster Scots and Marching Bands community as vanity projects. This is incredibly offensive, especially to those of us in the minority unionist community in South Down. The member then went on to lambast the Minister for not providing enough funding for the Irish language or the GAA, and she called him sectarian for it. Mr Speaker, the mask truly slipped. To her, Irish language and the GAA are legitimate, but Ulster Scots and Ulster British identity and culture are simply deemed vanity projects. Mr Speaker, there are 30,000 members of the Marching Bands community in Northern Ireland, with over 700 bands. In the last census of 2021, 190,000 stated an affinity with the Ulster Scots language. So while we see Sinn Féin demand a £300 million GAA stadium in West Belfast, they cannot accept that pennies in comparison go to marching bands or to the Ulster Scots. Within our South Down constituency, the Ulster Scots community is thriving in spite of Sinn Féin. Our bands are outstanding and award-winning. The Schomburg Society and Mourne are incredible at cultural events, with our children and young people learning Highland dancing, drum majoring and many other skills. People travel across the world to visit and learn about our local Ulster Scots culture and heritage. In reality, I'm not that surprised, as in my constituency, with the Sinn Féin-dominated council, we are well used to being swept the crumbs off the table, whilst money is pumped into Irish festivals, signs, Irish funding streams, all of which are billed to our local ratepayers, whilst we are cast aside. That is how they treat our culture at a local level, and it's clear now to all in this assembly. To Sinn Féin, our Ulster Scots culture is just a vanity project. It isn't real. This is the true face of the party of so-called equality and respect.
Danny Donnelly.
Speaker. Arthritis UK Northern Ireland has issued a landmark warning that the region's musculoskeletal MSK health system has moved beyond breaking point, with more than 550,000 people, nearly a third of the population, now living with arthritis or another MSK condition. The new report, From Breaking Point to Recovery, prioritising musculoskeletal healthcare in Northern Ireland, brings together insights from over 200 clinicians, patients and policymakers, painting a picture of a system that is struggling to meet demand. The report outlines a series of stark findings. 37% of adults and 5% of children and young people are now affected with MSK conditions. Most people live with persistent pain, 79% reporting pain most or all of the time. The impact on work and daily life is profound. 67% of respondents said their condition affects their ability to work. Long waiting lists, stretching up to 8 years for rheumatology appointments, are contributing to worsening physical and mental health. 76% saying delays have harmed their mental well-being. Clinicians contributing to the report describe deep frustration, burnout and what some call vicarious trauma as they watch patients deteriorate while awaiting for treatment. The charity also highlights the serious impact that MSK conditions can have on the economy, as 43% of people with an MSK condition are economically inactive. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the report offers a pathway towards recovery. Arthritis UK Northern Ireland is calling for 4 major reforms over the next 5 years: establishing a strategic region-wide approach to MSK care, improving diagnosis and care pathways, addressing extreme waiting times with expanded capacity and increasing public awareness and patient education. Key recommendations include appointing a clinical lead for MSK health, enhancing GP training, improving transitions for young people, integrating mental health support and accelerating the Department of Health's support while waiting policy. Arthritis UK emphasises that while short-term fixes are insufficient, meaningful change is achievable with coordinated leadership and smarter service design. With the right actions, the region could move from crisis to recovery and ensure that people with MSK conditions receive the timely, compassionate care that they deserve. Thank you.
John Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to address an issue that goes to the very heart of fairness, social cohesion and economic common sense here in Northern Ireland. As many members will know and have already spoken on, from April this year, Northern Ireland faces a funding cliff edge that is both avoidable and totally unjustifiable. Funding to address economic inactivity will fall by 64%, from 25 million to just 9.2 million, as the UK shared prosperity ends and is replaced by the new local growth fund. Let's be very clear, Mr. Speaker, this is not because need has been reduced, yet far from it. It will be devastating for our community, charity and voluntary sectors, who already punch far above their weights. Northern Ireland has the highest economic inactivity rate in the United Kingdom at 26.5% and the lowest employment rate for disabled people, yet we are being forced into a capital-heavy 70-30 funding model that simply does not work for a region whose challenges are fundamentally people-based and not infrastructure-based. The consequences will be stark. It will put dozens of charities, community and voluntary organisations at work, place hundreds of highly skilled frontline jobs in jeopardy and remove vital routes into work and specialised support for thousands of people each year across Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, these are not abstract statistics. They are real people, disabled people, carers, women, young people not in education or employment, many of whom are already on the margins of our economy and society. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, there are no alternative services waiting in the wings. If these community-based programmes collapse in 26-27, the infrastructure will be gone, the organisations and the people will be gone, and no amount of future co-design will be able to resurrect it. What compounds it is the injustice in the manner in which it has been handled. There was no consultation, no published impact assessment, and organisations were informed days before Christmas, then forced into rushed, closed competition with January deadlines. It is hard to imagine any other sector being forced into this. I want to place on record my thanks to organisations like NICVA and the Youth Consortium, the many hundreds of charities and organisations who have campaigned to highlight this injustice and who came to Stormont last week. And I know they've engaged with many members across the House. It's not just about protecting those organisations, though it is about protecting people, services and the future. Mr. Speaker, thankfully, through my colleague Robin Swan, we have secured a meeting at Westminster tomorrow, and I will attend along with representatives from the voluntary, charity and community sector to meet with the Minister of State for Devolution, Faith and Communities, who has overall control of the budget and has overall made this decision. We will not be found wanting in making the case for Northern Ireland and to secure that funding, and I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that the Executive Office does all it can to work with His Majesty's Government to secure the necessary funding and keep these vital organisations and frontline services being delivered. Thank you.
I call Daniel McCrossen.
Thank you, Speaker. Today marks 2 years since the return of the Assembly and indeed the Executive to power sharing. It's been 2 years since these institutions were restored after being collapsed, not because of crisis or necessity, but because of political self-interest. People were told that stability would bring delivery, that restoring the Executive would mean progress, that ordinary families would finally see positive change. 2 years on, that promise has not been kept. Across our communities, people are struggling, and this Executive has failed to deliver for them on their basic needs. Let us be clear what failure looks like from this Executive. Waiting lists remain among the worst anywhere in these islands. People are waiting years for appointments, for surgery, even for basic assessments. Lives are being put on hold while this Executive dithers. Social care is stretched to breaking point, carers are exhausted, families are left without support, and skilled staff are walking away from a system in crisis. Housing is a scandal. Families are trapped in temporary accommodation. Young people cannot afford to pay rent. The homelessness continues to rise because this Executive has failed to act. Childcare is still unaffordable and inaccessible, locking parents, especially women, out of work and opportunities. The cost of living continues to hammer households. Energy bills, food prices and everyday costs are rising while wages and support lag behind. Schools are being pushed to the brink. Principals are cutting essential services, special educational needs provision is failing children, and classroom assistants are undervalued and ignored. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Roads, water systems and public transport are neglected because long-term planning has been replaced with short-term fixes. Economic ambition is lacking, small businesses are closing, regional investment is stalling, and there is no coherent plan to grow our economy or to create good, well-paid jobs. Public sector workers remain underpaid and demoralised. Pay disputes are dragging on, morale has collapsed across our public services, and people are losing patience. And trust in politics has completely eroded. People see delay, dysfunction and drift, and they are losing all faith. And when delivery fails, what do we get instead? This Executive, particularly the two senior parties, retreats into rows, rehearsed outrage and party point scoring, picking fights with each other to distract from the fact that they are not fixing a single problem facing ordinary people. These are real consequences for real people, Mr. Speaker, felt every day in hospital waiting rooms, in overcrowded homes, in struggling classrooms and in household budgets stretched to breaking point. 2 years on, this Executive can no longer hide behind excuses, past collapses or institutional fragility. It is not good enough. People did not wait years for power sharing to return just to get stagnation, distraction and division. They want delivery, they want leadership, and they want a government that works here. And until that happens, this Executive deserves to be called out loudly, clearly and without apology.
I will be speaking in Irish. This Thursday is coming as Time to Talk Day, A day that encourages us to promote and engage in dialogue about our mental health. A problem shared is a problem halved. Suicide and depression are a worldwide crisis. They do not have a single cause. They can arise from financial stress, family breakdown, isolation, and even long winter nights and the build-up of life's pressures. It is reported that in 2024, 290 people took their own lives through suicide here. That is a terrifying statistic. Those deaths are preventable, provided that people get the right support and the right help. It is estimated that about only 70% of those who died by suicide were not actively engaged with mental health services. The first step to using those services is by talking about our mental health, to reach out, to share our thoughts and feelings. I welcome the announcement that there will be a cross-party inquiry into how suicide prevention services are funded in the North. I hope that the findings of the inquiry can help us to focus our attention and our efforts in order to see positive mental health outcomes in the future. Suicide prevention is not just an issue for the Department of Health. A whole of government approach is needed. You would be hard pressed to find anyone in the North who has not been affected by suicide, or who knows someone who has been affected by suicide, a colleague, a teammate, a neighbour, or a family member. The mental health crisis crosses every demographic. There's no one cause, but tackling poor mental health, the first step is to speak about it. Therefore, let us say again that we are committed to stopping to the stigma that attaches to mental health problems. It is time to talk, that we will take the time to talk.
Mr. Speaker, last month the Deputy First Minister exposed the fact that the Home Office was withholding hundreds of empty homes across Northern Ireland for the use in claiming of asylum. We, Mr. Speaker, are in the middle of a housing crisis. That is not rhetoric, that is the lived experience and reality for thousands of families in my constituency of North Belfast, stuck in temporary accommodation, young people struggling to get a first home, parents and grandparents are sharing overcrowded houses, and many are left in properties that are simply not fit for purpose. That is reality, and that is fact. And yet, at the very same time, hundreds of homes are being held empty on behalf of the Home Office. That is completely unacceptable and, frankly, is disgraceful. The Home Office has contracted mayors to secure these properties as the Labour government continues to fail with their immigration policy. In doing so, mayors has made significant profits which have exceeded the permitted margins, but even more shockingly, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of homes are currently sitting empty, unavailable to my constituents who desperately need them. This equates to just over 1,000 empty bed spaces across Northern Ireland. Let that sink in. Over 1,000 bed spaces lying unused, while families in North Belfast are left to languish on waiting lists. That is not inefficiency, that is a moral failure. And while taxpayers' money is being used to keep these homes empty, I want to be clear that this is not about pitting communities against one another. This is about accountability, transparency and common sense. At a time of severe housing shortage, no public authority should be allowed to warehouse empty homes while people are left without a roof over their head. The Home Office must explain why these properties are not being released back into the housing system immediately. Mayors must explain how this situation has been allowed to develop and why they have put profit before people. There have been talks of discussions, reviews, looking at the processes, but families in North Belfast do not have time for talk. They need action, and that is what I am demanding. This goes far beyond one company or one contract, but speaks to the lack of transparency in the Home Office and how they are operating here in Northern Ireland. This cannot continue. Through this winter, it is frankly appalling that people are facing homelessness and housing stress, while hundreds of properties are being left empty. That is an insult to my constituents and to every person right across Northern Ireland. So today I'm calling for the Home Office to urgently release these homes back into the housing stock that can house my constituents and others. Others may remain silent on this issue, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic Unionist Party will not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity to recognise the contribution of the Centre for Democracy and Peace Fellowship Programme to Peace and Prosperity as it celebrates 5 years of building political, business and civic leadership in Northern Ireland. Supported by leading businesses, the Fellowship Programme gives leaders from politics, business and civic society a unique opportunity to develop skills needed to address the social, economic and political challenges of today. Now in its 5th year, and with over 120 alumni, including over 10 MLAs, the Fellowship Programme equips fellows with decision-making, design thinking, collaboration skills and the opportunity to gain experience in global best practice. Guided by an advisory board of senior business leaders from across Northern Ireland who bring strategic insight, operational expertise and a deep understanding of leadership in complex environments, the Fellowship embodies their commitment to investing in the sustainable peace and prosperity of Northern Ireland. Together they help shape a learning experience grounded in real-world challenges and empowering participants with the adaptive thinking and systems leadership needed to drive cooperation and innovation. This focus on entrepreneurial leadership aligns closely with the key programme for government priorities and offers unique value to Northern Ireland by supporting the development of collaborative, forward-thinking leaders. My own taking part in the Fellowship Programme was a transformative experience, enhancing my collaboration across sectors and strengthening my ability to serve and lead with purpose. The Centre for Democracy and Peace Fellowship Programme is not just an investment in leaders, it's an investment in the future success of Northern Ireland. The Fellowship is empowering thoughtful leadership that listens and seeks to understand, unafraid to imagine boldly, collaborate bravely and act with integrity, helping to meet the challenges of today and shaping a better future for everyone in this place that we all call home. I wish everyone involved with the Centre for Democracy and Peace Fellowship Programme well for the 5th anniversary celebrations this week and many more years of success to come. Thank you.
Can I rise today to welcome the publication of the Department for Economy's 2-year progress report, which provides a clear overview of the delivery across the North in the last 2 years. There are many things that are contained within that, mainly around supporting economic growth, increasing skills provision, promoting regional balance, increasing apprenticeships and skills programmes, and supporting local businesses to grow and innovate. So an important strand of this work has been the Department's focus on regional balance, including delivery through initiatives such as Hidden Heartlands, which recognise the economic potential of rural and border communities and support economic development beyond urban centres. The approach taken by both Minister Murphy and by Minister Archibald is one which is about supporting communities, ensuring that ordinary people and ordinary communities feel the benefit of economic growth here in the North. And this is about putting people and communities first. In my own city, we have seen in the last 2 years a 22% growth in the number of students studying at Magee. And that benefits those students, but it benefits our entire city, because now we are creating an educational ecosystem in which people can study in Derry, live in Derry, work in Derry and build a life in Derry. That is true transformation, and it's the true meaning of regional balance, because when we create better opportunities for people right across our society, it benefits everybody. Over the next 2 years, the Department are looking at 8 pieces of legislation, just compared to 1 in the last 10 years. The most significant piece of legislation is the Good Jobs Bill, which has the opportunity to transform the lives of workers right across the North. This is about fair pay, fair conditions, better union representation and a raft of other positive legislation for ordinary people. So I commend the work that's being done in the department, and I look forward to seeing much more over the coming years.
This Sexual Violence Awareness Week, we reflect not only on the scale of harm caused by sexual violence, but also on how our system responds, or too often fails to respond, to those brave enough to come forward. One of the most powerful and stark reminders of why this Awareness Week matters is the story of Maria Cahill, a woman who spoke out about sexual abuse that she experienced as a teenager at the hands of an IRA member. Maria was just 16 years old when the abuse began, and instead of receiving the support and protection, she was subjected to a secretive internal investigation by the IRA and forced into confrontations with her alleged attacker. Shame. When Maria eventually took the courageous step to report the abuse to the statutory authorities, what followed was a series of legal proceedings that collapsed, not because her claims were unfounded, but because the PPS failed to handle the cases in a way that gave her confidence to pursue them through the justice system. A subsequent independent review found multiple failings by the PPS in how her case and two others linked were managed. This includes delays, poor communication, and a lack of focus on the experience of the complainant. This review concluded that the victims were let down by the service. That conclusion was a stark rebuke of how a young woman's trust in the justice system was eroded, and it forced the PPS to reckon with the system and its obligations to victims. What this case laid bare, and what Sexual Violence Week compels us to confront, is that survivors of sexual violence must feel supported, not abandoned, by every layer of the institutions. A failure at any stage, whether through policing, prosecution, or community support, risks silencing these victims and denying them justice. Maria's determination to speak publicly, despite the intense personal and public backlash she faced, sparked a wider discussion around our society. Her voice has helped spur on how scrutiny of sexual violence cases are managed, including how prosecutors communicate with victims, handle delays, and provide support to complainants to feel safe participating within the justice system. But her story is not just about one individual. It has become a catalyst for change and pushing for continual improvements how PPS engage with survivors, how we educate people on consent and respect, and how we build a system that we do not re-traumatise those who report the abuse. We will continue to respect Maria's courage and the many other survivors who share their experiences at significant personal cost. Sexual violence can happen to anyone. We will continue with our commitment to strengthen our legal and support systems so that victims are heard, believed and supported every single step of the way. Thank you.
I call Neil McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak today to highlight the continued failure by the Department of Health and the trusts across Northern Ireland to provide proper respite provision for families and children in need. Just last week, the Health Committee received confirmation that Lindsay House Short Breaks Home in the South Eastern Trust had not reopened for short breaks. This is despite repeated promises that the registration and opening of the Redwood residential facility would enable Lindsay House to resume respite services. Promises made by the Trust and the Department officials at committee, the Minister in this chamber, written correspondence and many written questions signed off by the Minister himself. I am standing up speaking on this today because this issue has been ongoing for many years. But it was brought to light, and members will recall, the I Am Not OK Spotlight documentary, which aired in September 2024 and shone a significant light on the struggles facing families with a child with severe complex needs. This led to the Minister announcing investment in respite services alongside a number of promises to families, including those at the centre of the documentary, that they would receive access to the support they needed. However, despite raising concerns since June 2024 to then Minister Robin Swan and repeated concerns about the delayed opening of Redwood residential facility, it was only officially opened in January of this year. Families have been waiting since 2024 for these facilities to be made ready, all the time with the light at the end of the tunnel being access to respite in Lindsay House. As of last week, we are now in a position where those repeated promises have yet been broken again. Redwood is open, but no short breaks can be provided at Lindsay House, and there is no foreseeable timeline for this. Families are at breaking point, and time is of the essence. Too many have been left to wait until they have no option but to put their child in residential care, something which no parent should have to do. When will the Minister, the Department and the Trusts finally get a handle of children's social care crisis and ensure that families can access the support they need? No more broken promises.
Okay, members, we must move on. Point of order.
Will the Speaker rule on whether the DUP member for South Downs' member statement was in breach of Standing Order 24 AD, as it was a direct attack on another member of this Assembly?
Actually, we had that conversation during the member's statement, and she did mention Mrs Mason at one point, but it was largely a statement about culture, so we did not intervene on that basis. So it sought advice of officials during that period, and that is the conclusion that we came to. If we can move on then, members, to a statement from the Education Minister.
Mr Speaker, on the 19th of November, the United Kingdom Supreme Court delivered its judgment in the case of JR 87 concerning religious education and collective worship in a Northern Ireland school. On the 24th of November, I gave this Assembly my commitment that I would return at the earliest opportunity to set out my response. Today I honour that commitment. As members will be aware, religious education and collective worship are legally compulsory in all publicly funded schools in Northern Ireland except nursery schools. The JR 87 case examined whether in one school the teaching of RE and the arrangements for collective worship complied with the rights guaranteed under Article 2 of Protocol 1 of the European Convention on Human Rights, read alongside Article 9 as incorporated through the Human Rights Act of 1988. The Supreme Court upheld the original case judge's declaration that in this case the pupil's rights had been breached and the current core syllabus does not in itself ensure religious education is delivered in a manner that is objective, critical and pluralist. It should be noted that the Court's findings related specifically to the circumstances of the pupil involved and delivered at the applicant's school. Mr Speaker, it is essential to be clear about what the Court determined and equally what it did not. The Court did not strike down the legislation that governs RE and collective worship. That legal framework remains firmly and intentionally in place. Schools must lawfully, therefore, continue to both teach RE and provide collective worship. However, the judgment does identify areas where action is now required. 3 issues in particular demand attention: ensuring that the core syllabus for religious education is objective, critical and pluralistic; ensuring the right of withdrawal from both RE and collective worship is practical and effective and does not place an undue burden on parents; and ensuring that a robust inspection regime is in place to monitor and uphold standards in RE. I will address each of these in turn. Turning first to revision of the core syllabus for RE. Religious education in all schools must include the core syllabus specified under Article 11 of the Education Order 2006. The syllabus sets out core matters, skills and processes to be taught. Mr Speaker, the Court found that the Department of Education, having assumed responsibility for setting the core syllabus, must take care that information or knowledge is conveyed in an objective, critical and pluralistic manner. I have therefore decided that it is necessary for the Department to revise the core syllabus. Whilst the Court recognised that schools can deliver RE lawfully, where they incorporate broader material beyond the core syllabus, I do not believe it is reasonable to leave schools to interpret this judgment alone. Different approaches in different settings lead to a heavy burden for schools. The absence of a nationally agreed core content standards would also ultimately lead to significant disparities in the nature and quality of RE across schools. The time is now right for a review of the syllabus. It has been nearly 20 years since it was last revised, and a wider curriculum review is already underway. Further, a wide range of stakeholders, including the Transfers Representative Council, have indicated their support for revision of the syllabus, and there is wide recognition of the need for clarity, consistency and modernisation, reinforcing the need for change. In addition, I am especially mindful of the need to safeguard religious education as an important academic discipline within the curriculum. A useful and enriching knowledge of Christianity, and more widely the world's main religious and philosophical traditions, studied with academic rigour, will be the ambition of the new syllabus. In this way, we will equip young people with the essential knowledge to understand a vital phenomenon that continues to shape today's world: religious tradition, belief and practice. All subjects across the curriculum should introduce pupils to disciplines of thought that provide powerful knowledge beyond their immediate experience. RE should exemplify this principle. RE is also about engaging pupils with profound questions of meaning, identity and ethics. It develops analytical skills through interpreting texts, evaluating arguments and understanding historical and cultural contexts. In doing so, RE prepares young people for life in modern society and cultivates qualities that are essential for democratic citizenship. A revised syllabus will reflect these ambitions, ensuring RE is taught objectively, critically and pluralistically. The revision of the syllabus will therefore, above all, strengthen RE as an academic discipline. However, let me be clear, and as upheld by the Court, Christianity will remain central to the revised syllabus. The reality of Northern Ireland's historical, cultural and legal context means that Christianity should and will continue to be the primary focus of the revised syllabus. It will give continued recognition to the historical role of Christianity in Northern Ireland's education system and society. While religious diversity is increasing, Christianity continues to shape our cultural norms, public holidays and civic life. A curriculum that ignores this reality would fail to prepare pupils for the social and historical context in which they live. Subjects should introduce pupils to powerful knowledge that helps them understand the world. In Northern Ireland, this includes understanding the Christian tradition, which has profoundly influenced literature, art, law, ethics and political history. Today, I have published terms of reference for the review of the RE syllabus. This review is separate from the review of the wider curriculum, which is now well underway. To take this forward, I am appointing Professor Noel Purdy, OBE, Director of Research and Scholarship at Stranmillis University College, to chair the new syllabus drafting group. Professor Purdy is a leading educational expert in Northern Ireland and has contributed extensively to educational policy, research and public discourse. I am confident that he will bring academic rigour and significant experience to the process. Mrs Joyce Logue, the former principal of Long Tower Primary School, will serve as the Vice-Chair of the group. Joyce is a long-serving and deeply respected educationalist and will ensure strong professional leadership and practitioner voice. My officials will invite an open call for applications to join the drafting group from experienced primary school teachers and RE subject specialists in schools across Northern Ireland, who will contribute their expertise to this important task. There will be representation from every school sector. This approach reflects my commitment to transparency, professionalism and broad educational input. Mr Speaker, I also want to emphasise that extensive engagement with a consultative group of the main churches will be a central element of this process. Their historic role in education and their continued contribution to school ethos and community life means their voices must be heard and respected. There will also be extensive, wider public engagement through an open call for evidence and focus group discussions with key stakeholders, including children, young people and parents. I hope that the drafting group will provide me with a new draft syllabus which is consistent with existing statutory obligations and the recent judgment by the summer of 2026. I would anticipate that the new religious education curriculum would subsequently be consulted on, with the new regulations being made in the autumn and the new syllabus implemented from September 2027. In the meantime, my officials have written to schools today to remind them that in delivering RE and using the current core syllabus, they should include additional objective, critical and pluralistic material to ensure no breach of European Convention rights. My department will also issue interim guidance for the 2026-27 academic year before the summer. The current legislation provides for an unqualified right of withdrawal from both religious education and collective worship. I have concluded that it is neither desirable nor easily achievable to bring about fundamental changes to collective worship. I therefore believe meeting the requirements of the judgment will involve ensuring the right of withdrawal is consistent with all necessary requirements. In this case, exercising the right of withdrawal was not considered straightforward either for the parent or the school, as no pre-existing alternative arrangements were in place and the parents had to negotiate with the school before withdrawal. This created both complexity and risk. The court concluded that the right of withdrawal must be practical and effective, not theoretical and illusory. Exercising this right should be simple and frictionless. There should be pre-existing arrangements which are ready to be implemented to avoid the need for discussions with parents that risk them feeling they need to disclose their own religious or philosophical convictions. Today I am publishing guidance to support schools to meet these requirements and to ensure clarity and consistency across all schools. Parents must be informed about the right of and arrangements for withdrawal when their child is admitted to the school and again annually. There must be no undue burden on parents. In short, withdrawal must be straightforward, stigma-free and supported. The right to withdrawal will involve a simple and confidential procedure via a standard form, without parents needing to provide reasons, justifications or declarations of their own beliefs. The school must grant the request promptly, without negotiation, approval processes or delays. Partial withdrawal from specific topics or activities is permitted. There must be no stigmatisation of the child. Children should participate in meaningful, supervised alternative activities such as independent study, reading or play, integrated discreetly to avoid singling them out. In circumstances where an effective right of withdrawal is in place, schools will be able to continue with their existing practices and routine in regard to collective worship. The Supreme Court also criticised the current lack of inspection of religious education and collective worship. To address this gap, I intend to bring forward legislation in the current Assembly term to ensure robust, transparent and accountable inspection arrangements for both religious education and arrangements for withdrawal. I will bring a paper to the Executive over coming weeks and ask for their full support in taking forward this important legislation. This will support the implementation of effective processes for withdrawal and the further enhancement of religious education as an important and high-quality element of the curriculum. Mr. Speaker, this is a measured and responsible response to the Supreme Court judgment. I am taking 3 key steps. Firstly, a new religious education curriculum, developed under the leadership of Professor Noel Purdy, supported by Joyce Logue and experienced subject specialists. This process will involve extensive consultation, including with the churches. Secondly, guidance ensuring the right of withdrawal is meaningful, straightforward and fully compliant with legal obligations. Thirdly, legislation to introduce inspection of both religious education and arrangements for withdrawal, ensuring transparency and building public confidence. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Court made clear this case was not about secularism or removing religion from our education system, nor was it about whether Christianity should be the main or primary faith that pupils learn about in schools in Northern Ireland. Historically and today, Christianity is the most important religion in Northern Ireland, and that reality will continue to be reflected in our curriculum. There was also no challenge in this case to the principle that collective worship in schools in Northern Ireland may focus on the Christian religion, or that in Catholic maintained schools the focus of collective worship may reflect the distinctive character of the Catholic tradition. This statement and the changes proposed are a product of the judgment of the Supreme Court. It is not my intention to bring about changes to the arrangements for religious education and collective worship beyond the terms of that judgment. And I know there are others who would take a different approach and would seek more far-reaching changes. There may no doubt be those who seek a mandate for such changes at the next election. That is the place for such changes to be determined. However, if such changes are to be introduced at some point in the future, they will be for another minister and another term of this Assembly. Thank you.
Move to questions, and I remind members that it is questions and not statements. Cara Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, thank you for your detailed statement today and giving the House so much clarity around this issue. Can you outline how you and your department will ensure that a reformed RE could be used to strengthen mutual understanding and enhance community relations to end division and the mistrust that exists in our society? And will you be extending your consultation to non-Christian faiths and to those without a faith as well? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I addressed some of those points in the early commentary, but the member highlights how we address division. Key to Christianity is that of respect, tolerance, greater understanding. It's why it's enriched our society for many, many years. It's why those within church leadership have often been to the fore of seeking to get peace and reconciliation within our communities. The member is right in terms of how we take forward religious education and the way in which it should foster that spirit of respect within our society. I'm confident that under Professor Noel Purdy and Joyce Logue, and when we appoint those subject specialists, we will be able to enhance the curriculum when it comes to religious education. It has been over 20 years from this has been carried out, and I welcome the opportunity that this presents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. I think it should be acknowledged. You could have kicked this into the long grass and had an endless review process, but you've chosen to act quickly, which I think is to be welcomed. I want to get to the issue of legislation. Our current the Education Order 1986 requires RE teaching to be based on the Holy Scriptures. Given that we're moving into a space where we need an RE syllabus that is objective, that is critical and pluralistic, does that requirement in the legislation allow that sort of curriculum to be delivered? And if not, is there really a need to look at legislative change to ensure we can deliver the ambition in this statement?
Well, the basis upon which RE in reference to Holy Scriptures, that will not be changing. It's not required to change. When we talk about objectivity, I think the key point that has came through in respect of the court judgment has been where schools should be indicating that this is what Christians believe. In the same way, Judaism, this is what they believe, or Islam, this is what they believe, in order to provide that level of objectivity. And that is something that has came through from the court judgment and how it is being delivered. And so that will be reflected in the approach, but ultimately whenever you're teaching what does Christianity teach, it is based upon, I don't use the term the Holy Scriptures, I know it's a terminology, people refer to it as the Scriptures, the Bible, whatever term you want to refer to, the Scriptures, but that will be retained because that is obviously the fundamental underpinning of Christian teaching, comes from the Bible. Jane?
John Corlin, and as the previous speaker said, the Supreme Court was clear that religious education must be objective, critical and pluralistic. Can the Minister explain in clear terms how his approach will ensure every child feels included and respected regardless of their faith or beliefs?
Well, obviously we want every child to be able to attend religious education, and that is something which is beneficial. Whenever I was at school, I was able to learn about other religious beliefs, and that helped enrich my understanding, particularly then in other countries. You get a better grip of the historical and cultural influences that religious teaching has had. So the key aspect of this has been around that objectivity and how that is being presented within schools. That is something that will be reflected upon as part of the development of this curriculum. But this will allow us to get on with the work in terms of the establishment of the subject working group. I've identified who will lead that group. We will make the relevant appointments. That will then be developed. There will be opportunity to engage on that. Specifically, the churches will retain a unique role in terms of their aspects of it, but then it will be for public consultation, and it'll be for everybody across society to be able to have an input into what that curriculum should contain. It is then for the department to take that forward and subject to the normal processes in terms of giving that statutory underpinning.
David Brooks. Mr. Speaker, and the Minister, I thank the Minister for the clarity he's bringing this morning on the way forward. He, like me, will have received a petition of over 90,000 people last week outlining their concern at the Supreme Court judgment. He's talked there about the unique role of the churches going forward. Can I ask him to outline that role in drafting the curriculum going forward?
Well, can I thank the member for his question, and he is right that the way in which the Supreme Court judgment had been misrepresented by those who take a hostile view towards Christianity did cause unnecessary concern. I sought to allay those fears as quickly as I could, but it has continued in terms of those who have engaged in this process. I trust in what I have been saying today that will continue to allay any of those fears for those who wish to pursue a secular humanist type approach to religious education, that won't be happening in Northern Ireland. The churches will continue to have a role. Extensive engagement with a consultative group of the main churches will be a central element to this process. The group will have nominations from both the Catholic Church and the Transfers Representative Council, who have representatives from the three Protestant churches who transferred their schools into the state. The historic role of the churches in education and their continued contribution to school ethos and community life means their voices must be heard and respected. So the consultative group will have those nominations from those bodies, and that is something that they will be able to engage with as that subject working group develops the curriculum.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree with me that a lot of the churches that are thriving at the minute are outside, of course, of the four main churches, and it's important that they have an input into engagement around how RE is taught in schools?
Yes, the member is right. There is considerable growth outside of the three main Protestant denominations in that respect, with the various different evangelical churches which there are in the various different denominations. And they will have an opportunity, as will everybody, to participate in this public consultation. But there is a unique historical context in that the Presbyterian Church of Ireland and the Methodist churches, they led when it came to education. They recognised the value of having children being educated. They developed the schools, and then when Northern Ireland came into being, they transferred over their schools into the state. The Catholic Church, again, equally valued education and retain their specific role when it comes to education. I think it is right that not only do we acknowledge that, we celebrate that, and that they should have a role, but that is not to the exclusion of other churches who will be able to have input into this process.
Kathy Mason.
The court has warned that withdrawal must not be theoretical or burdensome. How will the Minister ensure that children who are withdrawn are not going to be singled out or made to feel that they're different?
Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very clear when it comes to the way in which this should be handled, and I've outlined in the statement there should be a very clear, simple process. It shouldn't be subject to negotiation if parents don't want to go into that or have a discussion. They have an unqualified right to withdrawal. That, though, needs to have a meaningful purpose if you're not in collective worship. And I've been in school assemblies where there have been some children, I've noted, who have participated in certain elements and then they have withdrawn from a religious aspect of it, and that's where you have a partial withdrawal arrangement. But the withdrawal mechanism has to be effective, and it is something that parents should ultimately have the right to be facilitated by the school. So it'll be a much clearer, simple process in order to have that in a way that doesn't stigmatise. The other issue that I have asked schools to take forward is that at least once a term, in addition to the requirements that the law has on schools that collective worship should take place, they should also have an assembly that celebrates other aspects of the school where everyone would be able to participate in that, where there wouldn't be a religious component to it. That can be in addition to the collective worship aspect, and that is something that I would want to see schools, and I've asked that would now be taken forward when it comes to how they would make that available.
Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for bringing this important statement to the House today. And the developments did cause concern for many across Northern Ireland who valued the Christian ethos within many of our schools. Can the Minister confirm whether schools can continue to organise and have nativity plays and other celebrations throughout the academic year?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, absolutely. They can. Indeed, legally they are required to do so, and that is something that should be taking place, because all publicly funded schools, with the exception of nursery schools, have a legal requirement to provide daily collective worship. That legislation was not set aside by the courts. That's why I welcome the opportunity to provide an inspection process to monitor, to make sure that all schools are providing collective worship. So people have had some concern that we would be taking Christianity out of our schools. Far from it. This is ensuring Christianity remains central to our schools and collective worship. But we also need to make sure that all schools comply with the law when it comes to collective worship, and the inspectorate will be able to monitor that and provide information to us in that respect.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement. Can I ask the Minister how he will avoid repeating the mistakes of previous RE syllabus design processes and ensure that, as well as churches, other faiths and non-faith perspectives are involved in the development from the outset?
So when members have read the court judgment, that has helped inform the creation of the subject working group. That's why it's being led by Professor Noel Purdy, Joyce Logue, and we are appointing subject specialist professionals from within the education sector to do that. And churches will have a very key role in that. But the court was also critical of the previous way in which the curriculum was drafted, which was drafted directly by churches. And so I have sought to find a way to make sure that we respect what the court has said while still respecting the important role that churches have. So that will ensure there is that due recognition, and then there will be a wider public consultation. But safe to say, Mr. Speaker, I do not anticipate any circumstance whereby the curriculum would be drafted by this subject working group and that the churches, and we have engaged with the TRC, we have engaged with the Catholic Church. I do not envisage any circumstances whereby I would put out a curriculum for wider public consultation without having the support of the churches in terms of what is contained within the curriculum. When we put it out then for public consultation, everybody will be able to participate in that particular consultation process.
Danny Baker.
The Minister, you appear to be relying heavily on the opt-out system under this new guidance. Would you not agree that the best possible scenario is one where all children are supported in an inclusive curriculum?
Minister.
Well, the religious education aspect around the curriculum is something that I've outlined how that is going to be taken forward. But in regards to collective worship, I made clear in terms of the opening statement to the House, you cannot have a way to change that collective worship approach where a Christian minister or a priest was to be participating in a church assembly. We can't expect them to say what they believe, however, is somehow disagreed with by other religious beliefs. That is just not something that would be practical, nor in my view desirable for that to take place within a collective worship type scenario. That's why there will be no change to collective worship. When I look at the Catholic Church and I see what happens within the Catholic schools, they have to be able to have their Catholic ethos respected, whether I agree or not with it. But parents have a right to choose the school in which they want to have their children brought up in. That is protected under European Convention rights. And therefore, we are striking, in my view, the right balance, that religious education, we will develop the curriculum appropriately, but when it comes to collective worship, there will be no change in that respect. But that's where we have to have an effective withdrawal mechanism in a way that doesn't stigmatise, in a way that is unqualified rights of the parents and should be respected without negotiation or discussion with those parents, but that there should be meaningful purpose for those children in those cases. But that we do then have at least once a term a wider celebration of an aspect of school life where no child should feel that they need to withdraw from that aspect of it.
Right, Harvey. Speaker, can I thank the Minister for bringing the statement to the House today. Minister, maybe you could explain the rationale for legislating in relation to inspection. Thank you.
So there was some criticism in the court judgment that for inspection to be carried out when it came to religious education, that required the express approval of boards of governors. That is not the case for other subject matters, and therefore we're seeking to correct that, because whenever we develop the curriculum around religious education, we need to ensure that that curriculum is very much, it's academic, it is something that will be impartial, but in order for us to monitor that, there needs to be some form of inspection taking place. And whilst historically under the law there was an aspect of responsibility for the churches to carry out inspection when it came to RE, in practice that wasn't happening. At least if it was very much on the periphery. So I think it's right that we would have an element of the inspectorate process that would incorporate religious education. It would also be able to monitor the effective application of the withdrawal policies that would operate in schools. It would also be able to report that schools are actually complying with the law and making sure that there is collective worship taking place within our schools.
Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for coming and the speed with which he's brought this. Can I also get this opportunity to congratulate Noel and Joyce on their appointment. Minister, you'll know that there's been concern amongst principals and boards of governors about a dilution of Christian ethos in their schools, and I mean across both sectors, both the controlled and the maintained. Can I ask you, just for complete clarity, can schools continue to provide daily Christian worship, and will Christianity remain a key part of the curriculum and syllabus?
Mr. Speaker, the answer is emphatically yes. They can. I gave that assurances very quickly after the UK Supreme Court, and today I've outlined in further detail the way in which we are responding legally and proportionately to that. But absolutely it is the case that when it comes to collective worship, schools can continue with their current practice as has been the case. But we do now need to have in place, though, is that effective right of withdrawal. That is the way in which we are responding to this court judgment.
McAllister.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement, and I welcome the clarity. My son won't, however, because he enjoys having wee jobs to do about the school instead of actually attending learning and religious classes. But I think it's very important for our children to be critical thinkers and to be allowed to ask questions. So therefore, I just want to seek greater clarity from the Minister in how you will ensure that the new syllabus will be in schools allow children to ask questions, will not be based on that objective truth when it does come to the element of Christianity within our schools, and allowing children to ask those questions in a respectful manner that they will be answered.
Well, without having to rely on a UK Supreme Court judgment, I would hope that all children should feel empowered to be able to engage Certainly I was whenever it came to religious education. If you were to ask my RE teacher, it was probably one of the subjects that I was most participative in. So that should be happening irrespective of the court judgment, where young people feel that they can engage in this. So I've outlined how we're going to take this forward around the curriculum. I've addressed the issue around collective worship. I think this is a proportionate way to do it, but it does and will continue to ensure that Christianity remains the central tenet of religious education in Northern Ireland. That will continue to be the case.
Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, I don't think Christianity is under assault in schools in Northern Ireland, and I'm not really sure that any serious or objective scrutiny of our education system would bear that out. Indeed, I think lots of parents who are either not particularly religious or non-religious entirely feel that it's quite difficult often for them to make the choice, or their children to make the choice not to participate. Having said that, I was educated in a Catholic school and I was taught to think critically. But given that what you've said here is effectively no change to collective worship, potentially some legislation on inspection, but a new RE curriculum, which you've just said earlier on, would effectively have a veto from the four main denominations. You said you wouldn't proceed without if they dissented from it. Can I ask, where precisely will be the voice of people who are not religious or who are choosing to raise their children in a non-religious setting? I think it is important that you say, A, that you respect their input, and B, how you expect it to be represented.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I respect that Mr. O'Toole is not seeking to have an assault on Christianity within our schools, but he would be wrong to suggest that there are not those within our society who are engaged in an assault on Christianity being taught in our schools and collective worship. I have spoken to numerous principals where parents have demanded that there should not be practices taking place around religious collective worship, that there should not be even nativity plays taking place, and those principals often feel the pressure that is being put on them by a very small but very vocal minority. So I am ensuring that that noisy minority will not be the determinant factor, that actually the majority of people who do support the current practice on collective worship, who do support Christianity being the primary and central core aspect of religious education, will continue. I will ensure that the churches will continue to have a specific role in respect of this process. But all people will then be able to engage whenever it comes to the wider public consultation. They will be able to provide that feedback, but I wouldn't want to create any impression that those who are seeking to have a secularist, non-religious aspect to religious education will be able to sway me in having a different outcome in respect of this matter, because they won't.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and confirming that Christianity will remain the central tenet of collective worship in schools. Can the Minister highlight the process for bringing forward legislation on inspection?
Well, can I thank the member for the question? So over the coming weeks, it'd be my intention to bring proposals to the Executive to ask them to agree in respect of removing the exemption for RE from the inspection process. That would allow a bill then to be drafted and introduced to the Assembly and put in place before the end of this current Assembly term.
Peter McGrills.
Minister, can you advise if the new syllabus will provide guidance to ensure that when schools bring in third parties to deliver religious education and collective worship, that they do so in a way that is objective, critical and pluralistic?
So, Mr. Speaker, schools will be able to continue to bring in third parties in that respect when it comes to religious education, acts of collective worship. But I very much trust our school leaders and principals whenever they do bring people into school, that they will ensure that those individuals act responsibly. Indeed, that is the case. And if there is evidence where someone has been brought into a school and said or acted in a way which is not appropriate, well then that should be reported through the normal processes, and I would anticipate that the school would take the appropriate actions. But that is very different to somebody saying, I disagree with a Christian minister coming into a school and bringing forward their Christian beliefs. There are those who don't agree with that. And if somebody complains that a Christian minister has actually done so, the school should not empower that parent in order to have that Christian minister or a other organisation removed. That would be to have that minority vocal individual dictating to the majority within that school, and that's not something that we should be able to facilitate.
John Buckley.
Christian-based collective worship and indeed RE have been an integral part of my school upbringing and indeed many of my constituents. We deeply value both its meaning and its purpose and worth. But I think, Minister, we would be deluding ourselves to think that there is not an attempt by some within this Assembly and indeed activist organisations who are trying to undermine the principle of Christian collective worship. So in that regard, Minister, will you give assurances to the House that under your leadership as Education Minister, you will ensure that there is no demeaning, undermining or banishment of Christian collective worship in our schools?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to give the member that assurance. I agree with what he has said. It is a small number who engage in this hostile activity, but it is nevertheless a small number that can have a disproportionate impact, and we need to be able to withstand that. This strikes the right balance in terms of the Supreme Court judgment. It properly respects the Christian ethos that exists within our schools. It reflects historically and culturally Northern Ireland today, and I believe that this will be the right way to take things forward. So let the working group get on with the job. Let us appoint the specialists to draft this curriculum. We will engage through the proper processes with the stakeholders and the wider public, and then we will get to a point where we can bring this forward in terms of having a revised curriculum. But collective worship, as currently being practiced in our schools, can continue to be practiced. It is legal, and indeed it is a requirement under the law.
Daniel Crossan.
Speaker, Minister, how will you guarantee consistency and legal compliance in the delivery of RE across all schools before the new syllabus and inspection processes are in place, given the Court's findings that the existing framework is insufficient on its own?
Minister.
Well, part of the issue that we have has been RE not being subject to that wider inspection. We're going to correct that. That will help ensure consistency in terms of the application of the curriculum. So this is something that we are addressing. I have provided interim guidance to schools. So I have provided information where schools can refer and say I have material which would address in an interim period the issues that the Supreme Court highlighted in terms of that objectivity. So there is material available. I'm encouraging and saying to those schools that you should be accessing that material in terms of what you're currently delivering around religious education within the school. And then we will put this on a firm foundation whenever we work through the process of this curriculum being established.
Carl.
Minister, revising the core syllabus is welcome, but many will be concerned that Christianity will remain central to our education system. There should be the right to religious freedom for everybody, but a separation of church and state, my view and many other people's as well. Minister, your proposals don't take into account falling church numbers and people generally moving away from religious ideas in churches for a range of reasons. Will your department monitor the numbers of people who opt out? And if a large number of people want to opt out from collective worship, does he agree with me that this will indicate a more radical rethink of the role of education, religion and education will be required?
So I'm happy to look at the information in terms of collecting that data, when it comes to withdrawal, because I think that information would be helpful, and I suspect would actually point to the very, very small numbers that actually do engage on it. But in terms of the other comments, the member highlighted that education and when it comes to RE, open to all. But if the solution to it being to open to everybody is that you must accommodate those who do not want religious education in our schools, who do not want collective worship, well then it's not open to all. Right. It's actually being denied to the overwhelming majority of people in Northern Ireland and their children. And so what the member presents isn't something that I would support, and I don't believe the wider population would support the position that he has adopted.
Thank you. That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister if members just take their ease before we move on to the next item.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on ending academic selection. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes with concern the continued use of academic selection and transfer tests as a means of determining post-primary school transfer within our education system, recognises the extensive body of evidence from educational experts, including the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child, the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland and the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development, which highlights the negative impact of academic selection on children's well-being, educational outcomes and social mobility. Further notes that research consistently shows that transfer tests cause undue stress and anxiety for young people and disproportionately disadvantage those from lower income and working class backgrounds, deepening educational inequalities, affirms its commitment to an education system based on equality, inclusion and the principle that all children, regardless of background or ability, should have the opportunity to reach their full potential in a supportive and non-selective environment, calls on the Minister of Education to take steps to phase out the use of academic selection and transfer tests in post-primary admissions and to develop and implement a fair, inclusive and non-selective system of post-primary education that ensures equality of opportunity for all children, and further calls on the Minister to prioritise action to tackle educational underachievement and close the attainment gap, particularly for children from disadvantaged socio-economic backgrounds.
Thank you. I call Cathy Mason to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published in the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
For many 10 and 11-year-old children across the north, the type of school they attend after primary school is determined by a high-stake exam. At a time when children are already preparing for the daunting transition to post-primary school, moving into a new environment where they are no longer the big fish in a small pond, many face the added pressure of sitting a selection exam. The very thought of this test alone causes undue stress for children and their families. For many, that pressure begins the moment they enter primary 7 and very often much earlier, all because of a brutal system where a child's educational pathway is effectively decided at just 11 years of age. That pressure is driven by a persistent narrative that children will receive a higher quality education if they attend a selective school. Yet despite these claims, research shows no clear overall advantage to selective systems compared with non-selective systems. And as a result of these claims, many families feel obliged, in the interests of their children, to put them through a non-statutory, unregulated and privately run transfer system, one that operates without proper oversight, evaluation or safeguards. That is unfair on parents and unjust for children. How can it be right that an exam taken at 11 years of age continues to determine the educational future of so many of our young people? We know that academic selection has a damaging impact on children's self-esteem and mental health. That can't be denied. We've heard this straight from the mental health champion, Siobhan O'Neill. Preparation for transfer tests often comes at the expense of key areas of the curriculum, including art, play and physical education, all required for development and well-being. We've heard from families that this intensive preparation continues in classrooms where not all children are sitting these exams. And what does this do? This creates a two-tier classroom environment, one where some children are prioritised and others are implicitly sidelined. That division alone would clearly undermine confidence and self-worth. The harm then further deepens when the results are issued, effectively sorting children into two groups: those deemed suitable for grammar school and those who are not. At 11 years old, children are told explicitly or implicitly that they are less capable than their peers and should therefore be educated elsewhere. That is not fair and it is not acceptable. Research consistently shows that academic performance is closely linked to family income and background. Children from working class and lower income families are far more likely to attend non-selective schools, while children from more affluent backgrounds are disproportionately represented in grammar schools. In reality, this system pressures parents into paying for private tuition simply to give their child a chance in the tests, and many families cannot afford to do so. When access to opportunity depends on a family's ability to pay, it cannot be credibly described as fair. This reinforces a two-tier education system. Free school meals entitlement, a widely accepted measurement of disadvantage, shows that the most disadvantaged pupils in the north overwhelmingly attend non-grammar schools. Pupils are also less likely to attend a grammar school if their primary school serves a community with higher levels of deprivation. Children with special educational needs and those from disadvantaged backgrounds are significantly underrepresented in these schools. This is not inclusion. This is an elitist system reinforced through selection. And despite what the Minister has said before, this is not a debate about lack of political consensus. There may not be political consensus in this chamber, but there is a clear evidence consensus on the harm caused by academic selection and on its failure to improve the outcomes for all children. What is striking, however, is the inconsistency in the Minister's position. We are told that he cannot act on academic selection because consensus does not exist. Yet at the same time, he is pushing ahead at extreme pace with the Transform Ed programme, a project that closely mirrors reforms in England, including the promotion of a so-called knowledge-rich curriculum. One of the core claims for this is that it will tackle educational underachievement and place all children on a level playing field. But the Minister cannot credibly argue for a level playing field on one hand, while continuing to support an archaic system of academic selection that sorts children at 11 years of age and entrenches inequality from the outset on the other hand. Ministers are not elected to wait for consensus. They are elected to lead based on solid evidence and aim to give every single child the very best opportunities in life. We are also repeatedly told by the Minister that the focus should instead be on making every school a good school. Of course, every school should be a good school. Nobody disputes that, but the core should be about raising standards for all. That does not sit with academic selection. But we cannot build equality on top of a system that ranks children and schools from the outset, one that creates winners and losers. An unequal admission system will always undermine efforts to raise standards right across the system. Doing nothing is a choice, and in this case it is a choice that leaves some children paying the price. And crucially, despite repeated claims about grammar school effectiveness, most studies show no clear advantage to selective education once family income and background are also taken into account. Outcomes are no better overall in non-selective systems. So we must ask ourselves, if academic selection delivers no better results, what is the justification for putting children through such pressure and harm? If the stress is real, the inequality is clear, and the outcomes are no better, then we must confront a very simple truth. Academic selection has failed our children, not because change is impossible, but because it is being avoided, and it is time for that to end.
Thank you. And I call Cara Hunter to move the amendment. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind on the amendment. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak further to our amendment and to really have the opportunity to talk further about the impact of academic selection on the health and well-being of our children in Northern Ireland. I'd like to thank the members who brought this motion forward here today, as rightfully it expresses concern that the Minister's programme of educational reform will be unsuccessful in tackling educational disadvantage unless we really confront the reality of academic selection here in the North. That concern is well-founded and well-researched. And Minister, I acknowledged you had said yesterday on academic selection, it really is one of these things where we can't find common ground, which I think is very sad, but I do understand it. But hopefully today, one thing we can agree on is that this motion recognises that the education of our children is shaped both inside and outside of the classroom, and to just really highlight the importance of working closely with your colleague, the Minister for Communities, to deliver action to tackle educational disadvantage and the attainment gap, particularly for children from disadvantaged socio-economic backgrounds. We know that the home that a child returns to matters, how the family operates matters, and we all know that our children are not growing up equally. Some children grow up in rich or middle-class homes. Some grow up not knowing where their next meal is coming from. Some grow up in dysfunctional homes, while others in complete and total stability. The system is not fair. As other members have rightfully already said, the fact that we ask 10 or 11-year-old children to sit high-stakes exams that tells them, they're either a success or a failure, or as Cathy had said, a winner or a loser, it's really, really hard. I've spoken with some children after they got their results, and some were just so disappointed in themselves, and it's really hard. It's really hard to see that. And then we move on to organise the rest of their education around one moment in time and one exam, with no chance to resit, which is why I asked that question yesterday, Minister, because I think it's really important. If they're given this one moment in time to prove themselves, they might be in an unfamiliar environment. It's really important that we at least grant the opportunity to resit, which I find very cruel. If I cast my memory back to my own experience of 2006 when I sat my 11 plus, before going into the exam hall, we did breathing exercises in a circle and played relaxing music before going to sit the exam, which as an adult now looking back, I think is totally bizarre that this was normalised, and I think it's still depressing that to this day we force our young people to sit these exams. During the transfer process, evidence has shown around half of pupils report feeling anxious or stressed, 1 in 6 struggle with sleep, and 1 in 8 say the experience has had a long-lasting negative impact on confidence and well-being, and again I find this terribly sad. The transfer test is not an opportunity for resilience building, it's actually a way for young people to feel boxed into whatever grade they come out with. A way of understanding if they themselves are either one of two things, a smart kid or a not so smart kid. Parents are feeling stuck between a rock and a hard place. They want their child to do well, but feel obligated to have their child sit this exam equally while struggling with the morality of not wanting them to. And teachers I've spoken with see this every year. In fact, over 90% of teachers surveyed believe the transfer test has had a negative impact on children's mental health. When professionals closest to our children are telling us directly that this is causing damage, I think it's really important, certainly that we as a committee and as elected representatives listen. Academic selection, and this is the importance of our amendment today, it really doubles down on disadvantage. It simply doesn't identify ability, it reflects the advantage of the child and the home in which they're growing up in and the access to resources that they have. Only 14% of pupils in selective schools are entitled to free school meals compared to over a third in non-selective schools. And this really shows the divide of working class children and children who come from middle class homes who are more likely to have access to tutoring, familiarity with exams and of course parental resources to help shape the outcomes that their parents desire. By the age of 11, we are already sorting our children along socio-economic lines, and then we act surprised when the attainment gap later in life persists. This will go on to shape their lives, and as the Health Minister has previously said, it will even go on to shape their health outcomes. The whole thing feels grossly unfair. Today is an opportunity to learn from other areas. Our amendment speaks of the importance of the steps that the Republic has taken. This motion also acknowledges... yep, certainly.
Members' own schooling, did you enjoy the grammar school education? Can you give any insight?
Yep. Well, I have to be frank, I did enjoy, and I know I've benefited myself from a grammar setting. I went to both Loretto College, Coleraine, and Dominican in Port Stewart, and I'm well aware of the privilege. I come from what I would describe as a middle-class home. I had access to tutoring and opportunities. I returned from America just before I sat my exam and spent my entire summer, thanks to my parents, paying for tutoring. So yes, I would acknowledge the privilege that I have, the home in which I come from, and how I've benefited from the transfer test, and I'm lucky to have parents who supported me in my well-being throughout that time. Other children, Mr Burrows, are not so lucky, so I'm here to speak to that today. The Republic ended widespread academic selection decades ago. In its place, it invested in universal access, school-based supports, and we learned about targeted disadvantaged programmes such as DEIS. Recently at committee as well, which I found really interesting, Minister, some of the steps the South is taking to really tackle educational disadvantage. The result is a system that values excellence but does not label children as failures before they become adolescents, and does not rely on selection to drive improvement. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're bringing forward this motion or this amendment today to really highlight how disadvantaged children really feel that they're not being given a fair chance to flourish. The motion today asks us to be honest about what evidence already tells us. We have to be brave enough to learn from elsewhere and be serious about building an education system that works for each and every child, regardless of their background. Ending academic selection is not the whole answer, but without it, there is no credible route to true educational equality. I commend our amendment to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. I call David Brooks.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this issue we'll all recognise is one that has strong opinions and raises passions on which views can be polarised. Education shapes not only the futures of our children but the economic, cultural and civic health of Northern Ireland. And individuals and families will have different but equally valid experiences of our system, positive and negative. Experiences and views that cross political and religious divides, and that is why passions are so strong. But let us be honest about what academic selection is and what it is not. It is not a judgment on a child's worth. It is not a declaration of lifelong success or failure, and it is not a denial of opportunity. At best, academic selection is about matching children to the educational environment where they are most likely to thrive at a particular stage in their development. Of course, it can be stressful. Of course, not everyone is successful, even within their own expectations, such as the nature of exams throughout your education.
Thank the member for giving way. You've said it's about sorting children into the appropriate school environment for them. Are you saying that you would stand over our current system of testing as an accurate, objective, reliable measure to assess a child's ability, and that ability is innately fixed at age 11?
There's an extra minute.
I think there's many aspects of the current system that are not optimal, I have to say, but I also don't think that the system that I would believe to be optimal, the member would be willing to facilitate. So I think there is an understanding that we have an issue of getting to consensus around what would be the best way forward, but I do actually absolutely believe in the principle of academic selection. Moving on then, Northern Ireland is often described as having one of the more unequal societies in the island. We've heard that mentioned here today. Yet paradoxically, we also have a record of social mobility, of occupational mobility that matches or in some ways outperforms other parts of the UK. For generations, children from working class families, many without an academic tradition at home, have used grammar schools as a ladder of opportunity. I, as the son of a fitter in shorts and an entry grade civil servant, was able to attend one of the better and best academic schools in the country. Not at the moment, thank you. certainly in that year it was one that was in one of the ones in most demand, and yet that was dictated at that stage by academic ability, not whether my parents could afford to pay private fees or buy a house in the right catchment area. I was not at my school the minority either. At Grosvenor, I went to school with friends from Ballybean, from Tullycarnet, from Craigie and the Newtonards Road. I know that the members opposite, particularly those with whom I sit on the Education Committee, believe that this system is elitist, that it somehow keeps the working classes down. I am far from their Marxist or socialist ideals, but I care that people from backgrounds like my own have the chances that I did. It is that makes me desire to defend those opportunities for others from working class backgrounds. I support academic selection because I believe it is a vehicle for social mobility. Now, I am not blind to the inequalities which exist, nor their impact in skewing selection. As we have and will hear today, critics claim that academic selection entrenches that inequality. We will note, and I'm sure we'll hear of it today, the UNCRC and OECD did not explicitly rule out academic selection, but talked about the inequalities and how that affected the system. But inequality does not begin at age 11. We know it begins much earlier, through poverty, housing insecurity, health outcomes, and access to early years support. Blaming selection for inequalities it did not create is both inaccurate and counterproductive. That inequality does not exist because a middle-class parent can pay for their child to have tutoring. It may exasperate it, but by then, much of the die which creates that inequality has already been cast, and we must address that. Yes?
Would you not agree with me that the same schools are doing all the heavy lifting? So if you have schools taking on all the children from social economic background, of inequalities, special educational needs, newcomer children, then it's really unfair for those children to try and get the same pathways in education?
I agree some schools have more challenges than others, certainly, but I think that's a reason why the answer, if we're serious about equality, is not to level down aspiration but to level up support, particularly in early years education and childcare, in primary schools serving disadvantaged communities, and in community-based educational supports. This is a long-term objective and commitment, but I believe this Minister has done more than any to develop and underpin those supports within a challenging financial climate. Another argument we will hear is that selection damages children's confidence. Of course, any assessment system must be handled with care, but the solution is not to abandon assessment altogether. In life, young people will face exams, interviews and competitions. Our responsibility is to ensure that these experiences are fair, proportionate and humane, not to pretend that they do not exist. We already hear frustrations from private industry and indeed public and emergency services that many in today's generation of recruits are found to lack in resilience. The solution is not for children never to experience adversity. I recognise that children develop at different rates. Academic selection at 11 is not perfect, but nor is a single one-size-fits-all comprehensive model. No system will ever achieve the eradication of families seeing some schools as better than others, and there will always be a measure of those with more money being able to ensure that they get what they need. To me, an exam seems a fair... Thank you.
Thank you. I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm happy to confirm at the outset that the Alliance Party will be supporting the motion and the amendment in this debate, and we thank the proposers of the motion for bringing it forward. I'll maybe just address Mr Burrow's comments that he made to Cara Hunter during her contributions. I'll clear it up before you you want to engage on that. I am the product of a grammar school education. I'm not going to pretend I have a story of the school of hard knocks. I was the son of a GP and went to the local grammar school, and the system worked perfectly for me. But I don't think that we should be making educational policy based on anecdotal experiences of one member's or another's experience of the education system. I think that is a very, very lazy way to make policy, and we need to be making it based on the evidence of the outcomes it actually delivers for children across the system. Before getting into the detail, I also just want to address the phrase academic selection. It's not really a phrase I'm not comfortable with. I think it creates an impression that we have some sort of system of being able to select children based on innate ability that is identified at age 11. I'm not sure that the current system of testing that we have with CAG is robust, does provide objective measures of ability, nor do I think it's a desirable thing to want to try and fix a child's ability and potential at that age in their educational journey. That seems to me to be completely at odds with the ambitions we should have for all of our children and young people. So whilst many will argue, and Mr Brooks has done so today, that our process of academic selection promotes social mobility, I would say the evidence concludes otherwise. Ulster, yes, I'll give way.
You had the member take an intervention, particularly so early in your speech, but would you agree with me that this is a very unhelpful conversation? It almost alludes to the fact that if you went to a high school that you're not socially mobile. That is not true. That is simply not true, and I'm going to name check my own school. St Paul's High School was one of the best schools in this statelet, and I also represent St Joseph's High School, which has had many people who have come from socially deprived areas and done very well in their lives. So academic selection in grammar schools does not guarantee social mobility.
There's an extra minute.
I thank the member for her intervention, and absolutely I agree. I think there are so many lazy assumptions made in these debates that one thing equals success and another doesn't. I think we should just be looking for success for all our children and young people, and I think that notion that every school should be a good school should be what we should be aspiring to, and not trying to siphon children off into some preconceived notions of academic ability. I'm probably now going to be up against it in time, but in terms of the issue of social mobility, I think the Ulster University research recently highlighted that in terms of non-selective schools, about 37% of those pupils are entitled to free school meals compared to 13% of pupils attending in grammar. So I think any idea that we are not segregating children to some degree based on their economic background, I think does not hold water. I want to bring in an element that other members haven't touched on. I think there is a financial and budgetary element to this as well. We know that the demographics are changing and that we are seeing a decline in pupil numbers. We anticipate in the next 10 to 15 years potentially a 25% reduction in primary school numbers coming through. Now that connects to academic selection in a very profound way, because while there is a cultural assumption that grammar schools should be prioritised and that's where you should seek to send your child, ultimately, grammars and selective schools can just lower that threshold every year, and ultimately grammar schools simply become full schools. And then you have the non-selective sector who have a smaller pool of pupils who they are trying to attract to their school. And when we have a system where money follows the pupil, that can have profound impacts on a non-selective school's budget. And I think we have to be serious about that if we're also serious about tackling the financial crisis that we have in education. Now, when announcing the Transform Ed proposals last year, the Minister set out very clearly, he made a statement that I agree with. The message is simple but powerful: more time for deeper learning, less pressure to teach to the test. I cannot disagree with that, but I also cannot connect that to the approach we take at primary school, when sometimes from P5, but certainly from P6 and P7 onwards, there is an almost exclusive focus on teaching to the CAG test, an exclusive focus on numeracy and literacy to the exclusion of other areas of the curriculum. So if we want to have more time for deeper learning, then we need to put our money where our mouth is and do that at all stages of the education system. And indeed, Lucy Crane, carrying out her review of the Northern Ireland curriculum, spoke to that very directly. She acknowledged that while it was not in her remit to deal with academic selection, she acknowledged that it does have an impact on the curriculum in primary school and that it is not a positive one. It is in fact, quite the opposite. So as a party, Alliance has a vision for the future of our education system, and it's one where pupils can succeed when they receive high quality teaching in a supportive learning environment where there are high expectations of all pupils, no matter what their economic background is, but that is combined with a nurturing and caring environment where there's a focus on pupils' mental well-being. That vision of success for our young people, regardless of their economic context or where they were born or the postcode that they grew up in, does not, to my mind, require us to engage in any form of testing in a high-stakes test at age 10 or 11 to somehow identify a sense of innate academic ability. Children should learn together with children from a diverse range of backgrounds in their community, where they can learn from each other and truly be prepared to live rich and fulfilled lives in society. There were agreements made back at St Andrews that have effectively allowed academic selection in by the back door in Northern Ireland. We had the opportunity for reform and we missed it. It's now time to grasp the nettle.
Time is up. Thank you. I call John Burrows.
I oppose the motion not because I defend only grammar schools, but defend all schools and the right for everyone in Northern Ireland to have choice, number one. bedrock of our democracy is people can choose. And that, of course, is ideologically inconsistent with much of what the members who have proposed the motion believe in, who would admire many states that are very communist and Marxist in nature. But choice is important. I won't give way at the moment to the member who told me to shut up this morning on radio. Now, I also defend, and let me talk about choice. I was in primary schools in Bangor recently, and many of them told me.
Members, sorry, Mr. Burrows. Members will not engage in debate across the chamber. Interventions will be sought and agreed to, not assumed, Mr. Burrows.
In Bangor Primary, and the principals had great pride in saying to me that many of the pupils and parents chose not to go to grammar school, even if they passed their selection, but to go to Bangor Academy, because it's an outstanding school that is bucking the trend and the perceptions of non-selective schools. The party opposite talks about choice and the right of girls to choose to wear trousers, one that I agree with. But yes, I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. Just before you move on from the point around choice, would the member agree that if you don't achieve the requisite score in your transfer test, then you have a whole range of schools that are immediately ruled out and you don't have choice? And if the nearest non-selective school says that you must put them as first choice, and once you've done that, you're ruled out from other schools with the same criteria, that your choice is in fact limited?
Extra minute.
There are various pathways, and I'll come back to that in a moment. But this man is not going to tell girls in my constituency that they cannot choose to attend St Louis or Dalriada. That is their choice, and if they want to aspire to that, I will support it. Second of all, I'm going to champion Catholic grammar schools that have been let down by political representatives who don't champion them. I served in Derry, Londonderry, whatever you want to call it, for many, many years. I saw the social mobility that came from people who went to the excellent Catholic grammar schools in that city. St Colum's in the city, look what it's produced. Seamus Heaney, John Hume, Phil Coulter. I won't give away any further. No, I won't give away any further. In West Belfast, St Dominic's, Mr Sheehan's own constituency, it has produced wonderful pupils who've been some of the brightest minds of our country. No, I won't give way. Including Mary McAleese, and of course Miss Flynn. Now, if I could actually make my points. Now, so those schools feel they need someone to champion them, and I'm happy to do that as a unionist representative. And we need to talk also about the stigmatisation that we actually bring by this discussion on selection. That selection is bad actually reinforces the fear that if you don't pass your 11 plus, that somehow you are less than the people who do pass. And also, for many schools that have non-selection in different systems around the world, there is still streaming. And that can involve a degree of informal selection that lacks the objectivity and the fairness of a selection process. This also comes down to choices. We're spending our time debating selection. And whenever I speak to people in schools and parents and pupils around the country, this isn't what they talk about. What they talk about is the state of their schools. What they talk about is the building. What they talk about is the crisis in the numbers we have with special education needs. The fact that we can't attract as many males into the teaching profession. You talk about stress, I'll give you the biggest stress children face these days is the stress of the pressures of social media and screen time. That's what we should be discussing today, not this false debate on academic selection. So I do believe that we should be giving people maximum choice. Levelling up, not levelling down. And I think this debate is at its heart an ideological one. It is looking down, in fact, upon schools that are not grammar. Instead of saying that all schools can be excellent schools, that there are many different pathways through life that give people the choice and the opportunity to reach their full potential. So I do think we need to actually support children who go through selection better. We need to actually offer more pastoral support to them. We need to destigmatise this issue of passing or failing. It's not. It's just a different pathway in your life. Yes, it will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. I thank the member for giving way. Does the member recognise the value in continued assessment when approaching the transfer from primary to post-primary?
Absolutely. And I think anything we can do to remove a cliff edge around selection actually removes the stress. That's why I've got concerns about removing AS in terms of later in secondary school, because I think the cliff edge can actually be detrimental to the school to well-being. So for all those reasons, I oppose the motion, I support choice, and I think we can better serve all our pupils across Northern Ireland and our parents and give them that choice.
Tony Baker.
Don't know how to follow that one. Maybe the Ulster Unionist Party need a more robust leadership contest, to be honest with you. Look, academic selection warps our whole education system, and you don't want any child to feel like a failure, and you want to give them all the best opportunities in life. But the reality of it is, this isn't about grammar schools or comprehensive, it's about the process. And the process makes you feel like a failure. And I don't have to go too far to defend that, because it made me feel like a failure when I done the 11 plus back in 1983. Now, it took a long process for me to get to where I am today, and it might seem like, oh, hey, he's talking nonsense, that's about privilege, he's an MLA, he's a former mayor. I got lucky. Not everybody gets lucky. They really don't. And that luck didn't come from like any one particular thing. It was going to a school that had teachers who looked out for all the kids. But that's why I done the intervention earlier on, to say same schools are doing the heavy lifting. In my school there was a lot of challenges there. It wasn't simply about getting down, getting the books and getting your GCSEs. There's so much more going on. Where probably grammar schools don't have to face that, and their school leaders, it's great and they get them grades out. But there's many of our schools are getting young people from probably a grade F or E to a C. And that's what I was. I got from probably going to have no GCSEs, maybe the ones practical ones like art and PE that I was good at. But I got all the rest of them just by the skin of my teeth. And that's what I mean about a bit of luck. And with that bit of luck, you build confidence. Yeah, and we done the Speaker's Day about books, and it made me remember all the way back to the 90s where I read one summer The Lord of the Rings, and The Lord of the Rings was the first book I completed, a very big book, but from start to finish that really engulfed me to believe I could do A-levels. So I went on and done my A-levels, and I done really well. Some of my friends who I grew up with who went to grammar schools didn't come out with the same A-levels as I did. I went on to get a degree. I then went on to do a trade, and then found my way back here. Yes, go ahead.
Does the member recognise that the story he's telling us, one that I recognise from schools like Ashfield and my own constituency, it actually proves the point that actually it is not condemning young people to failure if they don't do well in their 11 plus, because there are schools that bring them on, just as your school has done for you?
No, that's why I said about I got lucky. I could have easily fell through the cracks like many young boys that I went to school with, and some of them are sadly no longer with us. So no, I don't recognise that. I really don't. I didn't have the same opportunities probably other ones might have had went into a different pathway of grammar. And it's the how you feel. It's that feeling of failure, and that stays with many, many young people right throughout their whole educational career, pathway, whatever you want to call it. And it has then a knock-on effect, and that's the evidence says all that. The Children's Commission will tell you that there, children's law. You go through any of them, all the evidence will tell you that it fails all of our young people. It works for some, yes, absolutely. And I have shared my story before, and I'm proud to share it because it does then try to inspire other young people. And when I was the Mayor of Belfast, I did do a wee video, and I set my phone down afterwards, and it actually went quite viral, and a family reached out to me and say, look, the young lad's failed here, hasn't left his room in 3 days, and this is what this test does. Child didn't leave his room, and I invited the family down to the parlour to see about, and says, look, if I can get here, anyone can get there. And just last year, the young lad wrote to me to say that he got all of his GCSEs, and you may take that as a success story, and it is, but again, he's got lucky. he got lucky. It shouldn't be like that. We should all be able to get that same education and same pathway, and this exam doesn't do it, because it does make us feel like failures. And despite all the evidence and research there, and the impact that it does to our young people, I don't have any faith that this minister will address that, because he does pick and choose what evidence suits his narrative. And in recent months, the minister has outlined his plans to make substantial changes to the A levels and GCSEs. And he's on record as saying that pupils are being over-tested in schools, and he plans to remove teaching to the test. And he said at our Education Committee, so much time is being spent in preparation for exams, time off school when it comes to your marks, being coached as a technique when it comes to answer questions. All of that is taken away from the ability to sit in the class, engage the subject matter and learn about it. Parents who have the money will pay for tutors to get children taught up or caught up. My approach will benefit the working class more than the current system. That flies in the face of academic selection, because children are tutored to that test. It doesn't end up, and the chair of the Education Committee said the exact same thing. We need to stop chasing league tables. We need to start looking about the future of our young people, and that means every single one of them, and support all of our school leaders, because, as I said at the start, too many schools are doing the heavy lifting, and it's just not fair. It breeds inequality, and we have to stamp it out, because that's what we're here to do. We're meant to be leaders to do that there, and we need to support all of our children. Thank you.
Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I wasn't planning to speak on this debate today, but I am very passionate about tackling educational underachievement. So I would just start off with Danny and the comments he made, and I agree with him to a degree on some of his points, that actually it is a stressful test. There's no doubt about that. I suppose all tests are stressful, and children will face that test at some point in their lives. However, I would then disagree with him that actually, if we're looking at the impact, the negative impact that is occurring in our children in schools today, I do not think that the transfer test stacks up against, for example, mobile phones or social media. I think those things roll on every single day for children. And I honestly believe that they are having more impact on our children than the transfer test actually will. And I have a couple of kids who've just gone through both and one facing into it. I will, yes.
I thank the member for giving way. And the issue of mobile phones is a fairly recent phenomenon, and still we haven't seen all the evidence around that yet. But there's plenty of evidence that academic selection is harming children, and it doesn't create or promote that social mobility we're talking about. How many kids from the Shankill get to grammar school or university? How many of their parents can afford 35 or 40 quid a week for private tuition?
I thank the member for his question. Look, I don't have figures on the latter part of his question, but what I'd say about the former is I'm simply making the point that, and I did, that any testing is stressful. I think if we're talking about the emotional impact on our children, I think a greater emotional impact is phones and social media than the transfer test. But I want to make a little bit of progress. Some of the debate has been framed around that somehow ending academic selection will somehow deal with educational underachievement, or as the motion suggests, it frames it in a way of educational disadvantage. And I wanted to address that. And actually, in the Fair Start report, which many members will be aware of, and actually Noel Purdy and Joyce Logue, I believe, were actually on that panel that the Minister mentioned earlier. I had a look at the research that Fair Start had commissioned, and they were tasked to look at this. And they asked, they did some research with parents. It was a large sample of 1,500. What are the main causes of educational underachievement in Northern Ireland? Number one was family and parental support. Academic selection out of 14 came 12th, with only 3.5% of parents saying that academic selection was the main cause of educational disadvantage or underachievement in Northern Ireland. Now, that's the views of parents, I accept that. But that's a ranking, and actually some of the things that they cite are the things that this Assembly should be looking at, and I know that the Minister is addressing in terms of dealing with educational disadvantage. Poverty, I agree with the members opposite that that is a driver. There's no way all the research would suggest that, and so we have to address that. I will. To the Chair of the Education Committee, of course I will.
I thank the member for giving way. I'll be very brief. The same Fair Start report also stated directly that academic selection is a systemic inequality. Should we not be trying to tackle that?
I think the member for his questions. The Fair Start report cited a whole range. I'm simply making the point that actually, in terms of how we deal with educational underachievement or educational disadvantage, that it's my belief that actually that process of academic selection is not the key driver. It is things like poverty, it is things like parental aspiration, it is things like the level of parental support. If we want to try and close a long tail of underachievement, that is what we do. And this might be a soundbite and might be covered today in terms of its academic selections. That's a contentious issue. If we're serious about tackling educational underachievement across our sectors, across Protestant and Catholic kids in Northern Ireland, those are the things we should be focusing on. I have 1.5 minutes. I mean, look, I'll give the floor to the members opposite. When I read this, I sort of thought, okay, so we're going to end academic selection. What do we do? What do we do after that? How do kids choose what schools to go to? Because we're going to have the same schools. They'll just be called different things. So what is that process? It's okay saying ending academic selection, but then how does a previous grammar school choose its intake for the following year? Do they do it on where the school is, like primary schools, in which case house prices will just rise? Mm-hmm. Do you want to create a situation where you now have, as opposed to maybe 1 or 2 private schools in Northern Ireland, a proliferation of 8, where you can be assured that the only kids who will get to that school are parents who can really pay? It cuts off the social mobility around that. So it's okay to have a soundbite here, but what happens next is significantly more complex, and a problem that the Assembly wouldn't have to deal with, but the Education Minister certainly would have to deal with. How do those schools then select? And actually you could increase the level of disadvantage based on wealth more than actually leaving the current system in place. I have 30 seconds. The Chair of the Committee said the right thing. He quoted a DE policy. You can frame that later, Nick. He quoted DE policy, every school a good school, which is way back from 2009. That is what this Assembly needs to do. It needs to create the conditions that every school should be a good school, or an excellent school, or a brilliant school. And this Education Minister is doing all he can to try and achieve that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Michelle Guy.
Speaker. There's so much to say about the transfer system here. There are ideological points, there are statistics and research findings, but at the heart of this system there are 10 and 11-year-old primary school children. And to be honest, looking at it through that lens, this system would break your heart. To illustrate this, I go back to my own daughter's first practice test, which she did in our kitchen during lockdown. One of the comprehension questions was on a topic she loved. She wrote an answer that was expressive, thoughtful and full of detail. As we went through the marking scheme, I had to explain to her that whilst I loved her answer, the extra thought she'd put into it, it didn't matter. It wouldn't earn her any more marks. And going forward, she would have to restrain her answers. That moment felt like an affront to the very idea of education. Teaching to the test, sterile, regimented, repetitive, at 10 years old. Now let me be absolutely clear. Participation in this process is not endorsement. Parents do not engage with academic selection because they believe it is right. They do it because they have no real choice. We navigate the system we have, not the system we wish we had. Because as parents, we want our children to be happy, settled, and able to attend the same school as their friends. But as politicians, we have a different responsibility. We cannot simply ask what works for us or people like us. We have to be more ambitious than that. We have to want the best outcomes for all children. And the system we currently have does not deliver that. Far from being a ladder of opportunity, academic selection entrenches inequality and underachievement. The independent review of education was clear on this. Grammar school intakes differ significantly in socio-economic profile from non-selective schools. Just over 12% of grammar school pupils are entitled to free school meals, compared with around 35% in non-selective school. The same disparities exist for pupils with additional needs and newcomer children. I know members will be quick to speak about how they personally benefited from a grammar school education, and I don't doubt that they did. I don't doubt the quality of the education delivered by grammar schools or the commitment of their staff, but that is not the point. The debate is not about trashing grammar schools. It is about whether a single high-stakes test at 11 years old is fair, effective or evidence-based, and it is not. The independent review of education cited research showing that the old state-run system had a potential to misclassify up to 2/3 of pupils by as many as 3 grades. That is not a small margin of error, it is a fundamental flaw, and dispels the argument that selection ensures those with academic promise can fulfil that promise, whilst others can pursue vocational opportunities. And this argument might be more defensible if we had genuinely strong vocational and technical pathways with parity of esteem, but we don't. There has been no meaningful reform in that space, and strengthening vocational pathways appears to have largely been absent from the Minister's curriculum review. And that should concern us all, particularly given the skill shortages that we face. Testing children at 11 on a narrow range of subjects under intense pressure is simply not a reliable predictor of future academic success. We know that. The evidence tells us that. That is why the independent review of education recommendation to move away from a one-off test towards a broader pupil profile informed by statutory assessment and adaptive testing deserves serious consideration from the Minister and the Department as a way to phase out selection at 11. It's important that we highlight also the emotional cost of this system. The mental health champion has described the transfer test as a failure experience, one that damages self-esteem and self-worth. I saw that reality up close on Friday when a parent came to my home after her child had underperformed in the CAG test due to anxiety. That child now has to carry not only anxiety, but the label of failure. She is unlikely to attend the same school as her siblings, and she will likely be separated from her friends. So I ask members, whose interest does this serve? It's not the child's, it's not the family's, and it's certainly not the education system's. If we truly believe every child deserves to thrive, then we cannot defend a system that sorts them so early, so crudely, and at such personal cost. Thank you.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Really delighted to take part in this debate today as a former long-term member of the Education Committee, where this topic raised its head on numerous occasions, and I'm saying that for a reason, and I'll come back to that reason in a minute or two. I'll also declare a number of interests, like Mr. Baker. I was also, I was actually 11 plus. I don't know if it was 11 plus back in your day, Danny, but I did the 11 plus, and I didn't pass the test. I didn't get going to Wallace or Friends, but today, thank God, that I went to Lisnagarvey High School, because it turned me into the man that I am today. And I didn't enjoy the day that I got my result. So based on my own personal experience, I absolutely think we should always be up for reform and improvement of any system that we have, particularly in and around children and young people. I also declare an interest of having the third of 5 children to navigate this test. I have 2 older children who both did the AQE, and this year I had a P7 pupil who sat the SEAG. And what I will say in that regard is that my young daughter who did it did not suffer mental distress. She was not over anxious. I'm not diminishing the fact that some pupils are. But is it really the test at times that's causing the problem? I will if you're brief, Pat.
Thanks very much for giving way, Robbie. And I mean, I hear what you're saying. I understand that there are kids who sail through the test, there's no problem, but there are other children who don't, and that's the problem. And the mental health champion, who was appointed by your own minister, Robin Swan, stated clearly that academic selection is harmful and unethical.
A minute.
You've been brief. I'm going to go back to a point that was raised about me personally in and around 2020 when we had this debate before, and I was accused of not caring about the mental health of young people, and I took that personally. And if the accusation there, Pat, is that I don't care about the mental health of my daughter and the young people of Northern Ireland, I'll go toe-to-toe with anyone. And I have the highest regard for the mental health champion, who is the best person for that job, but it's okay to disagree even with professionals. And in this case, I think it's how we address and how we attach the value to this. And what do I mean by that? There has been missed opportunities. One of the missed opportunities was in the review of education. When I, as the education spokesperson for this party, had my first meeting with a wonderful, wonderful group of people who led that review, there was a missed opportunity. Because in the first meeting I asked them, would they look at the Dixon plan as an alternative to the P7 test? And the answer at that meeting was no, it wasn't on the table. Now, whether it wasn't part of the terms of reference from the minister at that time, what it signalled to me was that there is a bit of a glass ceiling here. And I'm not afraid, and the Ulster Unionist Party will not be afraid to talk about the glass ceiling, but what we will not engage in is taking away something that has a pathway that parents and children can understand that the system supports, and I do accept that there may be some disadvantage here. However, what we don't know, and what the parties who have moved these motions and the Alliance Party have done, is they've never brought an alternative solution to this Assembly. And that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is what brought me down to this chamber today. We have private members' bills, we have motions, and we talk about this. There's only one party in this chamber that actually brought a workable solution to this, and that was the Ulster Unionist Party, because it recognised that some of the points that have been raised by members in here are absolutely valid. Absolutely valid. Is this the best we can do? No, it's not, but we've all inherited a system which has served the majority of people well. Can we improve it? We absolutely can. I'm going to go back to a point that was discussed a minute or two ago. Because if we remove this, it would be a postcode lottery. Because you know what? Parental choice really matters. It matters to the SDLP. It matters to Sinn Féin. It matters to Alliance. Well, guess what? It matters here too. And parental choice exists in every aspect of children's education. That includes transport. It includes special education needs. It includes free school meals. It includes which school your child wants to go to. That's what it includes. I will take a question from yourself.
I just wanted to raise a point that, in my own speech I did raise an alternative. The Independent Review of Education did offer an alternative to this, a way to phase out this by bringing together like a different pupil profile informed by statutory assessment and adaptive testing. Would you give consideration to what the Independent Review has said would be an alternative to the system?
So yes, that's still selection. That is still selection. And what I would ask the member to do is to consider, and to be fair to the Alliance Party, they were the only party that actually supported the Ulster Unionist Party suggestion back in 2021, which I think is actually a better suggestion than what the independent body brought forward, because whilst we can put a lot of store in our professionals, most of the people in here are parents and have lived experience. In fact, lived experience is probably one of the best tools that we can use. What I'm going to finish with, Mr Deputy Speaker, is when we bring these motions to the floor, if you've been talking about them for years, come with solutions. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We're constantly told that the North has a world-class education system, but in my view that's only true if you ignore the tens of thousands of working-class children that constantly get left behind every single year. The teachers, the education workers, classroom assistants, people working in canteens are working in a Trojan manner, but the system is clearly broken and failing pupils every single year. 11 plus has been referred to was abolished in 2002, with the last government-run test taking place in 2008, and since then private companies have ensured that academic selection continues. This time is totally unregulated. And today's motion recognises what countless studies have proven, that academic selection is a tool of social division that entrenches educational inequality. That cannot be disputed. I also support the amendment from the SDLP today, Mr Deputy Speaker, which rightly notes that any programme to address the educational disadvantage will be extremely limited if it doesn't end academic selection. The evidence is damning. Research consistently shows that transfer tests do cause unnecessary stress and anxiety for young people, regardless if 1 or 2 or 5 didn't feel stressed or anxious. The transfer test disproportionately disadvantages children from lower income and working class backgrounds. Academic selection for communities like mine in West Belfast does mean, like the member, my colleague opposite from West Belfast, children can be, I don't think they are, but they can be branded as failures at 10 and 11 years old before they've barely started their education. I don't know how anybody can defend that system. It does mean also working class parents spending hundreds of thousands of pounds on private tutors, getting money from family, from the credit union, or maybe in some cases other nefarious ways, meaning that people don't have family, don't have the money to spend that. Grammar schools, in many cases, and somebody who went to a Catholic grammar school, grammar schools have become, in many cases, the preserve of the middle classes, while our children are funnelled into under-resourced, non-selective schools. I don't know how anybody can support that system. And the facts speak for themselves, Deputy Speaker. Only 11% of children attending grammar schools are entitled to free school meals, compared with 32% in non-selective schools, a huge indicator of poverty and class. The system doesn't identify talent, it identifies wealth. It perpetuates the myth that if you haven't passed a test by age 10 or 11, you're somehow a failure and your future is predetermined. How can anybody stand over that system? Sure, I will.
I do have to say, the only people I hear routinely talking about these children as failures and being labelled failures are those arguing against the system. The system puts children into schools, non-selective schools, but often very good schools. You don't hear from us that is failure. It's only from the other side of the argument we keep hearing these children labelled again and again as failures.
Next minute.
You don't really listen or engage the people who've been through that system and who feel like a failure because society has branded them as such. So I think you need to reach out to those people and listen to them a bit more and not make it about yourself. And many children who don't make it to grammar school do carry that stigma for life. We've heard that today, so the member needs to listen to other members and other points of view in this debate. I don't know what he's chuttering. I'll give away again. Do you want to come in? Do you want to come in? Okay, fair enough. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child has called for an end to academic selection, Deputy Speaker, and the OECD and others have criticised it. And the Equality Commission has highlighted how it deepens educational inequalities. Even international evidence is clear, if the member to my right and others won't listen to me, international evidence is clear that education systems that segregate pupils by ability at an early age exacerbate inequality rather than reduce it. And the Minister made claim, sure will,
that all schools segregate children based on ability, whether it's high school or grammar school, because they're streamed as soon as they go into year 8. So there is streaming and segregation anyway.
Well, I'll come back to that in a second, but the Minister made claim, as he did in the previous debate, Deputy Speaker, that there's no public consensus on ending selection, despite growing calls to actually end it. I tell you what there is consensus on, Deputy Speaker, working class communities across the north, from all communities, from all backgrounds, on both sides of the divide or from all sorts of corners, are sick of seeing their children written off at 11 years of age. It's time we put aside the difference, the tired defence of quite often middle class privilege and build an education system that serves all our children, not just the fortunate few. And the motion before us today calls for that exactly, a fair, inclusive, non-selective system that gives every child the opportunity to reach their full potential. Our children deserve better, and for this reason I support the motion. Anybody else want to come in? Yeah, go ahead. Two of us, take your pick.
I just would be interested to know whether the member thinks that the parties, for instance, that sit in the executive better reflect working class communities, or the party sitting with one member in the chamber.
Don't understand your point.
Okay, members, I'm now going to call on the Minister of Education to respond. The Minister has 15 minutes to respond. Mindful of the break for the Business Committee at 1, but we'll see how we get on. Minister.
Speaker, thank you. And I'll declare the interest that everyone else seems to be when they make this speech. I did not pass the 11 plus, but what I would say is my father and mother never once said to me, son, you're a failure. Not once did they ever say you're a failure. I suspect neither did Mr. Baker's or Mr. Butler's, and yet people who are advocating to abolish academic selection label those people as failures. Do they realise the impact their words have on those listening, for those children who didn't get the result that they wanted when they use that terminology? They should reflect on it. These issues have been discussed for many years, but the reality remains unchanged. There is no societal consensus on academic selection. This debate has confirmed it. There's no agreement on the best path forward, not among schools, principals, teachers, parents, or indeed young people themselves. I would say, Deputy Speaker, to those advocating for change, and it would be interesting to know, How many have went into the grammar schools in their constituency and said to the principal, remove academic selection from your criteria? Has Michelle Guy went into Wallace and Friends and demanded, written to the Board of Governors, remove selection from your access? Have Sinn Féin representatives, have SDLP representatives? Schools choose to include academic selection as their criteria. They can abolish it. How many advocates here have went into those schools and said, you're wrong, change your process? You haven't. You haven't done it. Bar, I suspect, Mr. Carroll. Okay, so I think if there's honesty in this debate, we would have seen that in how you engage with the schools in your constituency. The Independent Review of Education described academic selection, alongside community division, as the most controversial issue in education in Northern Ireland. It stressed that most controversial did not mean most important, but it does mean that meaningful, lasting change cannot be delivered without broad consensus. This lack of agreement is not new. As far back as 2001, the Burns Report recommended ending state transfer tests. The subsequent public consultation demonstrated clearly that there was no consensus on the way forward in either political or public discourse. Society was and still is deeply divided on this issue. Every year, thousands of parents choose to enter their children in the CIAG transfer procedure. It is not, of course, now a state test, and its entry is a matter of individual choice. In the absence of consensus, we face a choice. We can continue to expend time and energy on a debate that polarises parents, divides schools and entrenches public disagreement, or we can focus our collective efforts where they will have the greatest impact, improving outcomes for children. That means focusing on what happens every day in classrooms. It means reforms that strengthen teaching and learning, modernise curriculum, assessment and qualifications, and build a system that supports every child to thrive. It means investment in high-quality professional development for teachers and ensuring schools have the resources they need to raise standards and tackle educational disadvantage. This is where we can make the most meaningful difference to children's well-being, their life chances and the overall performance of our education system. The debate about selective versus non-selective systems is the wrong debate. Yep. Across the world, we see high-performing selective systems and low-performing selective systems. And we see high-performing non-selective systems and low-performing non-selective systems. Yeah. It is easy for members to cherry-pick examples of either model. The Netherlands, Switzerland and Singapore are selective systems with very strong educational outcomes. The Republic of Ireland, rightly referenced in today's motion, is predominantly non-selective, and it also performs strongly. But contrast that with Wales, which is a fully non-selective comprehensive system, yet it performs below Northern Ireland and below the OECD average across reading, maths and science. So members, what does that tell us? It tells us that structures alone do not determine educational outcomes. The evidence of selective systems improving academic outcomes is mixed and heavily shaped by context. The very same is true of non-selective systems. No system is successful because it is selective or because it is not. Systems succeed because the fundamentals are right. So the real question is not, does the system select? The real question is the curriculum right? Is assessment right? Is governance effective and coherent? Is teaching and learning of the highest quality? And do all pathways offer genuine, high-quality routes into the economy? These are the factors that raise standards. These are the levers that improve outcomes for children. And these are the areas where our energy and collective focus will make the greatest difference. The motion focuses on the negative impact of academic selection on children's outcome and social mobility. It calls for a fully non-selective post-primary system that provides equality of opportunity for all. Equality of opportunity is a critical aspiration. But we must ask, is that actually what happens in non-selective systems? Do comprehensive systems create the utopia of perfect social mixing, equal opportunity, and schools free from concentrations of disadvantage? Quite the opposite. When formal academic selection is removed, selection often reappears in other ways, less visible, less accountable, and harder to address. In many non-selective systems, high-performing, comprehensive schools draw overwhelmingly from affluent neighbourhoods, Access to quality education becomes shaped by the ability to afford a house in the right postcode. It becomes a postcode lottery, not a meritocracy. Research also shows that even in fully comprehensive systems, school usually stream pupils within the school itself, banding, setting, tracking, reinforcing social and economic differences, replicating the very inequalities the system is designed to remove. I attended Laurel Hill. I sat exams. I was streamed upper, middle and lower. The very same issues people talk about, stigmatisation, failure. I've seen it, witnessed it in Laurel Hill, dependent on the band in which you were selected based upon your academic results in a comprehensive non-selective school. Geography continues to reproduce advantage and disadvantage regardless of whether formal academic selection exists. Community patterns and housing markets shape which children end up in which schools. At the same time, in many non-selective systems, private schooling expands significantly. Families with the means to do so opt out of the state system in pursuit of perceived quality or social advantage. Across OECD countries, nearly 1 in 5 students now attends a private school. Contrast that with Northern Ireland, where private schooling barely features. By contrast, in the Republic of Ireland, mentioned in the motion, there are around 75 fee-paying private schools. Here in Northern Ireland, there is, of course, no academic selection at primary level, yet we still see significant variations in social composition between schools due to housing and community patterns. Some primary schools have no pupils entitled to free school meals. Others have more than 80%. 75 of our 781 primary schools, around 9%, have free school meal levels above 50%. This compares to just 7% of post-primary schools. The social composition of schools reflects the social geography of our wider society. In practice, comprehensive systems often replace academic selection with social selection. Academic selection may disappear on paper, but selection reappears through postcodes, parental choice, private schooling, internal streaming and housing patterns. This does not move us forward, it simply changes the rhetoric. The motion quotes the OECD, but we should be clear about what OECD research consistently tells us. It's not that structural arrangements determine outcomes. It is that teaching quality matters more than any structural design of a school system. Its major 2025 report, Unlocking High-Quality Teaching, makes this point unequivocally. It states that refining and improving teaching practices is the most powerful lever for better student outcomes. The central drivers of improvement are teacher practice, pedagogical skill and supportive school environments. It is not whether a system is selective or comprehensive that matters. OECD research consistently positions teaching and learning rather than system design as the key determinant of educational improvement. International evidence shows that again and again, the strongest predictor of student achievement is the quality of teaching and instruction. This relationship holds across countries, across contexts and across time. I'm going to keep moving, Deputy Speaker, because I won't conclude this speech. So let us look honestly at the outcomes in Northern Ireland. The independent review of education highlighted something deeply important. There are significant variations in pupil outcomes between schools that on paper appear very similar, including schools with comparable levels of disadvantage. That review found that the highest concentration of underperformance is in schools where free school meal entitlement sits at around 30 to 40%. In those schools, the gap between the highest and lowest performing schools were staggering, around 72 percentage points at GCSE and nearly 70 at A level. That's an extraordinary variation between schools serving broadly similar communities. Deputy Speaker, one of the aspects that I wanted to get to was how we improve our schools. And for 8 years we had action short of strike by the main teaching unions. That fundamentally weakened the inspection system. It made it harder to identify issues early, harder to support schools properly, harder to secure improvement for pupils. And when I brought that bill forward to safeguard inspection, putting in place same basic arrangements that operate across the UK and in Ireland, what happened? Did Sinn Féin support the bill? Did they stand behind the principle that every child has the right to attend a good school and receive high-quality education? Or did they prioritise the rights of adults above the rights of children that our system exists to serve? These are the real questions. These are the issues that determine whether we genuinely improve outcomes for young people. Structures matter far less than what actually happens in classrooms, and less than the accountability and support mechanisms that keep standards high. Deputy Speaker, that's why I have been taking forward Transform Ed. That's why we're addressing issues around curriculum, assessment, qualifications. That's why we will be able to address educational underachievement, disadvantage. Those works, when it comes to Transform Ed, is what will be able to impact the most whenever it comes to addressing the issues that members have brought by way of concern. So, members, I would appeal not to be distracted by the arguments around academic selection, going over old ground where there isn't consensus, but that we would focus on tackling these key issues that I'm trying to take forward through Transform Ed, which does have the support of our professionals across Northern Ireland, which is reflected in all of the working groups that I am taking forward. So, members, whenever we determine whether children thrive, what drives that achievement? Opportunity, social mobility. My aim is simple and unwavering, that every school in Northern Ireland is a centre of excellence. Every school has high expectations, that every child, whatever their background, wherever they live, learn in a positive, ambitious and supportive environment. This is fairness. That is inclusivity. That is equity in practice, not just in principle. Reforms that will benefit all children, reforms that will change lives, reforms that will raise standards, reforms that will give every child in Northern Ireland the opportunity to succeed. That is the path to a fairer system. That is a path to a stronger society, and that is the path that my department is committed to delivering.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The debate will continue when after the urgent oral question, when the first member called will be Mark Durkin to wind on the amendment. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Sittings resumed. Time for questions to the Minister of Finance. Oral question 2 has been withdrawn. I call down Dodds.
Question number 1.
The Executive applies a zero-based approach to allocating capital in budgets. This means departments must justify their capital requirements for each budget period. Departmental budget allocations include earmarked funding, which must be used for the purpose provided, and general capital allocations, where departments have discretion on how it is used. Departments then have flexibility to move funding in a year between capital projects within their general allocation. Any reduced requirements relating to earmarked funding must be returned for allocation by the Executive. Departments should also surrender at the earliest opportunity any general capital allocations that cannot be used in the financial year. Individual departments cannot carry forward unspent capital into the next financial year. The amount that the Executive can carry forward under the Budget Exchange Scheme is limited to 1.5% of the final capital budget for that year. For 25-26, that limit will be approximately £31 million. To reduce the risk of capital funding being lost, as part of the January in-year tactical exercise this year, departments were asked to confirm any further capital easements that had arisen since December monitoring.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's all very interesting, Minister. I noticed in your statement to the House on the 12th of January you referenced the delivery of the maternity hospital. Are you aware that the maternity hospital is now 2 years late in that it cannot be used? It is unsafe. There are signs in it that people should not drink the water. And the remedial work is going to start at a cost of £6 million with about another 28-month delay. That's 4.5 years from the handover of the hospital. What are you doing as Finance Minister over this scandalous waste of public money?
I assume the member is referring to my draft budget statement in relation to the allocation. I'm responding to bids from the Department of Health in that instance, and it will be a matter for the Department of Health to acknowledge as to why those bids have been made and for what purpose they've been made. But I think the objective remains to deliver the Children's Hospital, and I'm fully aware of the chorus or the commentary around it. I'm aware the Minister has addressed the Chamber on a number of occasions, but to deliver the hospital it will require further investment, and I believe that it still remains an executive priority, and therefore I think it's only right and proper that we make allocations towards it. The proper use of that money is down to the Department of Health, and the Minister for Health will have to stand over it, as will his accounting officer.
Minister, what happens if any late easements arise before year end?
Departments are aware they must surrender all reduced requirements immediately, and certainly before the final monitoring round of the year. However, to avoid capital being lost to the executive, departments have been advised and informed off immediately of any emerging easements. If further easements arise, we will consider bringing recommendations to reallocation to the executive. And as I mentioned in the main answer, we have carried out a further exercise this year, both as a result of borne consequentials and easements of capital from departments, and I hope to make an announcement in that regard in the near future.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, have you undertaken any assessment of the cost of the redesign of any capital projects which have been delayed up to this point? Thank you.
Again, that will be a matter for the sponsor departments. Any further increase in costs that are met would also have to be matched by a business case which would support the increase in that value of the project or the spend on the project. But again, these are matters for individual departments and their Minister and Accounting Officer.
Mr. Dixon.
Speaker, question number 3.
Mr. Speaker, if I could have an extra minute to answer this question. The procurement policy note PPN 01/21 social value in procurement was revised in February 2025 following reviews by the Strategic Investment Board and key stakeholders, including the voluntary community and social enterprise sectors, departments and centres of procurement expertise. The reviews identified the policy has made a real difference to how contractors incorporate social value into their business models. However, they also identified some unintended consequences for small and micro businesses who were finding it more difficult to compete with larger companies for contracts where social value was a scored criterion. Key changes were made to remove barriers for these businesses. The policy ensures a consistent approach to social value in the public sector, mandating that for services contracts above 500,000 and work contracts over the UK threshold, at least 10% of the total award criteria must be allocated to social value. The PPN further outlines requirements to incorporate social value in procurements under the 4 themes: increasing secure employment and skills, building ethical resilient supply chains, delivering climate action and promoting well-being. To help maintain consistency in the scoring of social value, model criteria have been developed. This consistency also helps with reporting social value outcomes, which are monitored through the SIB portal. The social value procurement policy also requires departments to develop a social value strategy to align social value objectives to the procurement pipelines and to look for other opportunities across their operational and policy responsibilities to improve social and economic outcomes. My department is the first to publish its social value strategy and has recently published its first progress report on the implementation of that strategy. The Public Procurement Policy Statement PPS, published in June 2025, sets out the Executive's priorities for a more streamlined, simplified and accessible procurement environment. It has 4 principles, including social value. The social value principle has six objectives. Each objective is accompanied by a specific action and descriptor to ensure clarity and consistency in the delivery of the objectives.
Mr. Dixon.
much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your very comprehensive response. It's greatly valued. Minister, would you agree with me that in the absence, however, of a statutory duty on public authorities to consider social value in their spending decisions, that the current policy-based approach risks inconsistency and could be changed at ministerial direction? And will you therefore give consideration to supporting legislation that would place such a duty alongside a duty on your department to provide guidance and training on a statutory footing?
I think in terms of, you've seen us set out the quite comprehensive criteria that's used there, and there has been success as a result of the work carried out, not only in terms of my department and its role in procurement, but individual departments as well. We are seeing success within that. Legislation, and obviously as legislators, legislation has its uses, but it's not always necessary. But in saying to the member, I would say this: if further evidence is produced that statute is the best way forward, then I'm more than happy to look at it.
Chairman, Judy Hargett.
And thank you, Minister. You highlighted some of the challenges in terms of PPA and looking at social value and procurement. Could you highlight some of the opportunities and benefits?
Yeah, and policies and strategies, etc., have their value, but unless they actually deliver, then they're mainly just that in terms of documentation. But in this instance, there's over 7,200 people who were long-term unemployed or disadvantaged in the labour market have gained employment. Over 370 social enterprises have been part of the supply chain and public sector contracts. Over 11,700 hours of volunteering with the voluntary community and social enterprise sector. 27,700 hours of health and wellbeing initiatives, 2,600 hours of digital inclusion initiatives, and almost 700 environmental action plans has been delivered of this. So it is making a significant difference in our society.
Ray Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. The voluntary and community sector in Northern Ireland delivers huge social value, delivering excellent frontline services in the heart of our communities. Has the Finance Minister an assessment of how much value this sector delivers in Northern Ireland?
I don't have an assessment in front of me in that regard, but I think the voluntary community sector have proven their worth time and time again, and indeed I'm meeting them tomorrow again in relation to the local growth fund and the challenges that's going to bring to that sector. But I think all members can agree on this, that the voluntary community sector makes a huge difference across our communities.
Dave Brooks.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Sure. The proposals I brought forward for consultation follow political engagement and have been developed against the backdrop of an exceptionally constrained financial position. They do not provide the level of funding I would wish to see directed at our public services. Instead, they reflect what is possible within the funding available. In this context, it has not been possible to provide any department with the funding it has requested. The proposal set out in the draft budget that I have brought forward provides over £9.7 billion in resource DEL funding for the Department of Education over the period 26-27 to 28-29, which has not been earmarked for specific purposes. This will enable the Education Minister to determine how much of this funding he wishes to direct towards the delivery of the special educational needs reform agenda. The draft budget also provides a general capital allocation of over £1 billion in funding for the Department of Education over 4 years until 29-30. Again, this will enable the Education Minister to determine how much of this allocation he wishes to use towards special educational needs provision. There is also £24 million allocation earmarked capital DEL funding within the budget specifically for special educational needs. The Department of Education is also successful in securing a total of £27.5 million in funding for special educational needs from the Public Sector Transformation Fund, as announced in March 2025. In total, the Education Minister return to the budget exercise included resource DEL bids of over £860 million for 26-27, compared to a baseline figure for his department of around £3.1 billion. That represents a very significant uplift. Acknowledging the increasing pressures on DE as a result of growth in demand for SEND support and other pressures on the school, and I will continue to work with the Education Minister and other executive colleagues on attempting to find solutions to this.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank the Minister for his answer, but the continued stress on the education budget, especially on capital need and increasing SEND demand, is very real, and the sector has been shocked and stressed at the Financial Minister's draft multi-year budget cuts to education. Does the Minister agree that the budget needs to prioritise frontline services, and if he will not listen to the Education Minister, will he listen to our school leaders?
It's not a case of me not listening to the Education Minister. In fact, I had a very constructive meeting with the Education Minister during the week. Last week, I'm doing a round of bilaterals with all ministers in preparation for hoping to agree a 3-year budget. And the Education Minister set out his prices to me. And if I put it in this context to you and to others, the education budget is currently £3.1 billion. The Education Minister has stated that he has prices of £800 million next year. That's a 28% uplift. That's a huge uplift. And when you look at the scale of that, that's the totality of the budget for the Department of the Economy. So that's the scale of the challenge the Education Minister faces, I as Finance Minister face, and indeed the Executive face in terms of trying to balance a budget which doesn't have the amount of funding in it as a result of decades of austerity, and trying to secure and deliver public services moving forward. So look, I think if we continue with positive engagement, both at executive level, and the executive continues to make its voice heard to the British Government in relation to the need to properly fund this place, then we can make progress.
Question 5.
Civil service reform is something that must be embraced, not just by me as Finance Minister, but every Executive Minister and senior leader across the civil service. If responsibility for transformation is left just to one minister, one department or one permanent secretary, then the opportunities which it offers will not be realised. It has to be collective responsibility with all ministers and civil service leaders working together to deliver changes we all agree are necessary. For my part, I am fully committed to the reform of the civil service, and the People's Strategy 25 to 2030 is my department's key programme in that regard. The interventions within that strategy will strengthen NIC's capacity and capability through the Jobs, Families and Professions framework, strategic workforce planning, streamlined recruitment, HR operations, updated HR policy, enhanced line manager capability and accelerated digital upskilling. Furthermore, my department also leads a number of other wider reform programmes and initiatives that will support departments deliver more effectively.
Mr Malone.
However, more staff than 5 years ago, more expensive than 5 years ago, poorer delivery than 5 years ago. That's the Northern Ireland Audit Office's damning verdict of our civil service value for money. Can the Minister explain why 3/4 of the reform recommendations that the NI Audit Office had made in 2020 haven't been implemented yet, and how many will be before the end of this mandate?
I'm conscious we have a debate on this subject later on, and I'll be able to go into more detail around my response to the Audit Office report, but I'm also acutely conscious of the protocols that revolve around Audit Office reports. So an Audit Office report is published, it goes to the PAC published their report. That report comes to me as Minister for Finance, and then I collate responses to that and then respond to the PAC. So I have to be conscious of that, and also obviously get the balance right in terms of the member has every right to ask questions in this regard as well. But there are huge challenges in transforming an organisation of the scale of which the civil service is. It's over 25,000 people. It has been operating on and off for a number of years without political leadership. It has come through COVID, and it's operating in a very, very constrained budgetary framework, all of which work against the ability to transform. But I believe that the strategies I've outlined to you today and what I've outlined further in the debate further this afternoon does allow us the opportunity to put momentum into the programme of change that everybody accepts that's needed within the civil service. But we also have to acknowledge this. The vast majority of civil servants are here to deliver and make change and want to see and play their part in making this place a better place for everyone to live and work in.
Stephen Dunn.
ask the Finance Minister how he intends to provide the political leadership called for by the Auditor-General and indeed senior civil service unions to urgently reform workforce planning within the civil servants, given rising vacancies, increasing sickness and a growing reliance on agency staff and overtime, and the continued failure to deliver the scale and pace of reform which is required to demonstrate the value for money, as confirmed by the Audit Office, and which I may add is very much publicly available as of last week.
I'm not sure in regard to what's meant by the last comment, but there is protocols in place which I as Finance Minister have to follow in relation to Audit Office reports. But the issue of political leadership, my reading of the Audit Office report at this stage is that it's collective political leadership around the executive table. And clearly I have a role within that, as other ministers do as well. I have a role as Finance Minister in terms of providing the strategies that other departments should be implementing. And I think particularly in relation to the people strategy which I launched last year, or earlier this year, last year, I'm getting the calendar, we are only in February, so last year, is a significant step forward. That will take time to bed in, along with other strategies developed around that, and when we move to integrate as well, I think will be a great tool in terms of helping transform our civil service moving forward.
Can call you, and I thank the Minister for his comprehensive answers so far. Minister, you've outlined some of the key work that you've already done on this, but obviously at the heart of any reform is about improving skills and is about workforce planning. So can I ask you, what has your department already done, and what plans do you have to reskill, to upskill, and to make sure that the civil service is future-proofed?
As I said, each minister and their accounting officer and their senior team can sit down, and should be sitting down at any time, reviewing their workforce strategy and their workforce complement, and how they can deliver the services they require to deliver as a department with the complement of staff they have and within the budget they have. And there's nothing to stop any minister or accounting officer making decisions now in relation to this much vaunted word efficiencies, strategies, etc., etc. They have the tools in front of them to do that, and I will continue to give them further tools in that regard. But my department is taking a proactive and structured approach to ensuring civil service has the right people with the right skills for the future. We have published a new strategic workforce planning guide which sets out clear, consistent approach for all departments, and we've established a monthly community of practice to support its implementation across organisations. In addition, work on the job family framework is being advanced. A full draft has been completed. It has undergone initial pilot validation. Together, these steps will help to plan the civil service workforce more effectively and build capability for the needs of years ahead.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, the Transformation Board has moved from being an interim transformation board to a new Quango that has the NIO and the NICS working together. How would you assess how well it's working, particularly bearing in mind that you used to be the responsible officer for it, and who knows who's the responsible officer for it now?
I think the fact that we already have started spending that transformation money across a range of projects shows that the Transformation Board is delivering its side of the bargain. I hope to be in a position to bring a paper to the Executive in the near future on the second tranche of that funding after deliberations by the Transformation Board. So I don't think the Transformation Board is the problem. I think the Transformation Board is part of the solution moving forward. But obviously, the final accountable organisation in transformation is the Executive itself.
Trevor Clark.
Question number 6.
Minister.
CPD operates on full cost recovery basis for its procurement and project delivery services under an agreed memorandum of understanding with its clients. The hourly charges for its services are published on the website and in line with managing public money. CPD's clients are provided with estimates of fees at the initiation of a project, and the estimates are monitored throughout the project. It operates under a range of published key performance indicators, and performance against these are published on an annual basis. It is also subject to internal and external scrutiny to ensure its functions are efficient and cost-effective. CPD meets with the departments on a biannual basis to review service delivery and changes over the previous 6 months.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for that question or that answer? However, it doesn't really answer the question in terms of value for money. It's not good enough to suggest that they're in full cost recovery. My concern, and I've been a member of the Commission in this building for some time, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the Commission, however, between that and other public procurement, we can clearly evidence that we're not getting value for money in terms of how those projects are costed. Indeed, there was a report done a number of years ago by the PAC criticising CPD in that also. So really what I'm trying to get to you, Minister, is will you carry out a review on whether they're value for money to the taxpayer or value to money for themselves?
If the member wishes to share with me the clear evidence he has in that regard, I'm more than happy to take a look at that and examine it in closer detail. But in terms of its work, there is transparency around its work, there are accountability mechanisms in place, etc. But if the member has evidence he wishes to bring to my attention, I commit to taking a look at it.
Matthew O'Toole. Oh, sorry.
Minister, can you outline what CPD has delivered and give us an update on how that works for public services and for those who have to deliver the services?
CPD has an annual report which is published each year which outlines its procurement activity carried out by all 9 centres of procurement. In the 24-25 report, 2 CPD COPs awarded 330 contracts with a value of over just 1.2 billion, which represent 24% total value of contracts awarded. In 24-25, CP Supplies and Services Division had the highest value for service contracts awarded, representing 33% of the total value of service contracts. The collaborative arrangements mechanised the potential for aggregation by CTB and its clients through category management on an agreed range of supplies. These include, for example, the supply of 100% renewable green metered electricity, banking services, IT equipment, property management, minor construction works, waste and recycling services.
Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you. Question 7.
Minister.
The Public Accountability Bill and its principles, I believe, is a positive step forward for public services. However, there must be ensuring transparency and enhancing public confidence and trust. It's important the public sector here is held to the same high standards as it is in counterparts in Britain. However, I acknowledge the concern expressed by families in relation to the Manchester Stadium attack, who have raised serious concerns as to whether this bill will be able to hold to account a number of agencies, including AMI5 and others. So it's vitally important that there is full transparency, that the public have confidence in this bill, but as the member will be aware, the Assembly and the Executive do not have devolved powers in relation to those agencies. So decisions will have to be made as to how we move forward with this bill, because obviously we want to have confidence in our public bodies through that bill, but there also has to be a clear indication that agencies such as AMI5 and others can and will be held to account.
Mr. O'Toole.
Minister, thank you for that answer. I'm slightly concerned because on the provisional order paper for next week is a motion in your name asking for legislative consent for the Public Office Accountability Bill. That's notwithstanding the fact that there are real concerns that there are carve-outs for MI5 and other state security agencies, which has prompted concern, as you have said, including from the Manchester Arena families. I think that's very troubling, given the record, frankly, of your department in relation to other LCMs and indeed the rates fiasco last week. Minister, why have you put forward an LCM when there are still such outstanding concerns about the operability of this bill, what it means for security agencies, and indeed whether it's going to proceed to Westminster? It's been pulled by the UK government, but we apparently are proceeding with an LCM next week.
No, I don't think we are, but the Minister can answer that.
The Can Cornwall has helpfully responded to. We're not. There was procedures timeframes which we were working to. Obviously, throughout that period, I was scrutinising what was happening in Westminster and also deliberating on terms of the bill here. That LCM has now been removed from the order paper.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers this far. Minister, I suppose, could you expand just on what the origin of this bill was?
The bill originated in the Hillsborough law, advocated by campaigners after it was found by the Hillsborough Independent Panel that police officers lied and changed witness statements to protect reputations, and investigations were undermined by a lack of duty of candour. The bill represents a packet of measures to address these failings and others seen at Grenfell Tower and the infected blood on horizon scandals and other examples over many years. The Executive agreed that the bill should form part of our collective response to the infected blood inquiry. However, as I have said, in recent times there has been growing concerns raised by families, particularly in relation to the Manchester Arena attack, where they are deeply concerned that organisations and agencies such as MI5 and their agents aren't properly covered by this. And given the history of those organisations here in particular, I think it's only right and proper that if a nurse is going to be held to high standards, if a teacher is held to high standards, or a social worker is held to higher standards, I think it's only right and proper that those who operate in the world of the MI5 are held to proper standards as well.
Thank you.
Armada Concorla, Ira Huck, question 8.
Minister.
The new Rates Online service launched on the 13th of January represents an important step forward in how we provide services to the public. For the first time, ratepayers can create an online account to view the update their rates information, notify land property services of any changes that affect their reliability, and make payments with confidence through a modern and secure platform. Rates Online has been designed to improve the customer experience by expanding opportunities for people to self-serve, increasing transparency around their rates and details, and offering clear digital channels for engaging with LPS. It modernises how individuals and businesses can access and manage their rating information and reduces the need for paper-based processes. It would be of interest to the member that it probably costs annually somewhere in the region of £600,000 to issue the rates bill, to print and issue the rates bill. So I think any reduction in that cost will be very welcome.
Mr. McHugh.
Thank you, Minister, for that statement. Just, Minister, do you intend to put in place plans that will allow an increased awareness in terms of the general public in relation to the new service?
Yes, LPS has plans in place and are taking coordinated approaches to increase awareness of the new Rates Online service. These plans include engaging with key stakeholders and representative bodies to promote the service and gather feedback to ensure the new service meets customer needs.
Minister, you'll be well aware of the floods in Downpatrick in 23, and since Reval has been paused, I've been contacted by businesses in the town. They've been offered discount as part of Reval, and the rates are currently being flooded, but this has since been lost. What can you do for the business owners who still have to deal with the impact of the flooding?
Sir. I have to admire the member for his jump there from rates bills to rating, but if the member has constituents who are concerned about the level of the rates bill, I would encourage him or them to engage with the local valuer around those matters to see if there is any exercise LPS can do to assist them or to ensure that they're receiving all the assistance and discounts that they would be entitled to.
Move to topicals. Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, the U-turn performed on the rates revaluation, particularly for hospitality, was welcome, whatever the Highway Code advises and however planned or otherwise it was. However, I think most people would suggest that we could have avoided this situation if you and your department had intervened earlier, perhaps either phased the introduction of the revaluation, introduced perhaps targeted reliefs, or some other way of avoiding what is now a very tricky situation where the entire revaluation has been paused, albeit hospitality was right to ask for it to be paused and we campaigned for it. Can I ask now, are you confident that there won't be any form of judicial review or other consequence that could impact upon your department?
I thought that the member may have started off topicals by welcoming our anniversary of working together. With myself and the Leader of the Opposition have now been duelling at this box now for a full year. So I thought he would have noted it, but he didn't. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the member is now questioning as to whether he should have called for the stopping of the reval process. Is that due to the fact that other sectors are now raising concerns about the implications of that, or is that due to the fact that he hadn't fully analysed his outworkings of the petition he launched, or the council motions he lodged, or indeed the motion he has lodged before the Assembly calling for Reval 2026 to be stopped? Perhaps he should have taken more time to consider the implications of his call to action before he made his call to action. I'm satisfied that I have taken the correct decision and that we will now take time to analyse and decide on the way forward. But I analysed my options before I made my announcement, and perhaps that might be the way forward for the member in the future.
First of all, Minister, happy anniversary. I'm remiss in wishing you happy 2-year anniversary, and I enjoy holding you to account, and I enjoy the back and forth. The motion he talked about in the opposition's name isn't proceeding anymore, a little bit like the Public Office Accountability Bill, LCN, that he mentioned earlier on, so he should update his records in that regard. I and the SDLP and others in this chamber were entirely right to call for you to pause that revaluation. It sounds like you're now having second thoughts on the pause that you introduced. It was the right thing to do, Minister, because you would have shut hospitality if it had proceeded. The question I asked was, wouldn't it have been better if you had had your second thoughts before the thing was published in the first place, before businesses were first forced into uncertainty, before you were forced to perform a U-turn and your officials were forced to scramble around? The question I'm asking now is, what's next, Minister? Because the pause is welcome, but businesses, workers and high streets out there need to know what comes next. When will you update the chamber?
As I set out during my statement yesterday, that I have took on, and I was aware of the reval implications from October, but I believe in open and transparent government, and I believe that they should have been published. I had already set aside around £10 million in the draft budget to work with and support small and medium enterprises moving forward. However, the level of concern was such, after analysing all the information in front of me and the implications of that decision, I made the decision, and I stand by the decision to stop the reval. The question I'm putting back to the member is, what consideration did he give before he launched his campaign, before he put motions around councils, before he tabled his assembly motion, and before he went off and got his photograph taken, I think, in every hostelry in South Belfast?
Declan Kearney.
Minister, it's apparent that some sections of opinion, including colleagues in the opposition, have taken a wrecking ball narrative towards the executive. So as we approach the second anniversary of the restoration of this executive, how would you assess the general progress of the power sharing executive?
I thank the member for his question, and I also share his concerns around some of the commentary around the executive, the assembly, and indeed the role of this institution, not only in delivering and supporting public services, but also the wider role of this institution in being a framework for the delivery of change this society requires and so much calls out for, and ignores often the achievements that have been made over this last 20-25 years. Though no political institution or no political politician or no political activist should rest on their laurels about what has been achieved in the past. We have to continue to move forward. But just a short canter through some of the things. As a result of negotiations with the Treasury since the restoration, myself and Kiva Archibald have secured an extra £1.4 billion for services here. We've seen the announcement from the Health Minister last week that thousands, I think it's 200,000 more people will have been seen from elective care lists this year than was in the previous time frame. That in itself is a huge achievement, and is a credit to the health service, and indeed the Health Minister and the ministers around the executive table who put a specific focus on it. Allocations to the Department of Infrastructure has contributed to the funding and unlocking of wastewater capacity of over 5,000 properties across the north, more than was anticipated in the original plan. We have seen the introduction of the childcare subsidy scheme. The executive has prioritised public sector pay, And of course there will be challenges around a whole range of other issues, and ministers deserve to be held to account for them. But I would ask for a balanced debate rather than a singular focus.
Mr. Kearney.
I actually thought that some members of the opposition were trying to gazump me there and ask my supplementary question, judging by the cantering that was going on in the background there. But could you elaborate specifically on the particular progress that has been made in this period by your own department?
Yes, I mentioned the achievements of Dr. Archibald and myself in relation to the 1.4 billion additional for public funds, and we haven't stopped yet. Engagement with the Treasury and the British Government continues. The deaths, stillbirths and baby loss bill, which I think is a credit not only to my own department but to this Assembly as well. £129 million announced for transformation projects. My department has supported businesses by restoring the back of business rates exemption, attracting new businesses onto the high street. We have extended the small business rates relief scheme, a 20-month civil service pay deal, progressing the draft fiscal council bill, and progressing the administrative and financial provisions bill. So work continues across a wide range of issues. Some of them may not excite some of the commentators out there, but all of the work that's involved across my department, and indeed others, does make long-term positive change to people's lives.
David Hargey.
Thanks very much. And Minister, following on from your last comments, could you provide more of an update on the small business rate relief consultation that was recently carried out?
The consultation closed last week. My officials are currently analysing the responses. An initial view of those responses is that they're broadly welcoming of the proposals I have set out, and I hope to make further statements to the Assembly about the next steps in that regard in the near future.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Minister. And I know you previously said you've set aside £10 million in the 3-year budget, and let's hope all parties can sign up to that. Can you outline what else you have done to support small businesses since the Executive got back up and running again 2 years ago?
We've seen the expansion of the Small Business Rates Relief Scheme. We have seen the continuation of the vacant properties rates relief, bringing businesses into properties that have been vacant for over a year. We've seen the continued rates relief on ATMs, standalone ATMs, which is particularly important for rural communities, it has to say it. And I have other proposals I hope to bring forward in the near future in relation to business expansion. And I touched on this yesterday during the debate around the reval, where businesses do physically expand, they immediately hit a higher rates bill. I would like to see a rates holiday for that expansion, which I think will encourage more businesses to expand, which is good for the business, and I suspect will also be good for the construction sector.
Portaferry.
Given the worrying slowdown in the construction industry and the fact that the public sector should supply so much of the work in developing our infrastructure, like, for example, the A5, what is the Finance Minister doing to ensure Northern Ireland builds for the future?
Well, I think the best way forward for all sectors is to agree a 3-year budget so that departments have certainty about what their allocations will be moving forward on the year, but particularly in capital programmes. Planning as far into the advance as possible is key to that. We do face challenges in delivering capital projects. A lot of them are not unique to here, it has to be said. You only have to have a look at England and the south of Ireland, and you see familiarity or similarity across a range of issues which delay capital programmes moving forward. So I think it's not only a matter for myself as Finance Minister, but clearly I have an interest in this matter, but I think across the Executive there needs to be a focus on how we remove barriers to development while maintaining our support and protection of the environment and ensuring that public monies is used wisely.
Mr. Ferry.
And I thank the Finance Minister for his answer. He talks about a 3-year budget. How can he ensure this House that he can ensure that a 3-year budget isn't simply 3 one-year budgets? And how will that 3-year budget, if it's planned right, lead to diminishing spiral costs and the delays? How will that achieve speeding up the construction industry?
I agree with the member. It can't simply be 3-year, 1-year budgets. It has to be a 3-year programme of transformation and delivery. And I would argue that the draft budget I have published allows us to do that. As I've said to one of your colleagues previously, we have had constructive engagement at a bilateral level with ministers in relation to moving forward to a 3-year budget. And I think it's fair to say all ministers want to see a budget that is transformational, that provides first-class public services, removes inefficiencies, ensures that every penny we have is being used to deliver public services and supporting our economy. And a crucial area of that is getting capital delivered quicker than is the normal practice. But as I say, some of the challenges we have are not unique to this place, but we can learn from other jurisdictions on how we overcome those challenges.
Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, can he confirm whether his department has identified any public services that are no longer financially secure and sustainable and under current funding? If so, can he name them today?
I can provide the member with a list of what efficiencies my department has taken over this last number of years in terms of ensuring that public funds are used in an effective and efficient manner. And I'm happy to do that. But the way the executive is established, I only have certain powers. Certain executive ministers will be blessed to hear. So I can't go into other departments and tell them what to do, as much as sometimes perhaps I would like to. But it's up to each department, their minister and their accounting officer, to outline what efficiencies they've taken. And if there are services that are no longer either required or no longer sustainable, then it's up to them to defend whatever decision they make around those matters.
Bradley.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your answer. It pains me to think that the executive themselves can't identify programmes that are no longer sustainable, rather than put the blame back onto the departments to come up with the solution.
Well, it's through the programme for government, the executive is setting out its priorities and direction of travel and doing what matters most for people. So that sets the priorities. Through when we do agree a 3-year budget, ministers will have to decide, based on the programme for government and their budget allocations and their priorities, what can move ahead. If there are collective decisions to be made by the executive, then that's a matter for the executive to take collectively. There may be decisions the executive wishes to do in that manner. That may be a direction of travel in the future, but I don't want to preempt any of that.
If Buchanan's not in his place, I call Danny Baker.
Okay. Minister, can you outline the steps your department has taken to simplify the procurement process?
We've cut red tape on low-value procurement. Public bodies, including our schools, can now buy what they need quickly and locally for anything under £50,000 or £65,000 for utilities. There's no more jumping through hoops. They can simply get quotes by email without having to use the e-trader system. I've also removed bureaucracy in relation to the community and voluntary sector, and during question time earlier I set out how the procurement exercise works. This is an area where I think there is significant savings to be made in the removal of bureaucracy and simplification while protecting public funds, and I have presented a number of papers to the executive in this regard, and I can assure you the team within my department are more than willing to work with and support other departments in the understanding of those papers.
Thank you. Jonathan Buck. Point of order, Mr. Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, I want to apologise for not being in my place. I popped out and that run on longer than anticipated, so I apologise for that.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. Jonathan Buckley has been given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Infrastructure. I remind members to make sure that it's questions, not speeches. And ask the clerk to read the question.
To ask the Minister for Infrastructure to outline what steps she will take to address road safety fears arising from the extent of potholes throughout Northern Ireland.
Minister.
provide some of the most essential infrastructure services to our society. Through the additional funding provided to my department from December monitoring and delivering on my commitment to do all that I can to make our roads better, I have been able to reprioritise funding within my department. This allocation has allowed us to programme in an additional 40 schemes to the end of this financial year, and importantly, these are larger scale resurfacing projects which future-proof roads from the type of potholes that we are seeing now. In recognition of the importance of the rural road network, I committed an additional $4 million to target funding to rural roads. And as an MLA from a constituency with a vast rural area, I am also acutely aware of the impact, particularly on our rural roads, and will continue to work with executive colleagues in multi-year budget discussions to prioritise roads funding, including rural roads, for the time ahead. Better Roads is one of my 7 foundations for the future, and I am currently working on a package of further funding to target to remedy the impact that the recent severe weather conditions have had on our roads. This commitment follows my announcement of my recent launch of the transformative new approach to roads maintenance for consultation. I also recognise the impact that both staff and contractor capacity can have on our ability to deliver and act responsively, particularly at this time of year. And because of this, I have prioritised staff recruitment in this year's budget and going forward. And I am pleased to say that the department will be proactively launching further recruitment initiatives this year, such as the apprenticeship model. So I will continue to do everything that I can with what I have to maintain and improve our road network, which is vital for connecting communities and businesses. Road safety is a high priority for my department, and we are committed to working proactively to make sure our roads are safer and address the needs of all road users. As members will be aware, on the 27th of January I launched my department's latest Road Safety Action Plan to 2027, and that supports the ongoing work of the Road Safety Strategy in the longer term. But I recognise that today's issue is about the immediate conditions that we are experiencing on our roads right now.
Thank you, members. There's a huge influx of people wanting to ask questions, so try and keep them brief, and the Minister keep the responses brief, and I'll try to get as many of you in as possible. Mr. Buckley.
There's never been a more dangerous time to drive on our roads. The Minister says she has a plan, but it's evident to everybody it's not working. The Department's transport budget is around £850 million a year. Our constituents know in times of emergency you prioritise that which matters. So can I ask the Minister, will she commit to further reprioritisation of her department's budget to deal with road maintenance? This is a people's priority, and I would urge the Minister to get on and help those that clearly need assistance.
Minister.
I absolutely have been doing that, and I think it's important to note that the figures that in today's prices that is needed to properly maintain our road network in total is £1.6 billion. So £850 million out of that goes nowhere near what is needed to maintain our roads to the standard that we should all expect. However, I have been working with officials proactively in the department to see how we can maximise the resources that we have, so our staff, the funding that I'm given. And I hope, as I've outlined in my previous answer, I have been working to try and get additional investment within this financial year, and I hope that the members on these benches will support me in relation to that and getting those bids, because it is crucially important. As I've outlined, we're looking at a longer term strategy, because this isn't the first time we've been here. We are continually here. We are seeing more and more extreme weather every single year. We're trying to deal with this as responsibly as possible. I think in the last 3 months we've seen 49,000 defects in our roads. That didn't happen overnight. That is because of significant underinvestment in our road network for many, many years, and significant underinvestment in our executive budget. So I am committed to doing all that I can and working with my officials to see how we can best respond and maximise. We have to prioritise those defects which have a safety critical aspect to it, and ensure that we are doing that in the most timely fashion, and that's what we are doing.
Al Boyle.
I can thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, we all have been contacted by constituents regarding the deterioration seen in the roads these past couple of weeks. So could I put it to the Minister, do you agree that this needs an urgent response?
Absolutely, and that is what we have been working towards. As I said, we are constantly looking at what else we can do. We're looking at how we can reallocate money within the budget that's there. And I think we have to point out the difference between resource budgets and capital budgets, because they're two different things, and every department is stretched. However, I'll not be found wanting in terms of my action and my activity to try and deal with that, because we all drive on the roads. We see it every day. My office is inundated with people highlighting the issues that are there. So I have to do as much as I can with what I have, but anything else that we can do, and as I said earlier, I think it's important that we do that urgently, and I will be relying on executive colleagues for their support.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, a regular complaint that I receive in my constituency office is about quality of repair. Can you tell us how your department assures good quality repairs in the first instance, rather than calling out to go back to call out to go back?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when I launched our draft road maintenance strategy, this is something that I had highlighted as part of that. We want to try and preempt and get ahead of roads breaking down to some of the conditions that we are seeing today, so that we can actually deal with it sooner. That won't require that having to go out and come back and go out and come back. I think in what we're dealing with now, because we've seen a significant deterioration in a very short period of time, I think over the last couple of weeks, particularly with such a freeze and thaw, and then the very heavy rain, the highest rainfall in January than has been seen, I think, ever, is in terms of some of the news reports we've seen this week, which has had a very significant impact on the structural integrity of our road surfaces. So I'm very keen that we can get ahead of that, and that's what we're trying to do even in advance of next year, by ensuring that we are using the mapping that we are doing through the digital survey, but also using that to inform how we best target resources. The other thing I think it's important to say in terms of responding to reports as they come in, so if there are issues that are particularly critical, that we can get even a temporary repair to make it safe until we can get out to do that permanent repair. So there is a bit of a process, and I know that may seem that people aren't responding properly, but that's why we have to do it, because we need to make sure that we're getting to as much as possible, as quickly as possible.
Dr. Egan.
For the Minister for your remarks so far. Minister, the Ballycore Road in Ballyclare suffers from potholes which have now become pot trenches, which are about to become pot canyons. When these are mapped out on the system, the Ballycore Road now just looks red. What do I say to my constituents who continuously complain about the lack of interest that DFI is showing in this particular road and the damage that's being done to their cars day in, day out?
Well, I think as a representative, and you're engaging with me now on this, and I'm sure you've had engagement with my department, you will understand that we have to look at all of the schemes that are required and they're prioritised in relation to funding. That's always a challenge. I know doesn't solve the issue there and then, but I think in terms of articulating that, we all have responsibility to say, look, we're reporting it, we're trying to get it prioritised until such time. I'm assuming it's on a list to be completed, and keep engaging with the department to see where that's at, because I can assure you we're continually working through that. The situation we're in now obviously is adding more to the workload, and we do have a limited number of staff. However, we are trying to get out as much as possible. So I think that it's so important too that everything that's been seen, that even the public can report through, because the more information we have, the better it is for us to be able to be informed and deal with that as a department. But I suppose to just continually engage with the department so that you're informed as to where that sits, so that you can relay that to your constituents.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, under your leadership, your department has been described as the sticking plaster masters when it comes to road maintenance. The state of the roads in West Tyrone are disgraced, Minister. Can you tell the House how much your department has paid out in compensation for vehicle damage caused by poor road conditions in each of the past 2 years?
Well, the state of the roads right across the north are in a bad condition, as we all know, and I think that will be shared very comprehensively as part of this debate today. In terms of actual figures, happy to give that to you in writing, because we have had numerous written questions asking for those figures. There's no doubt that compensation claims are increasing, and I have stated that not just under my leadership, it has been for some time. And again, that's down to the fact that we're continually playing catch up. We are always playing catch up as to how we maintain our roads. We're responding and reacting rather than being able to invest, which is why we have taken steps to deliver a new road maintenance strategy to try and improve the sustainability and the resilience of our road network. So that's what I'm trying to do. We shouldn't be sitting at the end of the year trying to get more and more money in to deal with those issues in the shorter term. We should be able to plan ahead. That's why a multi-year budget is critically important. Critically important for this, for our wastewater infrastructure, for health, for education, for all of those really important issues to all of our constituents. So I'll continue to work on that, and I'll work with anybody that wants to work with me.
I want to thank the Minister for her answers so far and for coming to the House to address what is a very difficult issue, and I accept that. Can you give us some assurance that all divisions are looking at potholes and road defects across the piece, and that they are prioritising those that are the greatest risk to safety of road users?
Absolutely, and that is how we inform the prioritisation of defects. I mean, I was speaking to someone this morning who said earlier in the day a pothole wasn't as severe as it was just a number of hours later because of the heavy rainfall and the volume of traffic on those roads. So things can break down very, very quickly, and that then escalates just how significant that problem is. But as elected reps, I think where there happen, please feed that in so that we can respond to it as quickly as possible, and make sure that the roads are safe. I think that's the key issue here, but also that we are ensuring the road network is maintained as soon as possible.
Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you recently announced that your intention to purchase a scanning vehicle to let you know where all the potholes are in Northern Ireland. I would kindly suggest you don't really need one. Stephen Nolan is giving us a daily morning update. And in fact, yesterday, the BBC health correspondent, Mary-Louise Connolly, took to X to say potholes on the upper and lower Ormer Road are dangerous. Cars are swerving to avoid them and they're causing damage. Please, please, whoever is in charge of filling them, please do so. Minister, would you agree that you don't really need a pothole scanner, but you do need to get a grip of this problem?
I'd like to see where I've called it a pothole scanner, because that's not what we said. It's a digital survey to look at the condition of our roads, our footpaths, our entire network on the whole. So we can dress it up whatever way we want for a headline, but I think we are trying to get ahead of this issue and show that we are using innovation, technology to better target our resources, so that we're not having to send people out 2 and 3 times to the same road to pick up defects as they arise. We're trying to see where potentially is going to break down so we can target our investment properly.
Honourable McMurray.
There's evidence before the A roads in Newry and Down are some of the worst for potholes. Just the other day I was contacted by a distraught constituent whose daughter had burst a tyre in a pothole in the A2 outside Rostrevor. The B8 in Hilltown is appalling to the fact now where people are taking long routes to avoid it. Those that can't avoid it have to slow down significantly. And even a colleague of Mr Buckley's was even in contact about Millvale Road in Ballyward being washed away and is now closed. When are you going to get the roads in South Down sorted out?
Well, I think you've just outlined the scale of the problem that we are dealing with and how difficult it is to get everything done all at once. But as I said, that we are proactively trying to find other ways to maximise the resources we have. Even if we had all the money in the world, we might not have all the people tomorrow to deliver that. So it's trying to find ways that we can progress it as quickly as possible. We have to prioritise, as has every department. However, we are working extremely hard to find a way forward. As I've said, I've been working with officials even before we've had this urgent debate, as it's been called, to find ways to deal with this. So in the aftermath of the last couple of weeks' weather, because that is where we've seen such a significant deterioration, but also to help us to plan ahead for the coming years.
Concordia. Minister, just given, we'll say, the very high quality of roads that we have in the Republic of Ireland, I'm sure you wish that you had access to the same budget, but that if it was a comparable budget, Minister, what solutions, in fact, would you be working to in order to address the issue at present?
Sure.
Well, there's lots of things I could say in relation to that, and uniting with our counterparts in the south, because there are many benefits that would come with it. But I think, the key to a lot of this is investment. As I've said there, staffing is probably the key issue of actually building our capacity to respond and actually deliver bigger schemes. I would prefer to be doing big road schemes of resurfacing that are improving the entire road network than having to respond to potholes here, there and everywhere, which to me isn't the best use of our money. However, as we are dealing with years and years of underinvestment. However, where I have been able to, and I've made this a very strong priority for me, I have been ensuring that what investment I get, we are targeting it in the right places and we are putting it into our roads, as I've done through the December monitor, and as I've mentioned earlier, almost 30 million to go into roads, and likewise I'm working to try and get additional funding before the end of this financial year as soon as possible through the executive. So I think as much as we can get in that we can actually deliver on, that is absolutely critical. But for the future, we're looking at how we continue to build our capacity so that we are building a more sustainable, more resilient road network right across the north.
Mr Speaker. Minister, I think that people will be disappointed listening to this debate. It's about what we might be able to do rather than what we can do. Can I direct your attention to something that I think your department can do and should do? Just a few weeks ago on the Lurgan Road out of Banbridge, a pothole appeared and at least 8 to 10 cars were seriously damaged. One constituent called into my office to say that the damage to his wheel was £1,000. It was reported on the 28th of January. He is not expected to have a first contact from your department until the 13th of February, and your website states that the average time for payment on such repairs is 4 months. Can you and will you ensure that this is speeded up so that the number of people who are experiencing and are out of pocket because of the situation and the dangers of our roads will be paid their damages sooner?
Minister.
So I think, there's lots of things I've said today that, yes, we're working towards, but I think the key message here is that I'm being proactive in terms of getting additional investment from executive colleagues and to use that to deal with this in the immediate short term where I can, as well as working within my own department to find ways to maximise the capacity we have. But in relation to your question around the claims process, to investigate a claim thoroughly, officials have to check highway inspection and repair records and other records already held by the department. They also need to confirm whether or not a contractor or any other third-party organisation is involved. They also have to make checks on invoices and receipts for repairs, and in some instances site inspections have to be arranged. Some loss assessors are also employed in occasions to provide expert advice on the extent of the damage and the likely cost. As well as that, in some cases there are personal injury cases, including medical records that have to be examined from external bodies. So we have to ensure that this is a very thorough process, and I would assume that members would agree that when we're dealing with public money, we have to go through those processes. I appreciate that's quite a lengthy period, but given, I've said earlier on, we have an increasing number of claims coming in, and we're trying to respond to the issues at hand as well. These do take time, and where we can speed it up and streamline that process, absolutely. We don't want anybody waiting any longer than they should, but we have to also ensure that we have all the checks and balances in place as well.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her response. Minister, could you tell us what was in your the December monitoring allocations for road maintenance? Thank you.
Well, I think we had, as I've mentioned, I had put a specific priority in terms of road maintenance on rural roads. I was able to allocate just over £4 million to patching for the remainder of the current financial year from that monitoring round away as well. I've also mentioned earlier around the 40 schemes within the next 3 months, many of which are already on the ground and are currently being delivered. And I think it's important to note that had we not been able to get that money through December monitoring, had I not prioritised roads maintenance, then those are 40 schemes that would not be delivered within this financial year. It ensures that my department is able to maximise the contractor capacity that's available in addition to my department's own capacity, and will ensure that maximum possible capacity is available to address the concerns around the conditions of the roads following the exceptional weather experienced in recent weeks as well. I also think it's important to say that I've asked officials to engage with contractors to see is there more that we can be doing within the resource they have that we can further enhance the response to what we're dealing with now. But I think, as has been previously said, a stable long-term pipeline of funding, as we would be able to get from a multi-year budget, is the best way to give confidence to contractors, but also to the public, that we can invest more in capacity and we can actually deliver at a more adequate level going forward.
In my own constituency and yours, of course, I viewed today photographs of the Maytown Road, and it really did resemble the surface of the moon, to be quite honest, in terms of what we were able to view with car headlights casting shadows, and indeed it was a very concerning sight for the motoring public. And Minister, would it resemble, or would it be a small step or a giant leap for you to declare a roads emergency, Minister? Thank you.
Well, I don't know what the criteria is for a roads emergency, because I think this is something that has been coming up time and time again. However, what I'm focused on is solutions and finding ways to actually deal with the issues that we are facing, both in the short, medium and long term, because I think that's the only way we are going to see real progress in this. I think, you know, we can all give examples of where work needs to happen. For me, it's about how do we make that happen. So that's what I'm doing, that's what I'm working with officials on, and that's what I'm committed to doing in the long term.
Minister, new potholes are appearing in my constituency. It appears every day. And the timescales to get them fixed seem to be taking longer and longer from when they're reported. Do you know what the average time is to repair potholes on our roads, and what are you going to do to ensure that that can be sped up?
So as I've said there's obviously a process in terms of prioritisation, and we do try to address the most safety critical defects first, because obviously we want to ensure that the roads are as safe as possible. So that is where targeted resources will be targeted in the first instance. However, if that's continuing to deteriorate, like, I appreciate that things can, as I gave the example earlier on, can deteriorate quite rapidly within a day in some cases if we have the weather conditions, there's a heavy volume of traffic, etc., etc. So I would encourage elected representatives to continue to feed in as much as possible, particularly if there are images, because that allows us to make a decision even quicker. So that's not to put the onus back on others, but, you know, as we've outlined, we can't have staff on every single road at every hour of the day. So we do really appreciate that information coming in, because it helps us to better prioritise as well.
John Stewart.
In East Antrim, the roads are in a dangerous and diabolical state, and people are losing faith. Constituents are also contacting me, as are your officers, to say that the website simply cannot keep up with the amount of reports going through the NI Direct portal. They are removing potholes before they are repaired, and claim compensations are not being logged, and your officers are having to take these by phone call. What is your assessment of the website, and when can we see further investment in my constituency of East Antrim?
Minister.
So in relation to the website, we have been made aware of some issues. I know there were some error messages, things like that coming up, and we are working with IT to try and resolve that as quickly as possible. However, if constituents or elected representatives aren't able to use that properly, I would encourage to contact the local section office where possible directly to respond.
Mr McNulty.
Minister, the South Armagh Business Improvement Group have reported 230 potholes causing damage and danger. County Armagh, your county is becoming known as the pothole county, with multiple craters akin to the far side of the moon in multiple locations. Thankfully, resurfacing works were completed on the Armagh Road out in Newtown up as far as the Katy Junction, but it stopped there as if that was the end of the world. All technology and investments aside, Minister, can you send somebody out with a can of yellow paint, a bit of tar, and fill the potholes on the Armagh Road?
Minister.
I'm not too sure what the question was. I couldn't really hear, but I'm assuming that you're reporting a specific area if it hasn't been reported. But we can certainly take that away and ask for it to be looked at.
Brooks.
I hope the Minister will be aware of the totally unacceptable and entirely avoidable circumstances at Ballygowan Road over the weekend, when, after a funeral limousine was wrecked on Wednesday, then saw many cars damaged on Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening, and I'd be interested to hear what the Department has learned from that circumstance. But can I ask, many members will report issues to out of hours will report issues to the local section office between 9 and 5, but rely on the emergency out-of-hours service beyond that. Given the danger some of these defects pose to life, can I ask, is there a target response time for emergency out-of-hours, particularly at weekends?
This is an issue because it has been raised with me today. I have spoken to officials today because I recognise, as we've said earlier, things can deteriorate quite quickly and they don't always happen during 9 to 5 hours. I think that it's important, particularly as elected reps, if you can't get a response through the helpline, to contact maybe the local section office or one of the section engineers, because if we should all have contact for them who do take these things very seriously and will respond. I know of an example given to me this morning where the PSNI had to be contacted, and if there is a case where a road needs closed, that may be the appropriate avenue, not to put extra pressure on PSNI, but they have the power to close a road, whereas we don't. But the first port of call, I would say, is in relation to that, is to contact either through the emergency line or your local section engineer, who can respond probably in a more efficient manner for that.
Member Clark.
Mr. Speaker,
Michael and members, and in terms of your responses, you referred to your pressure in finances. But how then, Minister, can you justify the amount of money that you spend in consultants for the likes of active travel when people just actually want basic potholes repaired? Indeed, actually, in my own constituency, I'll give you another example. They're building a footpath from Crumlin to Glenavy, which no one in the area wants, which is costing tens of thousands of pounds. They just want good roads.
Well, look, we could compare all day what different schemes could be done, and there's different viewpoints across that. As the Minister and as a department, we have a responsibility to take in the views of a wide range of people and look at that. And a lot of the work we do has to go through consultation. Yes, I recognise that consultant fees can be high. That's across all areas of government. That's not just specific to my department. But continually looking at where we can make efficiencies and make savings, and I think that's something that is coming on all of us as ministers to look within our departments to see can we make further savings to live within our budgets, because that's what we're expected to do. It's particularly difficult within the overall executive budget that we have. But it is, we have to be prudent and ensure that we're showing due diligence. So I continually look at the budget to see where else we could make savings that could ensure I could put more investment into our roads maintenance, into new schemes for resurfacing, but also delivering on all the other responsibilities I have as Minister, including active travel.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I want to take a slightly different approach to this. Many of our roads have been opened by utility companies, and then that reinstatement work then breaks down, and our constituents should not be paying twice for the repair of that again. So what work has her department done to make sure that this work is done, firstly, properly the very first time, and secondly, has she considered full lane resurfacing rather than allowing a strip that then breaks down to surface the whole side of the lane that's causing a lot of the problems in the future?
So I think this is an issue that has come up time and time again, and we are looking at, as I said, different approaches to both enhance the resources needed to target pothole repairs, but also, as I've said, through the draft road maintenance strategy, to target bigger stretches of road, so we aren't continually going back, because that in itself is a waste of time for our staff, that they're continually back to the same road, and how we can improve the resilience of the road network. We're also looking at how we can recruit more staff, as I've said earlier on, to enhance that resource capacity, but also looking at things around preparing ahead of winter periods, so that we are through surface dressing, etc., in rural areas too. So there's a number of things that we are doing, we're looking at other approaches, we're looking elsewhere as to what's happening. But I think for me it is about making sure we're efficiently using the limited resource we have, so that people are seeing better results on the ground.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our roads are in a crisis, lined with wild-wrecking potholes right across Northern Ireland. We've had over 10 years of limited service by the department, and certainly very limited in the last year. The long-awaited road maintenance strategy amounted little more than a Google Street View map car going round looking for potholes. Minister, the dogs in the street know where the potholes are, and my constituents certainly feel them day and daily, hitting them and getting repair bills. When are we going to see action and less of the excuses and inaction, Minister?
Well, I don't think I've given any excuses. I think I've told you exactly what I am proactively trying to do. That requires support from executive colleagues to get investment into my department, so that I can actually deal with the issues at hand. So I'll not be found wanting in terms of the work that I'm doing. We are in a situation, but there's been a lot of things that are out of our control, albeit the weather. I think it's important to say, even if we had have got ahead of this 2 weeks ago, we would have seen a further deterioration of the same roads last week, when we saw the very heavy rainfall that we saw. We have the same people tackling lots of different issues as a result of storms, like gritting, and that has all had an impact on the integrity of our roads. However, as I've said, we've been working very closely with officials to see what else we can be doing. How do we maximise the resources that we have within the department, but also what additional investment can we get to tackle this in the here and now?
Convention is we usually give 30 minutes to urgent oral. We've expired that. We don't have a rule on it. If the Minister's prepared to stay on, there's about another dozen questions. Okay, you're not prepared to stay on? Okay. Okay, members, I'm sorry I couldn't get more of you in, but that's how it is. Thank you. Move to the next item of business. Members, take their ease just while we change the chair.
Members, we now resume the debate on the motion on ending academic selection, and I now call to Mark Durkin to wind on the amendment. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm on my feet already. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank members and indeed the Minister for their contributions here today, and thoughtful contributions on both sides of the debate. At the heart of this issue is children and the welfare of children, and regardless of people's ideological views on academic selection at the age of 11, I don't doubt that it is the welfare of children that all of us here have at heart. But let me be clear from the outset, it is our view, and not just our view, that academic selection is damaging, outdated and unjust. Testing children at 11 or 10 and dividing them into winners and losers has done lasting harm, is doing lasting harm to confidence, to opportunity and to social cohesion. Ending it is the right thing to do, but how we end it matters just as much as why, and that's why this debate can't really ignore the past either, particularly the actions when in the Education Ministry of the proposers of this motion, Sinn Féin. Now, Sinn Féin set out to abolish the 11+, a noble aim, and in principle that was a goal that many of us shared. But what followed wasn't reform, it was chaos. The test was removed without a properly planned, properly resourced alternative. No broad political agreement, no system-wide transition, no clarity for parents, for schools or for pupils. Instead of replacing academic selection, Sinn Féin simply outsourced it. Private, unregulated transfer tests emerged to fill the vacuum. Selection didn't just disappear, it went underground. And once again, even more so, it was the children from the most disadvantaged backgrounds who paid the price. Those whose parents couldn't afford tuition, those without the luxury of a quiet space to study or do a practice paper, or parents without the time or capacity to help them. Now, while we admired the aim and support it, that wasn't courageous reform. It abolished something in name while allowing it to continue in practice, only with even less accountability and greater inequality. We can't build an education system on gestures. We can't dismantle something now as entrenched as academic selection by pretending that wishing it away will make it so. That approach failed children, failed parents and failed schools. But let's be honest, the inability or maybe even unwillingness at that time to build consensus, to listen to concerns, to plan properly, undermined public confidence in change itself. It has allowed defenders of academic selection to say, look what happens when you try to reform, and that, sadly, has set progress back years. But acknowledging those failures certainly doesn't mean accepting the status quo. Academic selection remains wrong. Now, my daughter has just come through this process herself, and I saw again, it's 13 years since I'd seen it with her older brother, just the anxiety that it causes children, the consequent pressure that it can put on parents, knowing how much they want something, how hard they've worked for something, and that it's all going to boil down to how a paper goes on a particular day. The process still tells children at 10 or 11 that they're not good enough. It still reflects privilege more than potential, and it still damages our ambition to be a society where background doesn't determine destiny. And I know it doesn't always, but sadly, it usually does. And we've heard figures to verify that today. I won't get an extra minute, sorry. The lesson from the past is that we shouldn't abandon reform. It's that reform must be done properly. Ending academic selection requires political maturity. It requires a shared plan, sustained investment and genuine engagement with teachers, parents and communities. It means strengthening all post-primary schools, valuing vocational and academic pathways equally, and ensuring no child feels written off at the age of 10 or 11 years old. If we truly want to end academic selection, then we must accept that unilateralism and brinkmanship will not deliver it. And if others oppose change entirely, they must answer for the harm that the current system continues to do. Education reform should never be about who gets the headline. It should be about who gets the chance. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Pat Sheehan to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
And just for fear of being interrogated about what type of school I went to, I did the 11 plus, sailed through it, no stress, nothing. Went to a grammar school, and then left the grammar school and went to a non-grammar school. And then I went on to further education, and later on I did a degree in higher education. So I've been around the block, as they would say, and I have lots of experience, but I wouldn't want policy to be built on the experience I have. And I wouldn't want policy to be built on the experience of other individuals. If you can pull 4,000 or 5,000 others together, and we can get academics in to do proper research, then we can use that as evidence as to how the system is working. And I know this is an issue that prompts strongly held views, and be that as it may, but as legislators and policy makers, what we have to do is look at and listen to the evidence. That's our job. Probably no other area of public policy has had such a volume of research evidence, and that evidence is overwhelmingly negative in relation to academic selection. And there's no argument that many of our grammar schools produce excellent outcomes. Of course they do. The leader of the Ulster Unionist Party has been talking about St Dominic's a couple of times today. My mother attended St Dominic's, my two sisters attended St Dominic's, and some of my nieces attended St Dominic's. I know it's an excellent school, but they have fewer than 15% of their pupils on free school meals. And that's a theme that runs through the grammar schools, because we're being told that academic selection is about giving kids from a disadvantaged background this help up, social mobility. But look at the evidence in the grammar schools. Look at the evidence, how few children who are entitled to free school meals attend those grammar schools. Yes, I'll give away briefly.
I don't dispute, actually, that there are inequalities and inequalities that I would like to see change. What I contest is that they're not caused by academic selection or the test. That the small rooms that Mr Durgan talked about and the other aspects he talked about, they will exist through a child's education and influence their education, and it's those things that we need to change and address, and I think the Minister's trying. It's not the academic selection that's the cause of those.
There are many things that need changed. One of the primary issues is academic selection. But just because grammar schools produce good educational outcomes, and I accept that many of them do, because they get the cream of the crop. They get the students with the best ability, the students whose parents have been able to pay for private tuition for them. And I said to you earlier, David, how many kids from the Shankill get going to grammar schools? How many kids from the Shankill have parents who can afford the £35 or £40 an hour for private tuition? And that gives the kids from the advantaged backgrounds the leg up too. So just because our grammar schools produce excellent results, it doesn't mean we have this world-class education system that I often hear unionists talking about. Far from it. In fact, we have the longest tail of educational underachievement on these islands. Sir Bob Salisbury, the renowned educationalist, actually said a few years ago that we have the longest tail of educational underachievement in Western Europe, and we certainly have the most segregated education system in terms of advantage and disadvantage. And the education system just 30 miles down the road is a hell of a lot better than the education system that we have here. The results coming out of the education system in the South far, far exceed the educational outcomes here. And they've shown that a non-selective system, yes, I'll give way briefly.
I appreciate the member giving way, but the member agree with me that there is plenty of social mobility within that education system, and many children and young people from deprivation and working class areas are able to do well through the education system in the 26 counties.
Yes, I agree with that. And the system in the South can raise standards without selection, while reducing early school leaving and supporting children to stay engaged in education. Selection is not a requirement for excellence, it's a barrier to it. And it's very, very briefly. If you're not brief,
I don't want to incur your wrath, Pat. You espouse the education system in the South. I agree, Daesh has got a really good job. But does he want to see an education system in Northern Ireland that has 35 times more private schools than there are currently in Northern Ireland? Is that the system he aspires to?
Well, that in itself is I'm not a total supporter of the system in the South, and that's one of the issues that I would like to see dealt with, private schooling. But it's this long tail of educational underachievement that I want to focus on. And one of the big claims about academic selection is that it promotes social mobility. Is that true? Does it? You know, the working class boy done good, got his 11 plus, got the Methody or Campbell College or whatever. Well, the evidence tells us, you know, that it doesn't promote social mobility. We only have to look at how few children on free school meals qualify to attend grammar schools. So what is it about the clear evidence that unionists don't want to accept? It's clear today also that arguments defending academic selection rarely draw on empirical evidence, instead relying on egalitarian rhetoric that only serves to obscure systemic inequalities. So arguments are also made that parents should have the choice to send their children to whatever school they want. And I heard John Burrows making that claim this morning. In reality, parents don't have the choice. It's the grammar schools that decide which pupils they will take. And it's not just academic selection that's a barrier to children attending some grammar schools, it's also the cost of the uniform. And we heard evidence in the committee, some schools' uniforms cost up to 800 quid. Well, see, for the parent who's on benefits or on a low income, that automatically rules their child out of going to that school. And one of the biggest issues in this debate is that unionism just doesn't reject the evidence. They aren't even prepared to look at the evidence. A DUP minister set up the first START panel on educational underachievement on Protestant boys. But guess what? Academic selection wasn't part of the panel's remit. This DUP minister commissioned Lucy Crehan to carry out a review of the curriculum. And despite the fact there's clear evidence that teaching in primary school is distorted and warped because of preparation for the selection test, guess what? Lucy Crehan was told academic selection wasn't part of her remit. Why? Because there's none as blind as those who don't want to see. And that is how the DUP and the UUP approach the issue of academic selection. Some here today have dismissed the notion that some children are harmed by academic selection. What do the experts say? Well, the mental health champion, Siobhan O'Neill, has said academic selection is unethical and harmful. And there's a whole body of research from reputable international organisations and individuals who would support that assessment by Siobhan O'Neill. And what I'm asking members here today to do is to study the evidence. The evidence is overwhelming. Academic selection has nothing to offer our education system. It doesn't promote social mobility. According to the experts, it's harmful and unethical and leads to inequality. And academic selection also distorts and warps the primary school curriculum. The abolition of academic selection isn't the panacea for our education system, but it is about fairness, evidence and putting children first. If we truly believe in equality of opportunity, we can't keep defending a system that does the opposite. And I appeal to everyone, anyone who has an open mind, just look at the evidence.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Cara Hunter and Mark Durkin be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes.
Yes.
Members, order, members. Order, members. Thank you, Liz. Members, order. This time's for real. Members, please. Members, the question is that the all members. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Cara Hunter and Mark Durkin be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it. Okay. Do we have tellers? Members' order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Patsy McGlone and Sinead McLaughlin. Tellers for the noes. Tellers for the noes are David Brooks and Peter Martin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Members. Order, members. Members resume their seats. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
78 members voted, 48 members voted aye, 30 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is made. Unfasten the doors. Members, the question is now that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, voting no. Okay. Order. Members, I've been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 27 1AB that there is agreement. We can dispense with 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Members, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Members, order means the Chair addresses the Chamber and the Chamber hears the Chair. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Aoife Finnegan and Cathy Mason. Teller for the noes, David Brooks. Peter Martin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Order members. Clerk, please read the result.
77 members voted, 47 members voted aye, 30 members voted no. The motion as amended is agreed to.
Members, the motion as amended is agreed. Can I ask members to take their ease before we move to the next item on the order paper and have a change at the table?
Ladies and gentlemen. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. I've received notice from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
Mr Deputy Speaker, with your permission and in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make a statement regarding the North-South Ministerial Council Language Body meeting, which was held at the Monaghan Peace Campus on the 3rd of December. The Executive was represented by me and by Junior Minister Riley as accompanying Minister. The Irish Government was represented by Dara Cleary, TD, Minister for Rural and Community Development and the Gaeltacht. This statement has been agreed with Minister Riley, and I am making it on behalf of both of us. The meeting dealt with issues relating to the North-South Language Body and its two constituent agencies, the Ulster Scots Agency and Forest na Gaeilge. A number of topics were discussed, with decisions being taken where appropriate. As part of opening remarks, ministers acknowledged the work of the language body and the positive impact the agencies have had in the language and cultural sectors on both sides of the border. Following opening remarks, I, as Chair, introduced a number of items that form the basis of this statement. The first item to be discussed was the Language Body Progress Report. The Council noted the progress reports which were received from the Chairs and Chief Executive Officers of the Ulster Scots Agency and Forest na Gaeilge, along with the key achievements of the language body since the last sectoral meeting. These achievements included the delivery of the first tranche of online entries for the Irish language's first comprehensive monolingual dictionary, the provision of support to over 90 groups to promote the Irish language in the arts sector, the supporting of tuition in Ulster Scots music and dance in over 200 community settings and 100 schools across Ulster, and the delivery of 36 talks promoting the Ulster Scots language to schools and community groups, reaching more than 1,000 people. The second item to be addressed was corporate governance matters. The Council addressed a range of governance matters, including the approval of the language body's 2026 business plans, budgets and 26 to 28 corporate plans, all of which were prepared in line with the guidance from both finance departments and agreed by sponsored departments and finance ministers. The Council also noted that the consolidated annual reports and accounts for 2022 and 23 have been certified by the Comptrollers and Auditors General and laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas, and that the audit of the 2024 accounts is nearing completion. The next item on the agenda was a presentation from Forest na Gaeilge on their online Irish dictionary. The Council noted Forest na Gaeilge's pioneering work in developing the Irish language first online single language dictionary and its plans for the continued development of an online Irish-English dictionary. The fourth item to be addressed was staffing complement. The Council agreed that officials should continue to work with each agency to ensure that appropriate staffing is in place to deliver on the objectives outlined in their corporate and business plans. The next item to be addressed was board appointments, and the Council approved the appointment of board members to the language body. The final issue to be addressed was the date of the next NSMC language body meeting, with the Council agreeing to hold the meeting in spring 2026. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you. And before I call the first member, I just want to make a declaration of interest from the Chair. When I was at Dublin City University and was the Chief Executive there, I helped fund the first line for Irish Language Online. Unfortunately, that was quite a long few years ago, so it's taken a long time to get there by the looks of the Minister and the rest of it. I call on Mark Durkin. Mark, over to you.
Thank you,
Mr Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister for his statement.
Continued failure to publish and implement the Executive's Irish language strategy, a failure which has been the subject of court proceedings. Does the Minister accept that this prolonged delay is not only undermining the work of Forest na Gaeilge and wider Irish language provision, but is also exposing the Executive to further legal risk and unnecessary public expense? And can he now state clearly when the strategy will be published, or explain why he remains unable or unwilling to meet his obligations?
First of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't believe that this is hindering the work of Force na Gaeilge or the language body. Indeed, we had the progress report, and he will be able to see for himself the work that is continuing in that sphere. Secondly, he asks in relation to costs. I'm not the one that is taking action. I'm not the one that has initiated this. We have to respond to that, and unfortunately there will be cost and expense that comes with that. In terms of the Irish language strategy, and this is not an issue that came up during the meeting, but as I've set out many times before, the cross-departmental group has been established. That work has gone out now for individual departments to get the actions that they would like to see taken, those actions that they can afford to take, to bring those back. As soon as that comes back to the cross-departmental working group, that will come to me. At that stage, it will be analysed, and then that can be taken to executive for final decision and publication.
Minister, thank you for the statement. The progress report lists a number of outputs and actions, such as numbers of groups supported, talks delivered and settings reached. What outcome measures are being used to assess whether that activity is translating into sustained or increased language use, community impact or educational progression, and will those outcome metrics be shared with the Committee for Communities?
Minister.
To make sure any of that information that we hold is shared with communities. Of course, the work that is done is so broad and is done in so many different settings that it is impossible to quantify the totality of the impact of the work that it is happening. But I'm happy to go away and see what information we have that we can share specifically with the committee. But I think he raises a good point, is that we want to make sure that the money that is being spent is actually having the intended impact. And of course he will see some of that information is already provided and published, and some of that we got in the update, but I'll make sure that that information is furnished to the committee.
Pam Cameron. Pam.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement to the House on the North-South Ministerial Council language body meeting. Can the Minister tell me, in his discussions at that meeting, did anyone accuse him of being sectarian or of not doing language?
No, Mr Deputy Speaker, because we had grown-ups in the room who had the ability to articulate their views without resorting to name-calling in order to make their point.
I call on Kelly Armstrong. Kelly.
Minister, in your statement you talk about the business plans for the Ulster Scots Agency and Force na Gaeilge. If you could, it would be really useful if you could outline the objectives that they have identified for 26-28 and explain how you will be involved in monitoring of achieving those outcomes.
There are extensive outcomes in that, and if she doesn't have that, I'm sure we'll be able to provide that to her, because in both of those areas there is extensive work that will be carried out and outcomes that we want to achieve. I could go through a number of those. It will take some time, but I think it would be better if I furnish her with that information, which I'm happy to do.
I call on Andy Allen. Andy.
Deputy Speaker, one of the items on the agenda was staffing complement, and can the Minister perhaps expand on the role that his department has played in the staffing complement and perhaps how much funding has been provided in that context?
Ultimately, it's up to the agencies themselves to make the case for the funding that they require to make sure that the staff that they have are in place, and also to make sure that they are using their budget in a way that makes sure that they can deliver on the objectives that are found within their corporate plans and business plans for that year. There has been agreed an increase in staffing complement so that they can continue with the work that they need to do. That had been static for many, many years, but the work that is being done is continuing, and so we will continue to work with each agency to ensure that appropriate staffing resource is in place so that we can deliver on the corporate and business plans.
Cathy Mason. Cathy.
Minister, I see groups have been provided with support to promote Irish language in the arts sector. Can you give us some examples of projects that will benefit from this funding to promote the Irish language? And just for clarity, I'm asking that as a grown-up woman.
Well, I'm very glad to answer her question and any other questions that she wants to put with me. I always think it's better if we can act in a grown-up and mature way, and I look forward to that in the future. I think there were 90 different projects that are funded in that way, and I'm more than happy to get those and highlight the ones in Northern Ireland, perhaps even in our own constituency as well.
Militia McHugh. Militia.
At last, Concordia. Minister, it's well known that your party has blocked a change to the funding formula, which would see more funding going to forests in the Gaeilge. This has caused a great deal of frustration among the Irish language groups. Minister, was this issue discussed, and can you confirm if you're still blocking any reform to the funding formula?
Of course, we need to make sure that the funding formula is fit for purpose. We need to make sure it's something that is affordable as well for us. There are many, many demands on all departments, on my department as well, and all of these issues need to be taken into consideration. However, what that does not do is prevent the Irish Government to put in more of its own resource to some of the programmes, for example, that Force na Gaeilge provide. They are at liberty to do that, and indeed they have done that, and they have put in additional sums of money as each jurisdiction is entitled to do. So if additional resource is if the governments want to put those in, they can do that. They have done that. But what I don't want to do is sign up to something that will put an additional burden on ourselves, because I recognise that the Finance Minister has just walked into the chamber, and he will want to make sure that I keep within my budget.
Sean Mulholland. Sean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Part of what I was going to ask was around what Ms Mason had talked about in terms of that funding to Irish language groups through the medium of the arts. Force na Gaeilge had said initially that some of their youth event schemes, their festival schemes across the island of Ireland were going to be put at risk because of the funding formula, and that would have been this time last year. What has changed, and is there any, I suppose, way forward and hope for the that you can see for youth arts projects through the medium of Irish language?
Well, she will be aware there has been a significant additional resource that has been put in place by the Irish Government that has helped to provide support to over 90 groups to promote the Irish language in the arts sector. Obviously, it will be up to Force na Gaeilge to decide how to spend its budget, whether it wants to put more through those specific programmes, and if the Irish Government want to allocate any additional resource for that purpose. But as I've said to Mrs Mason, I'm happy to provide that information to her. I'll also share that with you as well.
Ciara Ferguson. Ciara.
Minister, I'm sure you will agree that the development of an online Irish dictionary is to be warmly welcomed. Can you confirm the quantum of funding from the department that helps support that initiative? Thank you.
Well, clearly, it's the role of the department to provide that funding to the bodies, and they will then decide how much is put towards the individual work streams that they have. So it's not up to me directly to involve myself in any of those programmes or to allocate funding. That's why we have the language body in place, and that's why we have the agencies in place. But I can provide for her the exact amounts that have been spent on that. I had a very interesting conversation with Minister Riley afterwards in relation to the importance of those dictionaries as someone that was educated through the medium of Irish, and we certainly recognise how that's a very practical and positive benefit that can come from that, and no doubt that is something that the agencies will take on board as they seek to do their work.
Thank you. I call Linda Dillon. Linda.
Can Corlia and declare an interest as a mummy of a Gaeilgeoir, and I won't presume to speak for the Finance Minister, but I'm fairly certain that he would not refuse any financial assistance from the Free State Government in whatever form that comes to help people and make lives better for the people here in the north, so I don't think that would be an issue. You talked earlier about the workforce issues and the fact that you've put additional funding into that. Can you outline what the current vacancy rate is within each body and what impact that's having on the outcomes, please?
Fred, I don't have that information about the vacancy rate within each of the bodies. It wasn't presented to us as an issue, but I will certainly find that out for her and write to her.
Jerry Carroll. Jerry.
Thank
Minister, we have an unacceptable situation where children raised through the medium of Irish in the north, and I include my own children in that, are disadvantaged compared to children in the south. And one concrete example, Minister, is a lot of programmes available for children in TG Cahir in the north, including Frank Ackenboher, the Highway Rat, the very good Julia Donaldson programme, is available constantly for people in the south with TG Cahir, but disappeared intermittently in the north if you're watching the app and the programme up north. So has the Minister came across this issue before? Can he raise it at the next meeting, and can he outline any steps he can take to ensure that children in the north raised through Irish aren't disadvantaged and do have access to all the same programmes, literacy development, as their the kids of a similar age in the south? Thank you.
Minister.
This is an issue that's been brought to my attention and it wasn't raised at the North-South meeting. I'm more than happy to find out for him if this is an issue that has been raised and if the agencies are doing anything on that. However, I suspect that is something that would fall under the remit of the Department for Economy and their responsibilities with broadcasting.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. That concludes questions on the statement. We'll just take our ease for a moment while the Finance Minister moves into position, and we'll get ready to go. Brian, you ready to roll? Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion on reform of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the findings of the Northern Ireland Audit Office report, Leading and Resourcing the Northern Ireland Civil Service, recognises the dedication of civil servants in delivering public services under increasing strain, believes that reform is necessary to ensure value for money and effective public service delivery, and calls on the Minister of Finance to bring forward a time-bound plan to reform workforce planning within the Northern Ireland Civil Service, reduce reliance on agency staffing and improve efficiency.
Thank you. I call on Brian Kingston to move the motion. Brian? Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Brian, please open the debate on the motion.
Mr Deputy Speaker, today the DUP are pleased to bring this motion to the Assembly. We are calling for the much-needed reform of the Northern Ireland Civil Service. How our public services are managed, funded and delivered impacts upon every person, every business and every corner of Northern Ireland. So this is incredibly important. Let me be clear. This motion isn't about criticising the men and women who make up our civil service. We recognise the dedication of civil servants in delivering public services under increasing strain. As we witnessed this past week, in the face of widespread flooding, many on the front line deliver vital services in challenging circumstances and with limited resources. However, accepting that many work hard does not take away from our responsibility to ensure that the system itself is fit for purpose. The Northern Ireland Civil Service has 24,500 staff. The staff and the structures need to be managed and coordinated better. With millions spent on shared services, the management of the civil service staffing and human resources lies with the Finance Minister. Last week's Northern Ireland Audit Office report, Leading and Resourcing the Northern Ireland Civil Service, sets out a plethora of serious concerns, and it sets out the failings within the Department of Finance to take action and get a grip on this. It highlights weak workforce planning, a growing over-reliance on temporary and agency staff, rising costs, and a lack of strategic clarity about what skills are needed to deliver public services effectively. When it comes to delivering effective public services, every pound matters. Money spent inefficiently or wasted completely is money not available for frontline services, infrastructure investment or supporting the most vulnerable. The report shows that as of April 2025, almost 5,000 agency workers were employed across our civil service, more than double the number in 2019, at a cost now exceeding an eye-watering £500 million over the past 5 years. The conclusion to be drawn is clear. The system is not delivering best value for money. And in the budget context in which the Executive operates, that cannot continue. We need to plan for better integration of the voluntary and community sector in recognising how they deliver high-quality public services on the front line with high levels of skill and specialisms. The Audit Office report also highlights persistent high levels of sickness absence, costing £48.8 million in 2024-25, with an average of 13.4 working days lost per staff year, up from 12.6 days in 2018-19. There are currently no targets or action plans in place to address this. Department of Finance officials have said it is up to each department to manage this. Yet when we ask each department, they say it is managed by the Department of Finance, Shared Services HR. When it is clear that nobody believes they are responsible for this, then nobody is managing it. And alongside soaring costs and reduced workforce, staff are being failed as the many HR issues they face are not being picked up by anyone. Alongside all this, there are nearly 5,500 vacant posts across our civil service and over 3,000 staff temporarily promoted, pointing to systemic workforce planning failures. The constant roll forward of the same never gets to the root cause of the issues and fails to identify the true level of vacancies or need. Without reform, these problems will persist, costs will continue to rise, and outcomes will not improve. We need to see reform. The DUP believes in making Northern Ireland work, and the public deserves better. We need a civil service that is properly staffed and focused on outcomes, not just processes. That means having the right people with the right skills in the right roles to match those skills. That is common sense. The ethos must be one ingrained in delivering high-quality public services and real value for money. It also means reducing dependency on agency staffing, improving long-term workforce planning, and ensuring leadership is equipped and passionate about driving reform rather than managing decline. Our motion today calls on the Minister of Finance to bring forward a clear, time-bound plan to address these issues. This is particularly urgent given that the Audit Office findings follow up on recommendations first made in 2020, of which only a minority have been fully delivered 5 years later. Endless reviews with no meaningful change won't deliver transformation in outcomes. Any plan must be purposeful, measurable, and most importantly, accountable. This is about making Northern Ireland work better. It is about ensuring our infrastructure and public services are resilient, efficient, and capable of meeting future challenges. It's about embracing new ideas, modern ways of working, and a culture that rewards innovation, initiative, outcomes, and responsibility. Above all, it is about accountability to taxpayers, to service users, and to future generations. The Executive cannot keep recycling the same approaches and then complain when the outcomes do not improve. It is time to do things differently and do things better. Reform is necessary to ensure value for money and effective public service delivery. This cannot continue to be just a cry of British austerity and going to His Majesty's Treasury and asking for more money. It must be about a combined approach that looks not just at sustainable funding. Of course, we do believe that Northern Ireland has been underfunded. That has been the analysis of the Department of Finance for some years. We are suffering from it, and our public services have suffered from that. We want adequate funding, but we must also rise to the challenge. It is important that it is not just about how much money we have, it is about how we spend that money. We must spend that money in the most efficient way, driving productivity across our public services and trying to eliminate waste where that occurs. That is the best use of public money. We need to drive efficiency and reform. We need to right-size the civil service, and we need to get the right people with the right skills to help us drive forward delivery in every department. That will be critical. It is not just about how much we have, it is about how we are using that money and how we are driving delivery in every department. There is a critical role for the Finance Minister in this, in driving the reform through his department's roles in managing HR and in the Northern Ireland Civil Service. We need to see progress, we need a timeline and targets with measurable outcomes. As we work towards planning for a multi-year budget, this is the perfect time to plan to transform how our civil service operates. Strip out the unnecessary bureaucracy, transform the culture to move away from siloed working, which holds back so many services and strategies. Recognise the value of the staff and partnerships with the voluntary and community sector, and invest in those rather than escalating agency costs. We believe that we have talented staff in roles which do not allow them to use their skills. I know the people strategy refers to a skills audit. That would be important to maximise the human resources we already have. For too long, there has been a lack of progress. The time to take action is now. We are calling for the much-needed reform of the Northern Ireland Civil Service to maximise the value for money in the delivery of high-quality frontline public services. As I said at the start, how our public services are managed, funded and delivered impacts upon every person, every business and every corner of Northern Ireland. Finances are tight, not just in the public sector, but in all of our communities. So we're calling on the Finance Minister to take action today and to commit to transforming our Northern Ireland civil service. I hope members will support our motion today.
Thank you. I call on Deirdre Harkey. Deirdre.
And thank you to the proposers of the motion. Sinn Féin will support this motion because it's right that this Assembly engages seriously with regards the pressures facing the civil service and indeed our public services more generally. But our support is not uncritical and it's not a blank cheque. Any reform must be rooted in better outcomes and delivering public services, fairness to workers and honesty around the financial and demand constraints that all departments are operating under. The Audit Office report reflects what civil servants have experienced for many years, a system under sustained strain from workforce pressures, structural weaknesses and chronic financial instability and underfunding. Yet throughout this period, civil servants have continued to deliver essential public services, including through the pandemic and also other societal shocks that we've seen from Brexit and indeed as far back as the financial crash in 2008. And especially our workers on lower pay scales, who are often those workers at the front line and at the cold face of delivering such services. They indeed deserve our recognition and respect, and of course not to be blamed. We fully recognise the dedication and professionalism of civil servants across the North, and reform must never become a code for job losses, eroding terms and conditions, or shifting responsibilities onto workers for failures that sit elsewhere. If change is to succeed, it must support workers and not punish them. Sinn Féin agrees that change is necessary, but change must mean improvement and not austerity by another name. It must focus on smarter workforce planning, skills development, reducing inefficiency, but importantly, while protecting staff, it must enhance the quality of our public services and deliver real and improved outcomes for our people and our communities. Work has already started within the department and there has been a clear effort to lead by example as an employer. Under Conor Murphy, steps were taken to tackle over-reliance on agency staffing and to extend sick pay to agency workers, thus addressing a long-standing injustice. This approach is continued under this Minister, who has a focus on long-term workforce planning, the living wage principles and improved workplace well-being. These are reforms that strengthen the civil service rather than weaken it. However, reform cannot be separated from the wider funding context, and indeed the British Government's failure to provide sustainable funding continues to undermine effective workforce planning, And that is an area that this House actually does unite on, the need for proper funding for public services here. Indeed, we know that expecting transformation in these conditions is unrealistic and unfair, and we must all redouble our efforts in looking at a fair funding model. The Finance Minister has also produced the first 3-year budget in almost a decade, and this too allows for better and longer-term planning. And indeed, the Audit Office report itself also points to progress that is being made around the enhanced governance work, the new people strategy, and through apprenticeship and work placement programmes, which the Office has highlighted. Any time-bound plan for reform must therefore be developed in genuine partnership with workers and with trade unions, address the drivers of agency resilience, and be underpinned by fair funding. Reform must also be about better systems and, of course, better leadership. And on the issue of leadership, it is important to state that it's not just an issue for the Finance Minister, and I know maybe the member isn't alluding to that, but indeed when you look at the Audit Office report, it highlights the need for sustained collective leadership, and that sustained collective leadership across all the ministers within the Executive Department pulling together as one team, and indeed across all of the civil servants through the senior management team and providing that leadership across, but also downwards and upwards as well. And it must also work alongside members within this chamber and throughout the whole Assembly as well. So in that spirit of collective leadership, we will support this motion that's in front of us today, because reform must strengthen our public services, respect and support workers who deliver them, and importantly confront the funding failures and how the Executive is funded here now, but also into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Deirdre. And I call on Owen Tennyson. Owen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and like others, I welcome the opportunity to speak on the motion regarding the recently published Audit Office report into the civil service and how it is led, structured and resourced, and the Alliance Party will be supporting it because we recognise the need for reform within the service. But at the outset, I want to commend the commitment and the dedication of civil servants at all levels within the Northern Ireland Civil Service, who serve our society and public services daily, often behind the scenes and without thanks. And that is a particularly large challenge in Northern Ireland, I would say, in the context of the shocks that we have endured through Brexit, the coronavirus pandemic, and indeed a number of abences of these institutions. So their work and their role cannot be understated. But it is also true that since the previous 2020 report on the capacity and capability of the civil service, only 5 of 23 recommendations made in that report have been fully achieved, with 13 partially achieved and 5 remaining unachieved. And so it's clear that this report cannot gather dust in the same way, and we need to go much further in terms of implementing the recommendations that have been set out. The report has been quite damning on the lack of progress in strategic workforce planning and on improvements to operational resourcing and vacancy management, and notes that there is an inability to deliver the scale and pace of workforce reform that is required right across the Northern Ireland Civil Service. We have known for some time as members in this chamber of the need for reform, and I agree when other speakers have said that this is an issue of collective leadership right across the parties and right across the departments. And I also want to recognise some of the big structural issues facing the civil service. The most obvious is the ageing workforce that we have within the civil service, which is contributing through sickness and other things to the high number of vacancies, which in turn contributes often to more stress for remaining civil servants within the service. We also know that not only do we have a significant vacancy problem within the service, but that it takes on average 7 months for recruitment within the service to complete from the initiation stage to appointment. That is a stark statistic and is much slower than would be the case in the private sector. As I've said, the long-standing gaps that we have in terms of vacancies are further exacerbated by that slow recruitment and put pressure on existing civil servants elsewhere in the system. There are also very obvious skills gaps within the service, and whilst programmes such as the Graduate Management Scheme have been welcome to help with succession planning, we obviously need to go much further. There's a particular challenge which the report notes around recruitment for generalist roles when there's an increasing need for specialist skills within the civil service, and I don't doubt the challenge in terms of competing with some of the private sector employers for specialist skills, be that in terms of accountancy, economics or other professionalisms, but we certainly need to be looking very closely at how we can compete more strongly for those professionals in order to protect the sustainability of the service. I also want to say, however, that it's not possible to entirely divorce the debate that we're having right now about reform of the civil service from the need for broader political reform. So some of the challenges that we have at the moment are that, and we've all acknowledged it at various points in this chamber, we have a silo mentality within departments. We've seen it even in terms of the lack of collegiality around budget and management of budget in year in the executive. Those are political failures which cannot just be laid at the door of civil servants. So if we are going to reform significantly how the civil service is structured, I believe strongly that that has to be accompanied with significant political reform to support that kind of change. And whilst I am supportive of reform of the civil service in principle, I'm also of the view that that reform must be used to strengthen the service, to improve public services, and be done within the resources that we have available to us. I think often it's easy for parties and politicians in this chamber, and I'm not innocent in this regard either, to point to the sort of machinery, the civil servants behind the political operation for the pace of change and things that have gone wrong. And I think part of the issue around leadership is us taking much greater political accountability for failing. So I would caution that no reform of the civil service should be an attempt to shirk our responsibility in this chamber for our decision making. So in closing, I absolutely support the motion, and I want to see us work collegiately together to bring that reform in the interests of our public services and people in Northern Ireland.
Much indeed. I call on Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak on today's motion, and the SDLP will be supporting it. I'm obviously speaking as someone who was a civil servant for many years in my career, not in Northern Ireland, but across the water. Let me say at the outset, this is something I've talked about in a sense campaigned a bit on since I became a politician in the North, indeed serving on the Finance Committee and indeed the previous version of the Finance Committee with yourself, Mr Deputy Speaker. It has become consistently apparent and plain that one of the fundamental structural challenges to improving public services in Northern Ireland is the difficulty in reforming and improving delivery within the civil service. That's not arguable anymore. I think that point is proven, and that's not an attack on the civil service writ large or individual civil servants. Let me say very clearly, number one, individual civil servants work really hard. For the most part, obviously there will always be exceptions in any workforce. They are the people who not only answer our unreasonable and sometimes petty questions and queries as elected representatives, they are, as civil servants, out ensuring the roads are safe, that bridges are tested for safety, that food is safe to eat, that the environment is properly regulated, although we need a bit more of that in this part of the world, ensuring that cars are properly tested, and all of those things. They literally make the place run, and they do it for relatively modest pay, and they do it in order to serve the public. But at a leadership level, it is true to say that I think you would be hard-pressed to find a person who is engaged in the public policy debate in Northern Ireland who would say that the leadership of the civil service has confronted the kind of cultural change and improvement that was expected after the RHI scandal and other scandals in the last decade, because it hasn't, I'm afraid. And that culture has been allowed, as it were, to fester for far too long. That's not to say that positive work isn't happening. There is a people strategy and there are outcomes, but as the NIAO report makes clear, progress is not quick enough. Now, just a couple of specific points to make. There are specific issues which we in the Finance Committee have been looking at and may later on this year, once the PAC has processed or dealt with the NIAO report and goes through its formal processes, we will be looking at this in a more detailed thematic study and review in the Finance Committee. But just to pick a few specific themes, number one, we know that there's an age profile challenge within the civil service. That's not to say that we don't want people who are over the age of 55 or 60. We do in many cases. We want lots of them. The problem is they tend to retire sooner than their counterparts in their 20s, 30s and 40s, so we need to lower the age profile. We also need to radically understand what is happening in terms of sickness and absence in the civil service. It's far too high, frankly, and it may be that that's related to the age profile. There may also be cultural questions. It may also be that there are unfair pressures on civil servants in particular departments. And it's also the case that, as was mentioned earlier on by Owen Tennyson, politicians have a tendency, and I'm someone who believes very strongly in civil service reform, to focus on the machinery of the machinery of government or the tools, and perhaps not reflect enough on themselves. The two main parties in this Assembly both decided to collapse these institutions. They made those decisions for political reasons, one in 2017, the other in 2021-22, and that meant that the 23,000 civil servants who operate this region had no political leadership. In many cases, they weren't able to, their accounting officers, the people who ran the departments, weren't able to set recruitment plans. They weren't able to have one-year budgets, let alone multi-year budgets the minister is bringing forward. So we need better from the civil service, but as political leaders, we also need to show leadership ourselves. We can't be collapsing political institutions every 5 minutes. We have to get real about the leadership we offer, because there is a challenge of accountability and seriousness about public service here. So let's start as public servants and as political leaders and offer that leadership to civil servants and incentivise them to get on board with the kinds of transformation and reform and improvement we need in our public services and our society. It's not enough for us to wag our fingers and say they need to do better without doing better first ourselves. And I would say that to civil servants who have worked hard and brought us through a pandemic. There are multiple things which need to change in the civil service. The Northern Ireland Civil Service leadership has profound questions to answer. I don't have long enough to go through them all, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but we will have longer, I'm sure, later on this year in our inquiry to go through them all. So just for now, we support the motion.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Gemma Dolan. Gemma.
I want to begin my remarks by recognising the dedication and hard work of our civil servants. The motion quite rightly highlights that delivery of our public services has come under increasing pressure in recent years, and a significant cause of that has been a decade and a half of austerity measures enforced by the British Government. While there have been positive developments recently in pay awards for civil servants, including the pay floors being raised for the lowest paid staff to meet living wage standards, there is no doubt that constrained budgets over many years has damaged the ability to recruit and retain workers. Single-year budgets have also detrimentally impacted long-term and strategic planning for the civil service. Therefore, it is vital that we see a multi-year budget agreed for the start of the next financial year. This will support progress on the civil service's people strategy, which sets out the plans and directions for the organisation in the coming years and how it can build the necessary capacity to fulfil the recommendations in the Audit Office report. The reality is that with several thousand staff vacancies, the civil service is working at a reduced capacity and putting more pressure on existing staff. In order to retain and recruit into the workforce, we need to see pay uplifts that meet the rising cost in living, as well as opportunities for progression and a proper work-life balance. Recent expansions to the apprenticeship programme and initiatives such as the pilot scheme targeting recruitment in the North West are welcome developments to try and attract new workers. Decentralising jobs is another aspect of reform which can appeal to new candidates, as well as playing a role in creating a fairer distribution of jobs and delivering better regional balance, which we have already seen progress on with the Connect 2 hubs.
For the member for giving way. One of the key points of reviewing the civil service is the potential for a reduction in the civil service numbers. In order to do that, we need to ask the questions if our alternative partners, who could be delivery mechanisms, can actually afford to replace our civil service. We have the community and voluntary sector and other businesses who are having their grants cut. So we have to be very careful when we're considering on this reform. Is it better to keep it in-house in the civil service, or is it better to move it out into someone else who can be funded appropriately to do that?
Thank you very much for your intervention, but we can't be using the community and voluntary sector as the cheaper option. So there has been some progress in recent years, and the People Strategy is a welcome document on the road to building a better civil service. However, its ability to do so will also be underpinned by public spending decisions by the British Government and those of us elected to this chamber working together to enable longer-term planning through a multi-year budget.
Paul through. Paul.
Deputy Speaker, this motion from the DUP recognises at the outset the dedication of Northern Ireland civil servants in delivering public services under increasing strain. As the third largest employer in Northern Ireland after the Departments of Health and Education, all funded from the public purse, there must be ongoing close scrutiny and review of the civil service to ensure good value for money and to increase funding for frontline public services. Time and again, reviews of the Northern Ireland Civil Service have highlighted problems with efficiency and a slow pace of reform which needs attention. So we welcome the publishing last week of the Audit Office report Leading and Resourcing the Northern Ireland Civil Service. The report assesses progress against the 23 recommendations in the previous Audit Office report in 2020, and it concludes that just 5 of the 23 recommendations have been achieved. 13 have been partially achieved and 5 have not been achieved. The report also assessed progress on the 12 recommendations within the Public Accounts Committee report on the Civil Service published in 2021, and again the trends are similar. Of those 12 recommendations, it concluded that just 5 had been achieved, 5 had been partially achieved, and 2 not achieved. So progress has been very limited. Therefore, our motion today calls on the Minister of Finance to bring forward a time-bound plan to reform workforce planning within the Northern Ireland Civil Service, reduce reliance on agency staff and improve efficiencies. There are nearly 5,500 vacant posts declared by the Civil Service since 31st of March 2025. A greater reliance on temporary staff solutions. Nearly 5,000 agency workers were employed as of the 1st of April 2025, more than double the number recorded in April 2019. There's something going wrong there. And I know temporary staff can sometimes mean more flexibility, more mobility, not only for the service, but also for the person. There are also very real weaknesses there for people who are on temporary contracts, and it's important that those people, those hard workers too, get the resilience and the support that they need, even with regards to mortgages and all the other things that you need, a well-grounded job or place of employment. That's really important. The other issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is sickness levels. Now, no one here will begrudge people time off for sickness. Of course not. But it is stark. And it is stark between the public sector and the private sector. And that can't be by chance. And so there has to be this look as to why more people take more sickness days off in the public sector than they do the private. Most politicians don't want to grapple with this. Of course they don't. It's not a very popular message. And we don't want people to be going off sick. But we also need to look at it. I asked a question that was answered by the Minister on the 21st of January 2025. And the question was to ask the Health Minister in relation to the figures in the NISRA Annual Report 23-24 why the percentage of working days lost due to sickness absence was 4.8 days for people who were not temporarily promoted, whilst only 1.8 days for temporary promoted staff. Now, I'm not suggesting for one moment we temporarily promote everybody working in the public sector and that would solve the issue with sickness or reform. I'm not. But it also looks at the role that the Finance Minister has in trying to fix this problem, because his answer said to me when I asked about any analysis carried out, he answered, to date there have been no analysis carried out to this level of detail into absent levels of staff on temporary promotion compared to staff not on temporary promotion. So it goes to the heart of the matter. What is the Finance Minister doing to resolve the issue, to lead the civil service and to reform it into something that is much more effective and much more efficient for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I call on John Burrows. John.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Sorry it's a little bit late for the start of the debate. There is no doubt that we need strong leadership and real change in the civil service. And I want to echo what everyone else has said, that this motion isn't a criticism of the hard-working men and women who are really the rank and file of the civil service. But it is about culture, and it is about senior leadership. But I want to start also just with political leadership. I do think it is unhelpful when we have Stormont not in existence for a period of time for any type of transformation. That's not helpful. I think the lack of focus, particularly on this side of the bench, I have to say, of the Chamber, on issues not in Northern Ireland, is not helpful, because these are the real deep down issues we need to be focused on. And I want to make sure, I just want to acknowledge that. Let me say this, and I mean this with real sincerity. I think there's an absence of real accountability in a culture in Northern Ireland. I think maybe it's come from our peace process, that sometimes just existing and not excelling is okay. And I think we need to have real accountability as a culture within the civil service and within all aspects of our public life, that there is proper performance management. Now, you can still be compassionate with sickness. I've had periods of sickness myself, battled hard to overcome them, but I do think there's a lack of real accountability around issues like performance, absence management, honest conversations. I think those need trained in our civil service at all levels of line management. That is the first thing. Second of all, I actually think, and I want to come on to sickness in 1 second in terms of how we record it and measure it, because I think there's a perversion in that system, but actually how we reward those who actually do turn up time and time again. I've spoken to many people who've said, I haven't taken a day off in 10 years, and it was never acknowledged. I think it's actually important, if we want to change the culture, that we acknowledge those who do turn up, and we reward that and we recognise that. Likewise with promotion. Now, I don't know the inside track of the civil service, but I know from experience in the police service, there is often a feeling that we've got our promotion system entirely wrong. The wrong people get promoted, that it's not done really on merit. And I want to talk about the sickness, and one reason why you might have high levels of sickness. Yes, there are issues with stress, with demands, with making sure that we have good leadership, good supportive leadership, but also the way sickness is actually calculated can often be perverse. That 1 day sick is one incident, 7 days sick is one incident. I've spoken to people who have actually said to me, in all honesty, there was no incentive for me to come back to work any quicker. If I'm going to go sick, I might as well get my 7 days out of it. And we must have a system that gets this way of measuring whether you hit a point of unsatisfactory sickness properly. And I think also in actually having an entire culture of training people how to have proper sit-down conversations around issues of welfare, of performance. I think we shirk from those in Northern Ireland. I listened to someone recently on the radio talk very attentively that performance management for people in the civil service in England was much higher than it is here. People don't want to have uncomfortable conversations with your performance isn't good. Why is it? Is there a welfare issue? Is there an issue with training? Is there an issue with your level of engagement or commitment? So that's a culture I think actually needs brought in at all the different levels, skill people up to have those conversations. And I want to say one final thing about the civil service, about that very senior leadership and how it transcends, and what I've seen since I've come here, committee after committee, report after report, mumbo-jumbo. It is full of flannel. Reports that could be giving you the nub of an answer in a concise, precise and relevant way is dressed up and camouflaged with hundreds of words, when actually at the end of it, and look, I've went through some education, right? I have 3 degrees. I can't understand it. And actually I have a degree in one of the things that was actually being discussed. Let's cut the mumbo-jumbo. Let's cut the claptrap. Let's actually have a system that rewards those who turn up, rewards merit, and actually says to those at the top of the organisation, you get eye-watering salaries, you're paid more than anyone here, do your job, or find a different job. And I actually think we need to have real accountability at every single level, but then also real reward for those who are working. And we do need to change and stop focusing on things in Gaza and around the world and things here in Northern Ireland.
The member draws remarks to close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Kelly. Jerry.
Thanks. No problem. It's all right. In the face of it, Deputy Speaker, there doesn't seem to be much wrong with this motion, but I'm concerned. Hold on. I'm concerned about the. Get ahead of yourself, Mr. Brett. I am concerned about the agenda behind it and the politics towards it. Having listened to himself, to the chair, and other DUP members on the Finance Committee and throughout this building generally, and it does start from the position that the public sector is bloated and it's too big and it needs to be reduced. And I think we should reject that argument and confront it and challenge it head on. We do have a gap of several thousand healthcare workers across the system, and we need to plug that gap and employ more nurses, porters, care workers, and every aspect of healthcare workers if we're going to meet the needs of all communities across the north. And the best way to meet the challenges is to fund and increase staff in the public sector more generally, and obviously the civil service. It's often repeated in this place, Deputy Speaker, and elsewhere, that the public sector is too big and bloated. And I would invite members to consider how worse, which was a bad pandemic, it was terrible, the COVID pandemic, how worse it would have been if we didn't have a publicly funded healthcare system. It didn't get everything right, of course, but it responded for the most part to lots of people's needs and healthcare, the healthcare demand that was in place because of the pandemic. And the civil service, or the public sector more generally, cannot decide to pick itself up and to move to another part of the world to get further or bigger government grants, or to further exploit workers in the global south or wherever else. But quite often, private companies do that here. So I would warn against adopting that strategy that sees everything in the private sector as wonderful and glorious, and refrain from a neo-Thatcherite policy. I would argue that doesn't meet the needs of our communities more generally, or public sector workers specifically. And the term efficiency is used in the motion, Deputy Speaker, and I would be concerned, or rather opposed to an approach that uses this phrase to justify more job losses in the civil service or the public sector more generally. Every job loss, compulsory or not, means extra pressure, Deputy Speaker, on civil service workers. Many you talk to after the redundancy programme several years ago talk about doing 2 and 3 jobs because either of direct layoffs, redundancy packages, or because people weren't replaced when they retire, and what impact does that have on people's health? And that, of course, to mention the fact that many civil servant workers are working second jobs, or working as taxi drivers at weekends or evenings, or delivery drivers for fast food companies because their wages aren't high enough. This isn't talked about enough, and obviously some at the top end of the civil service are paid excessively and paid too much, but for the vast majority of people in the civil service, a huge chunk of them at least are and can be described as the working poor. And if members to my right are talking about reducing the spend on agency staff as a way to reduce efficiency, I would agree with them on that. I know it's referred to by some in moving the motion. We're talking about hundreds of millions of pounds being spent on by the Department of Finance on agency staff, despite platitudes about reducing that spend. That is a waste of money. That's a colossal waste of money, following the private sector industry, and a denial of rights to workers as well. So the Minister should end that policy. We also, you want to, yeah.
Yeah, and that was part of my contribution, where we said that we relied too much on agency staff. So the member is in agreement with this party more than he actually thinks, or would like to admit.
Not quite, but also, yeah, almost speechless. But it's, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, please check the member's previous comments for accuracy, because I believe it's very inaccurate. But anyway, moving on. I think it would also need to address, I think, the over-focus. I would label, throw this at the party to my right, but also to others and the Committee for Finance, the over-focus on sick leave and leave of absence and sick days for civil servant workers. And I think this is being driven, from my perspective, not of a concern for workers or look after their health, or to ask why people are getting more sick or getting sick for longer periods of time. And I'm certainly not a doctor, but I would guess it's because of increased anxiety, depression, the mental health crisis, the housing crisis, hundreds of thousands of people on health waiting lists. But the focus on this, in my view, Mr. Speaker, is all about focusing on the sort of productivity, meeting targets and ticking boxes rather than looking at the complexities of people's lives, why workers are depressed, why they're sick and why are they off work. And I really would warn against, I've done it already in the Finance Committee, warn against this kind of strategy that proposes it. And also it was referred to, the member Mr Frew, Deputy Speaker, talked about sort of the private sector and comparatively comparing it to the public sector and days off. And I think part of the problem is people in the private sector generally have less rights. They generally have less rights. There's less union recognition there. People are scared about taking times off. So we shouldn't be encouraging people to get to work if they're sick. And I think we should ward against that idea that says the private sector is the panacea. There's huge problems with people, and people are quite often frightened to take days off. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Jerry. Minister, over to you, and you have up to 15 minutes.
I welcome the opportunity to respond to this debate, and I'm grateful for the tone that has been set, supportive of our civil service workers doing their job in challenging circumstances. In that spirit, I want to begin by recognising the people behind the system. Only last week I had the pleasure of presenting long service awards to civil servants with decades of service, 50 years and more, public sector workers who have quietly done a job for the people here, day in and day out. I was pleased to see other ministers from across the executive in attendance at that event in recognition of civil servants' valuable contribution. That dedication is the foundation of which we are building further change and improvement. Everyone in the Chamber wants the civil service to be as best as it can be, and therefore I welcome the Audit Office's follow-up report. At this stage, though, I have to acknowledge that the Public Accounts Committee currently retains primacy over the Audit Office report, and I have to be careful not to preempt or prejudge any evidence which might be given at a subsequent PAC hearing. My comments here today therefore reflect what work we have already started and has been published or reported on. I am keen, however, to maintain the momentum already built up on this work, but I am cognizant of any potential PAC processes and the protocols to be adhered to around that. It reinforces the need for reform. That is something that must be embraced, not just by me as Finance Minister, but by every Executive Minister and senior leaders across the civil service. If responsibility for transformation is just left to one minister, one department or one permanent secretary, then the opportunities which is offered will not be realised. It has to be a collective responsibility, with all ministers and civil service leaders working together to deliver the changes we all agree are necessary. The Audit Office report confirms that of the 23 recommendations set out in 2020, 5 have been achieved, 13 are partially achieved, 5 remain not yet achieved, and of the 12 PAC recommendations, 3 are achieved, 7 partially achieved and 2 not yet achieved. It's important to set out the context of what has happened over that timescale. Importantly, we have to remember the impact of COVID and how our worlds were turned upside down during the pandemic. It also has to be recognised that the civil service stood up and were counted during that pandemic. Naturally, our focus turned to keeping people safe, supporting the most vulnerable in society, issuing grants to businesses and community groups, and doing what we could to protect lives and livelihoods in the most difficult of times. There was limited bandwidth during the pandemic for civil service reform. Our response to the Audit Office report must be anchored in the Civil Service People Strategy 25-2030, which a number of members have acknowledged, which I launched last year. A comprehensive outcome-focused change programme that is already addressing the Audit Office findings and those of the PAC, and incorporates lessons from previous inquiries. Its aims are pragmatic and precise, and actions within it set timeframes, a decisive shift from reactive to planned workforce management, a better match of skills to need the right size and shape of the organisation, so that the efficiency, effectiveness and values for money rises together. And I acknowledge a number of members in terms of this term efficiency and what it can mean to various members. To me, it's an organisation that supports its workers and supports the delivery of services. It is not about asking people to do more with less. Critically, the People Strategy is aligned with Integrate, the transformation programme which will modernise process delivery, use of data and provide an integrated HR and finance technology solution to replace legacy systems. Integrate will streamline processes, embed modern best practice, reduce manual reconciliation, enhance user experience and create a single source of truth for roles, skills and costs. HR components will go live from late 2027, locking in the benefits of the reforms I will describe and giving leaders the data and tools to plan and deliver with confidence. Members have called for a time-bound plan to reform workforce planning across the civil service, and I can set that out clearly today, mindful of the previous comments I've made about the role of the PAC in future reports. My department now has the foundations in place, an agreed strategic workforce plan vision, published guidance, a cross-departmental working group, an active community of practice, a piloted critical roles tool, and crucially, the affordable baseline agreed last November. The next phase is about delivery. I agree with members, reviews upon reviews upon reviews become tiresome, both for the public, us as legislators, but also for the staff as well. So it's now time for delivery. My department has asked all departments to begin strategic workforce planning now, using the guidance and data already available rather than waiting for perfect conditions. And I think this in some way responds to the concerns raised by Mr Kingston during his address, that he gets one answer from me and another answer from other departments. There is now guidance available to all departments, and I think there is a responsibility at senior civil service level to sit down with each other and engage around that if there are concerns or misunderstandings about that guidance. I'll certainly play my part as a political leader. Yes?
Way, given it's our 2-year anniversary, or the Executive's 2-year anniversary, we're in the spirit of debate. There is a bit of a debate about accountability of the civil service leadership, namely and in particular the head of the civil service. So, Minister, I appreciate you coming and engaging in the debate today. Minister of Finance responsibility for overall civil service reform. There's lots to do, but the head of the civil service, the line management structure and who she reports to isn't clear at all. In fact, there's been lots of reporting and concern about that. Is she the main person who answers to you on civil service reform? Do you have regular meetings with her, regular catch-ups with her? How does that work? Because I think it would be helpful to clarify.
Well, the head of the civil service, in my view, reports to OFM-DFM. Now, it's not the same structures as you would see in other organisations, and the review of that is something that I think is important, and I'm sure even for people working in the system, and taking the personality out, whoever's the head of the service will want a clear reporting mechanism as well. So, one sec, I'm content to play my part within that, but people appointed to roles are often inheriting mechanisms, and which sometimes makes their role more difficult.
Just seems astonishing, Mr Speaker, that we're talking about accountability. And it was a bit like this situation with the Ombudsman. Nobody really knew who the Ombudsman is accountable to. Is it the Secretary of State? Is it the King? Is it the Justice Minister? Is it the Executive Office? Are we unclear as to who the head of the civil service, who earns an eye-watering 6-figure salary, is directly accountable to, and who would performance manage the said head of civil service?
My view, reporting mechanism is to OFM-DFM. The finer details of that we can share with colleagues after the debate. But there's also the issue of there's a danger of political interference as well. So you have to get the balance right in all these things. But I'm more than happy to share afterwards. I'm more than happy to share afterwards any information in relation to accountability mechanisms around the head of the civil service. Departments have asked to appoint senior owners and resources the capability needed to carry this work forward. The Audit Office has said that departments must produce their strategic workforce plans by March 2028, enabling these to be drawn together for the first civil service-wide plan. This creates the structured system-wide approach to workforce planning that the motion calls for. Put simply, strategic workforce planning is how we move from firefighting to foresight. It helps us identify inefficiencies, limit unnecessary agency use, and ensure our workforce pipeline matches the service. A number of members have questioned the dramatic rise in agency workers. This relates directly to DWP contract with the Department for Communities. Members will be aware that DWP have a contract here, and approximately 2,624 of the 4,939 agency staff we have work directly to DWP in a contract with the Department for Communities in relation to benefits and other matters. It's not a cost to the block grant, and cost is directly picked up by DWP. My department is finalising a new workforce model, the Civil Service Jobs Families Framework, which gives a single consistent structure for how roles are defined across the civil service. This is foundational to integrate it, because the framework is the job architecture captured within the new HR and finance technology solution to be delivered under the Integrate programme, enabling recruitment, talent, learning and workforce analytics functions to operate effectively. This standardisation will streamline recruitment, reduce duplication and allow more targeted hiring. For staff, it will create clear career pathways, improve transparency, support tailored learning and development, with many of the benefits realised with integrated services and technologies are live. And job families become the backbone of how people develop careers within the civil service. And just in relation to Mr Burrow's comments about how people are promoted in the civil service, promotion is based on merit and merit alone. In parallel, the provisions framework designs with engagement of heads of profession and other stakeholders will enforce professional leadership, consistency and standards across the civil service. Its accompanying policy and guidance are prepared, and the framework is anticipated to be launched before the end of 25-26. My department is simplifying and streamlining recruitment to get the right people with the right skills into priority teams faster. Apprenticeships, students and work placements, including routes for those furthest from the labour market, civil service skills academies and graduate management programmes are in place. The Administrative Officers AO pilot in the North West concluded in December with a 12-week process. Almost 900 people were interviewed over 3 days, leading to more than 200 offers starting in January 2026. Recruitment of this size and scale has never been done before over such a short period, but this shows, with a willingness to embrace new ways of doing things, what can be achieved. It's important that civil servants are given the space to be innovative and try new things without facing constant barrages of criticism. In addition, digital requisitions are now in use from March 2027. Outsourced aspects of recruitment will transfer back to NICS to further streamline service delivery. These steps will enable NICS HR to reduce recruitment time, improve job matching, shorten time to hire and fill roles promptly, so lessons and resilience or reliance on agency cover. They widen access support candidates panels with clearer criteria, allowing to job families so pace is matched with fairness. In 25-26, my department updated many HR policies. Work is underway on a comprehensive review of the recruitment policy. We are also developing a new employee mobility policy. As part of the People Strategy, a 2-year roadmap, we are developing a comprehensive senior civil service strategy and continue to deliver leadership learning, focusing on inclusive leadership and team effectiveness. These changes improve effectiveness. We are consulting trade unions on pay and reward strategic framework. The 2025 pay award has been implemented, including adjustments to allowances. I've mentioned Integrate a number of times. It is an enabler that will hardwire reform into daily operations by adopting modern best practice on an integrated HR finance technology solution. We will reduce cycle time, standardise reporting and improve leaders within with it. I want to emphasise our commitment to working closely with our trade union colleagues. Their support for partnership working matters, and your support for that also matters. Across jobs, families, professions, pay and reward and policy renewal, we are engaging constructively with the civil service trade unions, listening carefully, testing ideas and collaborating so change lands well for staff and ultimately improves the public services delivered. The People Strategy is built for outcomes people can feel, faster recruitment into priority teams and more continuity in the services people rely on. A clear skills pipeline, assured governance, efficiency and effectiveness means standardisation and digitalisation reduced rework and process times. Why is this taking time? Transforming an organisation as large and complex as the civil service requires sustained commitment and resourcing. External factors I have outlined, as have other members in the Chamber today. With the People Strategy as a roadmap and Integrate as the engine, we have the governance, milestones and tools to finish the job transparently, at pace and to standard. And so, colleagues, I share the frustration at times that it's taken, as do civil servants, I have to say, in terms of transforming the organisation. But as I've said in my address, I do believe we have the tools at hand now to do so. Further actions can and will be taken. I am conscious that the PAC have a role to play in this, but I also don't want momentum to lapse in the work that we've carried out as we wait on yet another report on how we should reform the civil service. So I'm conscious that if the Assembly, and it looks likely that it will support the motion today, I'm supportive of the motion myself, I will do all within my mandate to keep the momentum behind transforming our civil service and supporting our civil servants. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Philip Brett to wind on the motion. And Philip, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I open my remarks with concurring with those of others who have paid tribute to our civil servants and our frontline workers. I don't just say that, Mr Deputy Speaker, as someone who's going home to a civil servant, but because on the way home I'll be contacting civil servants on our road service and in our education department who answer the phone to us public representatives outside of their working hours on numerous occasions. Mr Deputy Speaker, the party brought this motion forward today, and not to overlap with the work of the PAC, but we have had ongoing discussions and ongoing interest from parties in relation to finally delivering the required changes that the civil service need. And that is not, Mr Deputy Speaker, about making people unemployed or having forced redundancies. That it's about delivering a better service, not just for those who currently work in it, but ultimately for the public who pay for ourselves and pay for the civil service. I think, as other members have articulated, the overwhelming majority of those who work in our public service do so out of a duty of public service and do so diligently. But the processes in which they currently operate in are not the most streamlined that they could be. I could pick on numerous examples, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I think of one perhaps very topical: pedestrianisation of a street in the city centre of Belfast. It took civil servants 5 years for that to take place, 4 different consultations and 3 different public meetings to deliver an outcome that was already agreed and which was already universally supported. As politicians, we need to give leadership to our civil servants to say that they have the ability to get on and to make decisions. And on that front, Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the commitment by the Minister that he has indicated that he will deliver a time-bound plan to how we implement some of the recommendations within that report. I don't think it is acceptable, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I don't think the public watching at home would say it is acceptable that the average sick day per employee within the Northern Ireland Civil Service is 13.4 days. I don't think that's acceptable that staff are clearly under a degree of pressure on a work environment that they feel that they have to have that level of sickness, but also for the public who fund that level of sickness when they get up every single day to go to work. They don't have the luxury of that amount of sick pay each year, so we need to be able to lead by example on this. I would have been interested to hear from the Minister in terms of the Public Sector Transformation Board and the £215 million that was secured as a result of the restoration package, how that is seen in the next tranche to fund some of the work. Maybe perhaps the Minister did articulate some of the work that is ongoing and that will be funded through the Public Sector Transformation Board. But it is important that we learn the lessons, particularly from the people who from the Imperial Civil Service sit on that Public Sector Transformation Board, and how we try to learn lessons from the recommendations that they have already implemented. After a few days, Mr Deputy Speaker, of robust debate and clear disagreement amongst parties, I think it's welcome that there is a clear consensus amongst all members here today that they want to see the civil service deliver better. They want to see our public sector workers supported better, and they want better outcomes for the public. So I think it's important that we send a clear message today that this motion has passed unanimously, but ultimately, Mr Deputy Speaker, it will be a test when the next report is done into this if we have delivered the changes that we all want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Philip. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item on the order paper is item number 5, is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has no Minister yet. We shall dwell a pause of 2 marching paces until the Minister arrives. Take your ease while we get the Minister here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. The question is to the Assembly do now adjourn. We've done that bit. And in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker is giving leave to Kelly Armstrong to raise the matter of the impact of storms on the A20 Portaferry Road. I call on Kelly Armstrong, and you will have up to 10 minutes. Over to you, Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start this adjournment debate just by saying thank you to the Minister for attending this adjournment debate today to address an issue that is not only about infrastructure but about public safety, community confidence and the basic expectation that government agencies work together when lives are at risk. The A20 Portaferry Road is a lifeline for the Ards Peninsula. Thousands rely on it daily. Commuters, school children, carers and local businesses, and I will declare an interest, Deputy Speaker. I live on the Ards Peninsula and use the A20 every day. As all of us who use that A20 have seen repeatedly, this vital route is uniquely vulnerable when storms coincide with high tides. The recent storms, including Storm Bram, have once again exposed the fragility of this road and the gaps in our response systems. During Storm Bram, a school bus travelling along the A20 became engulfed by waves. That image of children on their way home from school being stranded in coastal flooding and hit by waves should never have happened, and it was avoidable. The road should have been closed earlier, and the fact that it wasn't highlights a failure in coordination between road service, the PSNI, local schools and the media. This is not a new problem. In fact, the Assembly has debated the dangers of the A20 before. In the adjournment debate on the 12th of March 2024, the members highlighted long-standing concerns about road safety along this exact stretch, emphasising the need for proactive measures and better planning. The issues raised then, poor visibility, unpredictable tidal surges and the need for timely interventions, are the same issues we are dealing with today. Local news reports have also repeatedly documented the battering this road takes during storms, with waves overtopping the carriageway and debris making it dangerous and impassable. These are not isolated incidents. They are predictable events that occur whenever severe weather and high tides align. And Minister, this is where the wider context matters. We are already living with the consequences of climate change: more frequent storms, more severe tidal surges, and more pressure on our coastal infrastructure. Yet the Executive has still not agreed the third Climate Change Adaptation Programme. It has been sitting with the Executive for months. And let's be honest, that delay is the Executive's refusal to allow it to progress. At a time when communities like mine on the Ards Peninsula are facing the very real impacts of climate change, it is simply unacceptable that vital adaptation plan is being held up for political reasons. Ministers and members cannot, on one hand, express concern about flooding, coastal erosion and infrastructure resilience, and on the other, block the very programme designed to help us prepare for and respond to these challenges. That delay has consequences, real consequences in our communities and for roads like the A20 and for the people who rely on them. Deputy Speaker, the public expects that when we know a storm is coming and when we know the high tide will coincide with it, there is a clear coordinated plan to close the A20 before people are put at risk. That requires road service, the PSNI, schools and the media to act in unison with shared information and shared responsibility. So today I'm asking for clarity on 3 key points. Firstly, what proactive system is now in place to ensure that the A20 is closed before conditions become dangerous? We know that the Met Office yellow warnings or higher give us advance notice. We know the tide tables. In fact, they're published online. I look at them regularly. We know the history of this road. There is no reason for last-minute decisions or for vehicles to be caught out. It is not acceptable to say it's up to the PSNI only to close a road. Minister, you have a responsibility for road safety. Secondly, how will communication between agencies be improved? Schools must be informed early so they can reroute buses. The PSNI must be ready to enforce closures. The media must be briefed promptly so the public receives accurate and timely information. This cannot be a chain of individual decisions. It must be a coordinated response. Why is this not happening? And thirdly, what contingency plans exist for the alternative internal peninsula route? When the A20 is closed, the alternative route must be clearly signposted, well communicated and safe. Residents have repeatedly raised concerns about the narrow roads where cars cannot even pass safely, never mind an oil tank or a milk tanker. or school buses. They have concerns about the lack of signage when diversions are put in place. This is a basic requirement and it should not be left to chance. This is something that the Department for Infrastructure should have planned for and put support in place to maintain road safety. Deputy Speaker, the people of the Ards Peninsula deserve reassurance that lessons have been learned, not only from Storm Bram, but from every storm before it. They deserve to know that their children will not be on buses travelling through dangerous conditions with waves crashing over them. They deserve to know that their commute will not become a gamble, and they deserve to know that government agencies are working together and not in silos. The A20 will always be vulnerable to the impact of storms, especially coming when the waves come over from Strangford Lough. As a local resident who uses this road every day, I avoid the main route when weather is bad, as I know any wave could carry sand, seaweed, stones and at times part of the sea defences onto the road. But Minister, our systems, our planning and our communication do not have to be vulnerable. With proper coordination, early closures and clear contingency routes, we can protect both the road and the people who rely on it. It's not good enough to say it's up to the PSNI to close a road, or for the Education Authority to leave it to a driver of a school bus to take decisions about road safety. It's up to government to put in place emergency and contingency processes to protect all road users. And it's certainly not good enough for some parties to wring their hands about flooding while simultaneously blocking the very climate adaptation plan that would help us to prepare for it. The people of the Ards Peninsula deserve better than the political games when their safety is on the line. I look forward to hearing what concrete steps the Minister and the Department of Infrastructure is taking to ensure that the events during recent storms are not repeated and the A20 and indeed all coastal routes are managed with the urgency and seriousness it requires. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kelly. All our speakers will have now approximately 5 minutes, and I call Michelle McElveen. Michelle.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank my constituency colleague for securing this debate and also for the Minister attending today. The fact that the Portaferry Road has been the subject now of 2 adjournment debates since restoration underlines the strategic importance of this route and has already been said, the A20 Portaferry Road is a vital lifeline for communities across the Ards Peninsula and beyond. Local constituents and businesses are hugely concerned about recurring damage to this road and the need for earlier notification of road closures. And while there are alternatives, as has been said by Mrs Armstrong, along the peninsula, these are often unsuitable for the traffic that's diverted onto them, many requiring considerable amount of resurfacing and also drainage work to make them safe. Just this month, Storm Chandra and earlier events such as Storm Bram brought heavy rain, tidal surges and severe winds that caused significant flooding and closures along the Portaferry Road. Entire sections of the carriageway were impassable. Residents and commuters were cut off by floodwater, debris and wave overtopping, and emergency services were left battling unpredictable conditions. We all saw images of vehicles stranded amid rising waters. These events, which has been said, are not one-off occurrences, but obviously symptomatic of a shifting climate reality. The coastal alignment of the A20 hugging the shores of Strangford Lough makes it especially vulnerable to tidal surges, wave action and rising sea levels. And it's one of the reasons why whenever I was Regional Development Minister, I established the Coastal Erosion Forum with the then Environment Minister, Mark Durkan. And as the Minister will know, I have kept a keen interest in the running of that group, and I was disappointed to note the gap in meetings. Coastal erosion is hugely significant for the entire Ards Peninsula. The Department has had to repair road undermining and seawall damage along this very route for some considerable time, which I'm acutely aware of during my time as Minister. And at that time, a structural survey was carried out at my behest and works subsequently carried out. It's also a matter of record that severe weather events have repeatedly led to seed events repairs at the Portaferry Road section. But we can't and should not treat this as a maintenance issue alone. Now, to give credit where it's due, I have to give thanks to Stephen Gardner, the local section engineer, and his team, and they have been working quite tirelessly looking for local improvement works and obviously trying to access money to do those. and this will include the carriage resurfacing schemes in the vicinity of Portaferry and along stretches of the A20 and adjacent access roads following the previous adjournment debate, which focused on various issues along this road. But resurfacing can only go so far when the road's very foundations are threatened by relentless coastal forces. And this brings me to a key point. We must be looking at ring-fencing money for sea defences. Too often, coastal protection is the first thing to be squeezed in budget rounds, leaving frontline infrastructure vulnerable and the taxpayer ultimately paying more in reactive repairs rather than proactive protection that would have cost. So I would ask the Minister for a number of things. Firstly, to establish a dedicated ring-fence sea defence budget within the Department for Infrastructure, targeted at strategic coastal road protection. So vitally important routes such as the A20 can be addressed. This is a matter which the Minister will know I have been raising quite recently through written assembly questions, and thus far I have been disappointed with her responses. Secondly, to develop a long-term coastal resilience strategy for the Ards Peninsula based on robust climate modelling that anticipates future tidal and storm risk rather than reacting after damage occurs. We need to be much more proactive rather than reactive. And finally, to work with communities, local councils and engineers to identify where enhanced defences can be installed before the next major storm hits. Looking beyond sea defences, we must also look and examine whether there are fundamentally different transport solutions could deliver resilience and economic benefit for our area. And that's why I continue to raise the prospect of a fixed crossing between Portaferry and Strangford. And I know that the prospect of a bridge is something which annoys Mrs Armstrong, but I do feel that we need to be bold and look at long-term infrastructure options simply, and we need to look at those simply not because they're difficult. We shouldn't ignore them because they're difficult. We should be looking at them because of the impact that they're likely to have. And I'm very conscious that I've run out of time, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Oh, will you let me continue? Oh, very good, okay. Oh, thank you very much. What I will say is the bridge would provide an alternative route off the peninsula that does not depend on a coast-hugging road, which is vulnerable to storm surge. And this would be allow for improved traffic flow for local residents, for visitors, for emergency services. And there's little doubt that a bridge could boost tourism and local commerce by making the lower Ards and the peninsula more accessible all year round. Importantly, in the context of this debate, it would take the pressure off the A20 when that road is closed or unsafe, but it would also provide a safer route for, as we are very aware as local representatives, the A20 is a notorious accident black spot which has sadly claimed so many lives. This should be in tandem with a resilient infrastructure that future-proofs our transport network. I think that we do need to be ambitious in our planning to deliver safe, reliable roads and transport links for our communities that are capable of withstanding whatever nature throws at them. So thank you very much for that.
That's the approximate up. Thank you very much, Michelle. I call on Mike Nesbitt. Mike.
Thank you very much. Very interested in what Michelle had to say about the bridge. I think if you were speaking to road engineers and they were building the A20 today, they'd probably build it down the centre of the peninsula as a spine, and then with the side roads coming like ribs off to the. But we are where we are. And actually, I would declare, Deputy Speaker, I've actually got a great fondness for the A20, dating back to my membership of the Tufty Club. And here I look to see if younger members are looking puzzled. The Minister looks puzzled. So this was an initiative for school children with regard to cycling proficiency, going back to the 60s. And for Hansard, that's the 1960s, to be clear. And my reward for joining the Tufty Club was to be allowed to cycle under supervision from Grey Abbey down to Culpin on a wonderful sunny summer's day. And it is a beautiful road on the shores of Strangford Lough, and at times wonderful glimpses of the Mourns and of course Scrabo Tower, the iconic tower in the background. But sadly, it is also a road that has more than its fair share of road traffic collisions, including fatalities, and it starts right at Teal Rocks. You know, you're just out of the conurbation that is Newton Ards on the A20, and you're into a really bad bend where there have been
repeated accidents, and nothing concrete seems to be put in place to deal with it. So it does need attention. And for those of us who have the honour of serving in Strangford, and I have that honour, or those within our local council chamber, this road will be well recognised as one of the most often highlighted issues in terms of safety and accessibility in terms of local transport. And in many respects, that's understandable, given it's the most vital piece of infrastructure on the whole of the peninsula. So not long after I was elected, I began engaging with others on coastal erosion, along with my late friend, the great Angus Carson, and latterly with Peninsula Councillor Pete Ray. I want to pay particular tribute to Sandra Henderson of the County Down Rural Community Network, who manages the Ards Peninsula Coastal Erosion Group, which I know members are, like myself, members of. I think it's a great group. It's so representative because you've got elected representatives, community representatives, local business people, government officials, Ards and North Down Borough Council, and the National Trust all coming together in common purpose. And I think quite a lot has been achieved by that group. When we started, coastal erosion was down to no fewer than 5 government departments and ALBs. We now have it down to 2, infrastructure and agriculture, environment and rural affairs. I still think we need a lead department on that. And also we need to replace the coastal erosion policy, which is something that dates back to 1967, and a secretary to the Ministry of Finance of the day called Sir Cecil Bateman. Some of us have seen that as an A4 page typed out on an old Adler typewriter with a scrawl from Sir Cecil saying, "Nothing to see here." Well, quite evidently, the evidence in 2026 is there is a lot to see here. So I'm pleased that the group have made all that progress, but there is much more to be done to ensure sufficient investment in the road infrastructure and a limitation of the dangers during those adverse weather events. And I think about the recent storm Brad, when the Coast Guard, as well as the Fire and Rescue Service, were called out to rescue the men, women and children forced to abandon approximately 30 vehicles as the storm pushed an already high tide onto the road. So I'm incredibly grateful to our emergency services for their effort and the many other occasions during which they put themselves at risk for the safety of our community. Now, I note the department is planning to spend £16,000 through TransLink. I note that the roads unit has no 5-year plan. That is something I would be very happy to see the Minister address. I also welcome the department acknowledging the damage at Mount Stewart and at Grey Abbey after Storm Bram, with a promise of repair following necessary consents. But what we really need, rather than being reactive, is a proactive 5-year plus plan to address the needs of the A5, of the A20, and the people like Kelly who rely on that Portaferry Road day and daily. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I call on Nick Matheson. Nick.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'll not speak for long. I think that the issues have been covered very clearly by other members, and I also am currently hosting an Education Committee event and have lots of stakeholders up there who are looking to speak to me about curriculum reform, so I'll have to probably dip out after this. I will have a number of questions for the Minister, and I'll certainly watch the debate back to see those answers, and maybe it can be followed up in writing if needs be. Look, it's already been referenced that severe weather events are becoming more and more common, and they're only likely to become more so as the impacts of climate change become more obvious. And it is coastal communities and coastal road users, as Kelly has so clearly articulated, who are often the most immediately and severely impacted during severe weather events and storms. So I'm very grateful to Kelly for bringing this adjournment debate today, following on from the debate brought by Michelle McIlveen back in 2024, I believe, because this stretch of road really has been severely impacted. Some of the issues around road safety and tragic fatalities, but the recent weather events that we've had really have had a profound impact on that road, and I think impacted the confidence of road users around actually using that road safely when we enter any sort of period of bad weather. So the two main issues that I want to highlight Firstly, and it's been referenced already, it is around the need for clear action in relation to the approach to be taken to road safety in advance of severe weather events. Back in December, we were all aware of that horrendous incident when we had school buses stranded and multiple other vehicles stranded on that coastal road, and emergency services couldn't access them. It wasn't safe for them to get to them, and it was the first responders locally actually who stepped up to help in the initial stages of that. And that was a terrifying experience for the school children on the bus, but for all those road users caught up in that. And I would have thought something that with a proper early warning alert system could have been avoided. And I think we just need clarity around who is responsible for that, to ensure that the relevant agencies, TransLink, our local schools and the public through whatever other channels can be utilised, perhaps through the local council, can be given good early warning around the safety of using that road or otherwise, and early decisions to be taken on the road closure. And those can be revised, but I think, given the incidents that we saw, I think the public need confidence that those systems are in place. So I would be keen to hear from the Minister around what systems currently operate within DFI around that engagement and those early alerts, and what can be done to improve that. And the second issue I want to raise really is around the longer term picture for this road. We have a serious issue arising. Coastal erosion has been a common theme among the other contributors here today, but also those severe weather incidents that are battering this road, that was never designed to carry the volume of traffic that it currently carries, but I think probably there was no understanding that the coastal erosion impacts would be so severe, and I think there are genuine concerns about the long-term stability of that road. We have a stretch already earmarked for emergency repair by DFI, I understand, as we're coming out of Newtownards, and I think anyone who uses that road regularly will be aware of the multiple sections where the verge at the side is clearly unstable, where the seawall is damaged, and where the stability of that road is undoubtedly questionable. So I would really like to hear from the Minister if she could set out what are the strategic long-term plans for this road. How is it being protected for the future from coastal erosion? How will the seawall be strengthened and enhanced? Are there sections of coastal defences, of rock armour that need to be repaired? And indeed, is rock armour the appropriate response that we now need, or are there other engineering interventions that can be delivered to defend this road against erosion? Ultimately, is this road safe and stable in the medium term, and if not, what are the Department's plans to provide a safe, sustainable road to carry traffic from Portaferry to Newtownards? So I welcome clarity on all of that, and I'll just finish with a reference to the Tufty Club that it carried on right into the 1980s. You'll be pleased to know, Mike, so I was thoroughly enjoyed the lessons involving Tufty in my school and primary school days. Thank you.
Harry Harvey, and no doubt you were in the Tufty Club as well.
Sure was.
Yep.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I firstly thank my constituency colleague for bringing this adjournment debate to the floor of the Assembly this evening. Portaferry Road has been brought to the attention of this House on many occasions in the past in relation to road safety concerns, but unfortunately to little avail. Like many of my constituents on the Ards Peninsula, I feel that the Department is all too often tone deaf when it comes to the dangers presented by the Portaferry Road. In this instance, the impact of adverse weather on the road is highlighted by this debate. Setting aside ongoing concerns relating to speed and general poor road maintenance, the impact of recent storms, both during and after these weather events, has shown the vulnerability of this key transport corridor to the natural elements. Most recently, Storm Chandra closed the road when water, pooling and debris made the road impassable. All too often this is the case. Just before Christmas we had Storm Bram, which also closed the road with significant flooding, particularly within the vicinity of the Sailing Club. Dozens of cars had to be abandoned, and flood waters and a bus full of school children was also left stranded. Motorists affected on that occasion reported water as deep as 2 to 3 feet in places, with the Coast Guard and other agencies having to attend the scene. It is acutely evident that strategic investment is required to ensure that the Portaferry Road can withstand coastal waves and spray more readily. We all acknowledge that a low-lying coastal route such as this will never be totally storm risk-free. However, we shouldn't be in a position where this transport corridor, which serves the entirety of the Ards Peninsula, is so poorly equipped to combat storm weather that it closes every time we have bad weather. On occasions where closure is necessary, an improved or upgraded diversion route should be available, one which can withstand the volume of vehicular traffic usually found on the A20. Diverting traffic along narrow rural roads unfamiliar to motorists during adverse weather is another disaster waiting to happen, and DFI should consider this issue as part of their contingency planning for any A20 closures in the future. Road drainage is an area that I would call upon DFI to consider in respect of flooding along the Portaferry Road. I'm not an engineer, but surely we can consider options which could limit the impact of tidal surges through better drainage, for example. Better drainage opportunities are necessary along sections of the coastal wall, and other areas are in desperate need of reinforcing, both for the benefit of road safety and the protection of infrastructure. In recent years, the prevalence of winter storms have undoubtedly increased. Their impacts are taking a toll on the Ards coastline, both in terms of erosion and the destabilisation of infrastructure, such as the A20 to Portaferry Road. Mr. Speaker, a road as vital to the community as the A20 shouldn't fail at the first sign of a storm. I join with other members and call on the Department to urgently consider what can be done to ensure that this key transport corridor in my constituency can become more resilient during adverse weather events. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call on Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm obviously not a representative for the very scenic and wonderful constituency of Strangford, but I do know it pretty well. I grew up just across the loch on the Cale Peninsula, and I know that road, the A20, pretty well, and I've engaged with my colleague Councillor Joe Boyle, who works, as other representatives do, on the issues that are caused by disruption on the A20, because obviously right at that southern tip of the Ards Peninsula, but really going all the way down the Ards Peninsula, the reliance, as Mike Nesbitt said, on the A20 to get to school, to work, to daily activities, other vital appointments. In the Ulster Hospital, Belfast City Centre, Newton Ards itself, is completely critical. And obviously when, as is often the case, the storm disruption that's disrupting the A20 might often disrupt the ferry crossing at Strangford to Portaferry. It puts even more of an emphasis on planning and preparing and building in resilience for the residents of people along the A20 from Portaferry up to Kirkcudbright, Grey Abbey and all the way up to Newton Ards. It's clear that climate change is happening, and you just need to go to an area that experiences coastal erosion and is also in a sort of low-lying, exposed area, and therefore storm damage, when it comes, is very likely to disrupt everyday life. People who live along the A20 are in that category. Both Storm Bram and Storm Chandra in recent months have disrupted everyday life for residents in that part of the world. Now, obviously, we all, and I think there was a session earlier on today on weather warnings for elected representatives, so this is, including in the, I'm sure, the Minister's department, but for every public representative, this is becoming something that we all have to be more aware of and more prepared for, because we're all, whether it's sharing the infographics on social media or getting into quick response with NIE networks, TransLink, the road service and all of the other relevant statutory agencies, it's going to be a more fundamental part of our lives. But for those of us who live in areas where everyday infrastructure is almost certain to be disrupted, there does need to be better planning. So it would be helpful to hear from the Minister what structures are going to be put in place to improve the regularity and the regularity of the response and the consistency of the response. And I'm sure the response is very serious, and I'm sure her department works very hard at that. But if, for example, as Michelle McElveen said earlier on, a more focused set of work on coastal communities who are impacting from storm-related disruption can be put in place or restored, that would be welcome. Mike Nesbitt talked about a 5-year plan. Clearly, if there are specific interventions that are needed, I know, for example, you only have to drive through Kirkcalban and you can see, like the fragility of the seawall there and how vulnerable that is. You don't need to be an expert in coastal erosion or an expert in storms or retaining walls or an engineer to see quite how fragile things are if you drive through Kirkcalban. People there, and obviously further on down the peninsula in Portaferry and down there, need to know if there's an investment plan. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the right intervention is in the different parts of the A20. But if there is going to be one, it would be helpful for the Minister to give an indication on whether any consideration has gone into making a bid in the multi-year budget, which I hope is passed, even if it needs change. I might not be hugely supportive of lots that's in it, but I think we need a multi-year budget of some kind. It would be helpful to understand what the investment proposals are in relation to the A20. More generally, we need to be supporting rural communities who aren't going to be experiencing huge new dualled roads. Not going to be getting high-speed rail. There's not going to be a new dual carriageway going down the Irish Peninsula. I don't think there should be one. Irish Peninsula is not going to be included in the All-Line Strategic Rail Review. No one's expecting that. So all the people in Grey Abbey, Kirkcalban, Portaferry are asking for is that there is considered and planned investment in that road which they rely on, which, as Mike Nesbitt said, probably if engineers were to look at it now would not be put in that location, but that's where it is. So it needs to be properly planned for, defended, and investment in resilience. But look forward to hearing from the Minister. Thank you.
Minister, I look forward to hearing from you. Up to 10 minutes.
And can I thank Ms Armstrong for instigating this important debate, and I know how important it is to members across this chamber in relation to the impacts of storm on the A20. And I have listened intently to the comments and the issues that have been raised, and the concerns are very clear in terms of what you're having to deal with and your constituents are having to deal with, particularly in the aftermath of storms. Since I was appointed Minister, which is a year to the day today, I've been very focused on what I can do to improve the lives of people, because for me, people are central to everything that we all do, but particularly to my department. And that an important part of that is a focus on weather-related preparedness activities by the department, aimed at reducing the potential adverse consequences of storms and particularly on our health and safety, economic activity and the environment. It's no secret that we're continually operating in a very financially constrained position, and without continued investment in our infrastructure, it makes it more difficult to try and do all that we need to do. However, I do try to maximise what I am able to deliver with the budget and the resources available to me. As members will be aware, following restructuring of central government departments in May 2016, my department then assumed the lead government department role for strategic coordination of the response to severe weather emergencies. I was responsible for a number of key functions, including working with other organisations to ensure emergency preparations are as good as they can be, and providing knowledge and expertise to help inform the actions of any multi-agency response to severe weather emergencies. Given the frequency that we are seeing in relation to extreme weather events, we had another one last week and warnings over the last couple of days as well for further potential events. This has resulted in the need for ongoing continuous improvement to our emergency response to weather events, because we are continually learning with every single incident that we're seeing, but also looking at what we can expect in the future. I think there have been some excellent examples, and I think it's important to highlight where there has been good work following some of the storms, Eowyn, Ame and Bram, which some people have alluded to, when many roads are closed because of fallen trees and flooding. And my department and the staff within the department have worked extremely hard to ensure that we're clearing obstructions as soon as possible, we're getting roads reopened as quickly as possible, and also that we're working properly in cooperation with all other organisations to ensure road user safety. And a lot of that work does go unseen. I think it's important to highlight that, particularly as many of our staff are potentially putting themselves at risk when dealing with this as well. But as we know, these storms continue to increase in frequency, and with that so does the risk to road safety and the associated disruption and cost, particularly on our coastal routes which are more susceptible to the impact of high winds, as members have explained as part of the debate around overtopping seawalls with the associated debris and, of course, flooding. And whilst we do have a responsibility ourselves to travel and try and keep safe, we also appreciate our role in contributing to that responsibility, and that's very important to me. So turning to the A20 itself, and it is a central feature of life for those living in the Ards Peninsula and the many thousands of people that use it daily, including the members who are here this evening. I know it's also a very popular tourist drive, and volumes can be much higher during holiday periods and over summer weekends. As we all know, the road runs parallel to the shoreline of Strangford Lough for significant lengths, and while that gives it a rich and a very beautiful character, it makes it particularly susceptible to the impact of storms, which we've seen manifested more recently during and after Storm Bram in December, and then albeit last week when we saw Storm Chandra's hit. And I'm very aware of the impact such storms have not on road users on the A20 and our coastal roads, and I suppose on all roads, and the impact it's having right across council areas. We're routinely reviewing our response to the storm events, and I'm keen to take forward any actions for improvement that are within the remit of my department. A number of members have outlined the importance of closing the A20 in a managed way, and I think it's important to outline the processes involved in that. Roads are closed in emergency by PSNI under Article 32 powers, which is around preventing danger to or from traffic or warning of an obstruction. And the PSNI will then place or direct placement of signs to instruct traffic initially on site. My department's powers in relation to road closure extends to closures in a non-emergency capacity. However, we will also commit resources in support of PSNI closures, such as the closure of roads due to road traffic collision, or to provide a more robust closure to fully protect the travelling public. The department also uses the Traffic Watch NI website, social media, variable message signage to communicate closures as well in advance as we can to the travelling public, whilst traffic information and CCTV monitoring technology is used to assist in the management of any traffic disruption. But particularly during storm events, there are regular coordination meetings held to update partners and work alongside our partners, including the Blue Light Services, Education Authority, TransLink and local councils, and these are chaired by PSNI in instances that have been assessed as risk to life. As I've said, we are the lead government department for the strategic coordination of the overall emergency response to storm impacts on roads, as well as for significant flooding, which is why that multi-agency response is so important, and those pre-planned arrangements for a more coordinated response to severe weather warnings are of critical importance. So once we get receipt of a weather warning, officials within my department assess the likely impact of the forecast conditions and take whatever steps they can to ensure resources are in place to respond to incidents as quickly and as safely as possible. At times, my department's response may involve working alongside multi-agency partners to try and maximise the capacity of staff as well, to deal with all the potential impacts as both in advance and as we are experiencing them. And we also, as I've mentioned, will get messaging out as best as possible to do that. So there's always that ongoing work to say when is the right time to do this. And as I've said earlier, I think we're constantly reviewing that after every single event to ensure we are improving and are enhancing our response as well. As well as that, following recent storms, there are numerous reports then of flooding and fallen trees and other obstructions, which our out of hours contractor will help to address, and we have seen where they've been quickly resolved in recent incidents. And in addition, inspections of coastal defences have been undertaken, and where damage was caused, emergency repairs have either been undertaken where possible, with other localised repairs programmed for the future. And I suppose just to go into a wee bit more detail, because I know members are very keen to hear kind of what we have done, what we are planning to do. And like everything, a lot of this can be budget dependent. Any longer term repairs come out of the structural maintenance budget, as you know, in terms of our overall roads maintenance. My department is responsible for maintaining the road/sea line boundary with Strangford Lough, including the supporting element for the road, i.e. the retaining type structures. And the current arrangements for the boundary between the carriageway and the sea along the A20 are quite varied. The main feature is a masonry seawall separated from the carriageway by a narrow grass verge, typically ranging from about ½ metre to a metre in width. And the boundary is largely a masonry wall ranging in height from 0.3 metres to 0.7. So on occasions, as members will be aware, storm damage has led to rock armour being placed behind the wall in the more exposed areas. In addition, there are areas of rock armour separated from the carriageway by a verge, although this verge tends to be significantly wider at such locations. As I've alluded to, numerous reactive repairs have been carried out to coastal defences in recent years following the ongoing damage that's been caused primarily during the storms that we've mentioned. And that spend equates to about £173,700 over the last 5 years. However, after Storm Bram, we've identified approximately £650,000 worth of damage to the coastal defences in the County Down area, with the current cost of repairs and clean-up expected to be in the region of £650,000. The sea defences immediately adjacent to the carriageway are often maintained as part of the road network, which is why it comes under the structural maintenance budget, and are frequently an integral part of the road structure. This tends not to be the case where the sea defences form part of another structure, such as the harbour. Where erosion threatens the road structure, DFI will monitor the threat and seek the most appropriate remedy in partnership with other bodies. And the carriageway functions not only as a means of access vital for economic, social and education activity, but also facilitates critical infrastructure such as our water, sewers, power and telecommunications. Therefore, managed retreat, particularly for A-class roads such as the A20, is not deemed appropriate. There have been No, I'm nearly done here. So there have been several requests to install a crash barrier. However, there's also the desire to keep the very open nature of the vista over from the road over Strangford Lough. So I think we can see there very clearly the competing issues that we have, and obviously there's a range of bodies involved. Members had mentioned the Coastal Erosion Forum, and I was very pleased that we were able to reinstate the meetings of that just before Christmas, and both myself and Minister Muir co-chaired that just before Christmas, and I look forward to continuing through the work programme of that. Just a few other points just to address very, very quickly. I think that anything that we maybe haven't been able to cover in detail, I'm happy to respond in writing as well. Through flood protection, as Harry Harvey has mentioned, and gully cleaning, that is part of our ongoing work around flood management and our routine maintenance as well, to try and get ahead of some of those things as best we can too. And the feasibility of the bridge, I mean, the members will know that this has been looked at. I think, like anything, these are things we can keep under review. There's a very significant cost that's been suggested. I think it's in and around the figure of 300 million, potentially more at this point in time. But when we look at the likes of Narrow Water Bridge, that these things don't always be a pipe dream. They can eventually, if there's good support for it and there's a strong economic case, then why not? So I think it's something we can keep under review, albeit budget dependent as well, but happy to keep it as something to look for. So just in closing, I'd like to thank Ms Armstrong for bringing forward this adjournment debate to the House, and to all members for their contributions to the debate. I will continue to work alongside all my executive colleagues to try and get additional investment so that we can be more prepared in the future and also deal with the issues that have arisen. So grateful to members for the very conciliatory tone of tonight's debate, and look forward to working with you all going forward.
Thank you, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, the Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you very much indeed.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound.